Ladies and gentlemen, this is May Sim speaking. We're going to begin in a few minutes' time, but in the meantime, you can help my tech team by opening up the chat box and letting them know whether or not you hear me loud and clear. Thank you very much. I can see some people responding. Thank you. Okay, awesome, fantastic, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. As the world emerges from all its various lockdowns, governments, companies, and employees are facing an unprecedented uncertainty about what to expect as the world goes back to what is their normal. So many of us have adapted during this period. We have stayed home, we've worked from home, we've gone online, we started wearing our masks. And in fact, many of us are instinctively understanding that all of this is going to have a profound impact on our livelihoods. Now, today, all of you are here, probably because you have responded to either a Facebook ad, a Facebook post. It could be some of your friends have told you about our webinars from a couple of days ago, or even the webinars from our April set of webinars last month. Now, first of all, I need to tell you that this webinar is not going to be a short one. We are starting at 10 a.m. and we are going to go all the way until 4 p.m. And all my webinars have been 6-hour marathons like this. And in fact, the feedback that we've gotten from all our previous participants is that this was among the best investment of their time during this entire period. Okay? So today, I'm going to fulfill the promise of showing to you in 4 chapters what is happening, why it is happening, exactly what is coming up next, and what you can do about it. Okay, so, and today I'm also going to be revealing to you information that even leaders and CEOs do not know. And this is one of the reasons why their companies and their countries are bleeding money right now. Okay, so if you guys are ready, I'm just going to start my screen share, and then we can begin. Okay, so I just want to make sure that you all can see my screen. Okay, so let's begin. Okay, so today's webinar is called The Future of Work. And so here's what all of you might be thinking. After all, today is the 30th of May, and if you are living and working here in Singapore, here's what you may be thinking, that everything is just going to go right back to normal from 2nd of June onwards. And of course, you know, we see articles like this. So Singapore to reopen more businesses as the virus seems to be more controlled. Okay, we'll cover that a little bit more later. So this was an article that came out yesterday, that phase 2 of COVID-19 is going, the reopening is going to be decided in mid-June. So that's pretty much like 2-3 weeks from now, right? And they're even telling you that, hey, you can start to dine in and you can start going to sports facilities. So of course, this is something I also covered very briefly in my previous webinar in April. So then, as you can see here, I've made some specific reference to 15th of April. And so you also see that other than COVID-19, okay, here's the thing, we are now moving into a different phase of 2020 where an even bigger problem than COVID-19 seems to be emerging at this point. So if you can see here in China, 18 million Chinese people are already out of jobs. And what this means, and you know, guys, mind you, this is China, right? So which means that the number could be very easily underreported. You find in the United States, right, we already see 33 million. How do we know this? Because this is the number of people who have already applied for unemployment benefits. And you find that in Japan, bankruptcies are being seen to be rising to a 7-year high. Okay, so this is happening in other countries, but how about Singapore? And this is just something that came out about 4 days ago on the 26th of May. They are already talking about how our economy is expected to contract as much as 7%, and this is like pretty much probably the worst even since our independence. So the thing here is that very few people in the world right now can explain why 2020 is such a weird year. And there are all these strange things that are happening. Now I want to show you this article. It says here 40% of US listed companies report losses. Now we are very used to these articles nowadays, but have a look at the date of this article. It says here January 10, 2020. Now those of you who are by no doubts very familiar with the COVID-19 timeline know that this date is before COVID hit. And so this is, what I mean here is that big companies were losing money even before COVID-19 hit. And so everybody's blaming COVID-19 right now, but here's the thing, COVID-19 may not be the problem. While the companies are bleeding millions, you'll find that toddlers that are 4 and 6 years old are pretty much topping the list of the top YouTubers. And look, this cute little boy just made 64 million last year. So how is it that Forbes 500 is bleeding while this boy here with his Pikachu toy making millions? So here's the thing, let's start with some warnings first. Okay, number one, some of you are not going to like my presentation because this is going to blow your minds. First of all, it's against a lot of what the media is reporting to you. And of course, it could also be against the things that your profession is saying. So in your industry, people are making plans, people are saying we need to do this and that. And some of the things that I'm saying here might change your mind about what your profession is doing. And you might be choosing to make very different decisions from what everybody else is doing. Some of you have investments, and what I'm presenting today may give you a very strong inkling that your investments may not go the way you expect them to go. Okay, so that means it's possible some people might get pretty pissed off with what I'm presenting today. But here's the thing, I'm very clear that you came here for what the future is going to look like. And I'm very clear that I've done these presentations many, many times now, and I know that my audience is here because they know I will tell them the truth, I will hold nothing back. Now next, you will not want to quit halfway. So please note that this is not a pop-in, pop-out kind of webinar, because every hour on the hour, I'm going to reveal a new chapter. And what this means is that section 1 is going to lead to section 2, and trust me, you are going to need section 2 in order to make sense of section 3. So this means that you don't want to listen to this like from, oh, now 10 a.m. I listen until like maybe 11 o'clock, then I pop out for another meeting, or I'll just go check out another webinar. If you pop right back in, you're not going to be able to make sense of what happens later. And we know this for a fact because there are people who did exactly that, and then they start going on the chat box and asking some pretty strange questions, and we're like, didn't we just cover this 10 minutes ago, okay? So here's the thing, you want to be able to stick with me, okay? And I promise you, I have hundreds of slides to present today. And I presented this exact same webinar a couple of days ago, and people are telling us that this is among, like, easily, hands down, the best webinar that they've attended since the lockdowns happened, okay? So I'm asking you to spend a few hours with me, and these few hours is going to make a huge difference to the next few months and to the next few years. And of course, I also want to tell you that my intention is not to scare you, but let's be real clear here that you cannot make any changes until you know what and how the world is going to look like. So that you find that a lot of people are making changes right now that are reactive. They're saying, oh my God, COVID-19, then we need to go online, we need to go and do this kind of meeting. But you realize that a lot of what they're doing is just reacting and handling the current situation, but they do not have an eye for what is going to happen next. So you want to make sure that you're doing things that is going to make a difference to you months from now, not just tomorrow or like next week. Okay, so when we can see the whole picture, then to get you with the teams or whoever it is that you're working with, then you can have an action strategy that actually works. Okay, so now this webinar is very critical because number one, you can no longer rely on past statistics or what we call experts. The truth is, what's happening in 2020 has pretty much never ever happened in human history. And what this means is that all your history books, all your politics books, even the medical books don't really give us a lot of information about why all of this is happening. So let's talk a little bit about these experts, okay? So I'm going to show you some of these articles from last year. And these people, they had forecasts that said that 2020 was going to be a fantastic year, okay? So in August 2019, Asian investors were very optimistic about the economic outlook. Everybody was buying, okay? And you also have economists here in October 2019, the GDP forecast for 2020 was super optimistic. And you all need to know that 2019 was considered to be a bad year. So everybody was looking forward to a 2020 that was supposed to be a better year. And this is from Freddie Mac. This is an American bank. In as late as December 2019, they are still putting out headlines that say that there's optimism heading into 2020. And of course, they have been proven wrong. By now, you know that they are wrong. So then when they are wrong, you find that the experts can easily change their forecasts. So then JP Morgan starts slashing its forecast for next quarter. And look at the date, it's the 26th of March 2020. Of course, then now they start talking about a 25% contraction in the market. And even in Singapore, you find like the banks, and this is in March 2020, they start to say recession imminent, they start to say predict recession. I'm not sure about you guys, but by March 2020, it is quite possible that even your grandmother knows that there's going to be a recession. Seriously, okay? And so now the second thing is that then why listen to Maysim? Because the truth is, I'm incredibly accurate. And you find that right now, I've already been featured twice by the New York Times Style magazine. I've been consulted on, among other things, about millennials, about what's going to happen in the future and what young people are bringing right up to the economy. I've also been featured in local media, in MediaCorp's iWeekly magazine. I've been featured online media, at zula.sg, and again, I was asked about what's going to happen in the future with young people, with new industries that are coming up. Singapore Polytechnic sent a team to me last year, and they made a documentary about the work that we do here in Singapore. I've also done some work with Facebook, and here's the thing, Facebook is not into spiritual woo-woo stuff. They're not going to be talking to your average tarot card reader or somebody who just writes like monthly horoscopes. The team that you see in the picture here are their data analysts. These are the people who know exactly how many people are clicking, what kind of pictures people are posting. These guys only believe in facts and figures and calculations. So I was there to show them some crucial information regarding astrology, and I always like to share this with my audience, okay? If you think about it, Facebook has all of your birthdays. Just so you know, Facebook has everybody's birthday. On your birthday, everybody goes on your page and they all wish you happy birthday. So they have this information. Okay, now, so I've also worked with people like Aviva, and also people like Omega has allowed me to speak with their VIP clients. And I could very well be the only astrologer in Singapore ever allowed to speak at a government organization. So this is me speaking at the Health Sciences Authority. All the people here in the audience are health inspectors. So again, these are not people who read like, you know, weekly and daily horoscopes. It's not that kind of astrology. And I've also done some work with E2I. This is the Employment and Employability Institute here in Singapore. And this was a couple of years ago when there was mass unemployment and retrenchments in specific industries. And here I am talking about some profiling work that will allow people to switch from one industry to another. Okay, so this is some of the work that we've done. There are other companies that we've done some work with along the way. Okay, so let's talk a bit about forecast and accuracy. Why is it that May says that I'm incredibly accurate? Let me show you some evidence here. Now, first of all, in November 2019, that was last year, the Ministry of Trade and Industry here in Singapore also put their forecast like everyone else. They said that our GDP was forecasted to grow by 0.5 to 2.5% in 2020. And then, of course, in February, when COVID-19 hit, then they started to revise it and they said, okay, now we think that, we are not really sure whether there's growth or not. So it's 0.5 to 1.5%. By March, just 1 month later, they've decided that because the statistics had already shown factually that GDP already contracted by 2.2%, now they downgrade it to -4 to -1%. So now they're very sure that there's going to be a contraction and they say it's going to be a recession. And in fact, just a few days ago, they revised it for the 4th time in 6 months. And they say right now that they are very sure it's going to be a bad contraction between -4 to -7%. So here's the thing, the experts are changing their forecast when it is obvious that they are wrong. And this is what I forecasted in December 2019. I went on Facebook and I posted this. I said, I'm predicting that many people will lose their jobs in 2020. Here's why. Now, those of you who are watching this, and if you are watching me for the very first time, you are very welcome to go to my Maysim page and scroll all the way down. You will eventually get to December. You will see that this post was there. It is accompanied with a video even. So then, So you need to know that this was a very unpopular post at the time. Everybody said 2020 was going to be awesome, and I was that one person who was posting and saying that it's not going to be, and I tried to warn lots and lots of people that you needed to make some kind of preparation. Now, 3 days later, I doubled down and I continued posting, and this time around I went even further, and I didn't just say that people would lose their jobs. I said that entire careers may disappear. So careers may die and be reborn in 2020, and I told people that 2020 is going to be unlike previous years, and as the world transitions, what are your plans going to be? And you need to know that people send me hate comments, right? And they said like, you're such a naysayer, it's like, doomsayer, and then, but of course there were some people who listened. And I didn't just stop at putting up Facebook posts. In fact, I even organized a major event. This was in January 2020. I booked an auditorium. I filled it up with people. And in fact, there were almost 300 people in the audience on the 18th of January. Now, here's the thing you need to know, that this was 1 week before the Chinese New Year. Okay, and if you thought I had bad hate comments the first time around, this one was even worse, because I told the audience that a wave was going to hit the world and it was going to hit Singapore right after Chinese New Year, and people were like, Choice, Chinese New Year, you should like say good things. Well, how come you go and tell us about 2020 is not going to be a good year? I said, well guys, you need to prepare. You need to go online. You need to start preparing because all of this stuff is just going to shut down. And so on 18th of January, if you look at this picture, you realize that nobody is wearing a mask. Nobody has their face covered, right? And some of you watching this were actually at this event. You attended as an attendee, and ask yourself, did I have a team at the door have to measure your temperature before you come in? Actually, no. And look at the date. This is January. This is barely even 4 months ago, and think about how much the world has changed since then. So I told them a wave was going to hit Singapore right after Chinese New Year. On the 23rd of January, just 5 days after my event, Singapore got its first COVID-19 case. Okay, so I'm just going to show you this picture here is a clip here from my event on 18th of Jan. In fact, I presented an entire 2020 timeline to my audience at this event. Of course, today, as my audience for today's webinar, I'm going to be presenting an even more comprehensive timeline. And I just want you to see, this is an example of what I presented. Okay, so there's going to be a video, and if you watch where I'm waving here, the video is going to be played from here. Come, watch this video. As it goes into March, which is just 2 months from now, you find that the plane starts moving a bit faster. By the time we get to June, July, it's moving really fast. And by the time it hits August, the turbulence begins. Why I'm making such a big fuss about this? Because Singapore has never had a transit stack up like this in our 55-year history. We just never. So that means, is this something that we've seen before, guys, astrologically? No. We have never had a stack up like this. Never. Okay, so this is what I showed them. Okay, let me click that. Okay, so then, if you look at the actual facts that came up right after my event, now this is world data. This is world data for the COVID-19 cases. You'll see that right where March is when the cases start to climb, and by middle of March, it starts going out of control. Okay, and you'll find that in Singapore, though, we were working on a completely different timeline from the rest of the world. And in fact, this is what I presented on the 14th of April. Some of you who are present today were actually at my 14th April webinar. So I want you to take a look at this timeline that I presented and notice how in Singapore, it starts 15th of April. And of course, the caption there says 15th of April is tomorrow because then I presented on 14th of April. Now, let me show you, this is the COVID-19 case statistics for Singapore. And if you notice, our cases really only started climbing from 15th of April onwards. So it was like, for the attendees who were at my 14th April event, they were like, holy crap, it's like it just started climbing right after that. Okay, so the question is today, who is going to benefit from my presentation? Number one, business owners. Okay, so then I'm just going to show you, this is a message that was sent to me by a business owner. This lady, Sugo, is the boss of her own brand and marketing company. And so she's not just concerned about her own business, she's also concerned about her client's business. And she shared with me, thought I'd share with you because your event was really valuable and it shifted the way I thought about businesses. And so what this meant was that Sugo was not just able to help herself and her own team, she was able to go to her clients who were F&B companies, they were retail companies, and she started to tell them the direction that they needed to take their businesses to during this period. Okay, so for business owners, this is crucial. And of course, for everyone else, the employees, and of course, you are also people who want timely forecasts. You also want strategies that work. And I'm going to give you a bit of a sneak preview. This here is my MaySim channel. It's a Telegram notifications channel. So on 17th of April, I posted here that on Monday, 20th of April, that new rules and regulations that are going to result in even further social distancing. And the very next day, on the April 21st, so I posted this on April 17th, so 4 days later, Lee Hsien Loong, our Prime Minister, went online to announce that our circuit breaker, which at the time was supposed to end on the 4th of May, was going to be extended. So there was further social distancing. Okay, so then guys, you want to stick around with me, and later on, I'm going to show you how you can get on this Telegram notifications. Okay, I'll share that later. So then today, let's talk about today. That I'm going to review this in 4 chapters, just as I had promised. So chapter 1 is going to be an honest look at 2020. No lies, no covering. I'm going to show you the full truth. And secondly, the thing is you need to understand why this is happening. A lot of people get very obsessed about the dates. They are writing down the dates, but look, that's not the important part. You need to know why the world is going in this direction. Otherwise, you can't make plans. And of course, that I'm going to give you a lunch break in between. And then we're going to talk about the future of work. I'll give you a glimpse of where everyone and where every industry is going to go right after 2020. And on chapter 4, we talk about the mindset. Okay, what are some of the things that you can prepare right now? Because we don't have much time. It's already May, guys, and May is already at its end. Okay, so without any further ado, let's just go straight into chapter 1. Let's start from an honest look at 2020. And guys, years from now, people are going to look back and 2020 will forever be in the history books as the COVID-19 year. Okay, so I'm an astrologer. You already know that. What I do is I study planets in the sky. It's a lot more scientific and a lot more than just like feeling energy, you know, that's not what I do. And of course, every planet has got its specific significance, but don't worry, this is not an astrology lesson. Nobody needs to know any astrology. So these are just some keywords. I'm putting them out only. You don't have to know them. You only need to know that every planet has a meaning, okay? And what I do want you to draw your attention to here is a concept. Okay, so this is a crash course in astrological concepts. When you've heard, some of you have heard of things like Mercury retrograde. Okay, so what happens, it means, what does it mean when an astrologer say a planet goes retrograde? It has 2 meanings. Number 1 is that it's an illusion that the planet is moving backwards in the sky. That one is technical, you don't need to understand that part. The part you do need to understand is that when a planet goes retrograde, it means it declines to a worse condition. So let me show you how this works. Okay, when a planet retrograde hits the world, it goes in 3 stages. Number 1, the first time it hits is a green arrow. We call this awareness of a new situation. So this happened in February when China announced that there was something called COVID-19. And when people started getting COVID-19, it was a bit like, oh, okay, there's a new situation that has just come up. Okay, this is how it goes. And then, of course, in March, as it started to get worse and worse, and all the countries start to close down, lock down, whatever, now that is called the retrograde period, the red arrow, where we start to decline to a worse condition. Every day you open your newspaper, it's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, okay? That's how retrograde works. And the very last arrow is a green arrow, and it's called a new state confirmed. So that means by the time the second green arrow hits, there is no more doubt. Everybody understands that, okay, confirm, we have this new thing that's come up. Okay, so now, as I'm going through today's presentation, I will make a lot of references to Singapore's birth chart. I understand that we have quite a lot of people logging in from around the world. We've so far already had 20 people from 26 countries logging into our webinars. And what I want to explain here is that I'm starting with Singapore. So that means some of the things that I mentioned may not be directly pertaining to your country, but you'll find that a lot of these patterns will be pretty much duplicated across various countries. Now, if you look at this, everybody already knows that a human person has a birth time. There is a birth date, there's a birth time, there's a birth city. Now, what you may not know is that even countries also have birth time. And all my calculations are based on this birth chart from Singapore, and it is set for 9th of August, 1965, which is our Independence Day. And it is set specifically for 10 a.m. because this is the moment that there was a radio broadcast that went across nationwide declaring that I now declare Singapore an independent country. Okay, so some of you remember this. Okay, so then next, you'll find that Singapore was not very affected in February and March. If you recall, just a few months ago, what happened in February and March was just one thing. It was called DORSCON Orange. Okay, while the rest of the world was like freaking out, Singapore was like, you know, at most we were just maybe complaining about how we couldn't dine out. Okay, so then because only one very minor chart indicator was affected. Okay, so then this is crash course. I'm showing you this so that you understand that not very much was really happening in Singapore at the time. Okay, so very little. I cleared out the rest of the chart so it's not confusing. Okay, so now, but in April to July, this situation in Singapore has completely changed because there are 6 chart indicators that are affected right now. Okay, and so that's why Singapore is so badly affected from April to July onwards. And this is what's happening in the sky right now is known as a Venus retrograde. It will affect value, it will affect money, it will affect the economy. Plus, it also affects social activity. So then, it wasn't just Singapore that got hit by this because Venus is retrograding in the sky right now and affecting every country in the world. And so as Venus is affecting Singapore, this diagram shows that as Venus is going green, red, and green, it starts to affect so many things in the chart. So I understand that most of you don't know astrology. I will interpret all of this in English. Okay, so what is happening during this entire period is difficult decisions. Government has to put in a lot of decisions that they really, really don't want to make. They have no choice. Next is social distancing, which of course has already been happening. And these two get triggered together. So where work reductions, of course this can result in retrenchments, but it also means that even if you still keep your job, some of you have noticed that your work capacity has dwindled down to maybe 20% of what you used to do. There are financial and material losses. And keep in mind that this is not a human's birth chart. This is a country's birth chart. So that's why when we have a financial loss, it means across the board, the country itself is losing money. And of course, the last one here is that it's death and victims. Now, please note that I've put death in inverted commas because what I didn't mean was that people are going to lie down on the floor and die, okay? So this is not that kind of death. This is a metaphorical death in the sense that we start to see a lot of endings going on. So that means we may see companies endings, we may see certain careers ending. And the last one here is regarding work casualties or even health issues, okay, which all of these things were badly affected. And so this is what it looks like, green, red, and green. But in Singapore's case, I've put 6 of these horizontal lines across because this is when it starts to hit Singapore. So I wouldn't bother about all those dates. Those are the dates where it starts to hit one after another. I'd like to draw your attention to the very first one, which is 15th of April. And this date is very important to Singapore because if you look right here, this table, if you look where April 15 is, that is when our COVID-19 cases started to rise like nobody's business. Okay, so then I presented this already on 14th of April. And on the 20th of April, we kena our second hit. So then on 20th of April, nothing happened because they were making a decision which they only announced the very next day. On 21st of April, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong went on to say that circuit breaker was going to be extended for another month. Okay. I'm going to skip the other dates because there were other things happening, mostly dealing with industry changes, which I will cover later. But I want to draw your attention to the 19th of May. So this was another one of those dates that I presented. So on 19th of May, what happened was the Ministry of Trade and Industry went and made an announcement that although we are going to lift the circuit breaker from 2nd of June onwards, it wasn't going to be a one-shot thing. So that means it was going to be in phases. Guys, and what this meant was that a lot of people who were looking forward to resuming specific activities realized that they just kept delaying and delaying and delaying it. Okay, and of course, the next 2 dates were, in fact, 2 days ago, and the 30th of May is today. And what happened on the 28th of May, some of you probably know that the Jobs Support Scheme had its payout just a couple of days ago. And in fact, I've been doing my research. I've been collecting some of the happenings that's been going on in the last 48 hours, and I'm going to present it in today's webinar. The 30th of May is today. One of the things that I suspect is going to happen is that a lot of companies are already struggling. We have some statistics to show that. And it's quite possible that a lot of big companies are also waiting for the job support scheme to come in, because for those of you outside of Singapore who are listening to this, the job support scheme means that our government pays 75% of the employee's salary. And for some of these struggling companies, it might be that right now they are just paying out salaries, and it might just be their very last salary. And a lot of the employees who were expecting to go back to work in about 3 days' time may be sorely disappointed that they've just received their very last payout. Okay, so now let's really get into what's been happening in Singapore in the last 3 months. Okay, so I'd like to present this. Experts have started estimating the number of job losses. It is as high as 150,000 to 200,000. This is what the experts say. And I also put the numbers for the previous crisis that Singapore has been through. So the global crisis that was in 08 and 09 saw 40,000 retrenchments. And at the time, they were calling this the worst unemployment retrenchment situation that we had ever seen. And before that, in 1997, when we had the AFC, the Asian financial crisis, and even then that was fewer job losses, that was only 30,000. Now here's the thing, we don't even know whether these experts are even accurate with their forecast right now. You will make a decision after I show you the timeline. But even with their forecast, they are predicting that the retrenchments are going to be at least 5 to 6 times worse than the previous crisis. And what this means is that Singaporeans who are listening to this, you should not take this period lightly. That means if you're looking around, you find that most Singaporeans are still very concerned about McDonald's closing, and they're worried about like, yeah, how come I can't order bubble tea? And in fact, some of my team members have been telling me that they've chit-chatted with their friends, and it seems that some people are saying, "Ayah, sian, we have to go back to work in a few days' time." In fact, to these people, the last 2 months were like a paid holiday, you know. You receive your salary, you didn't have to do much work. And a lot of people don't realize that this is a situation that's just building on itself. Now, next is that during this period, a lot of companies have been laying staff off. Okay, so this is Temasek-backed fashion startup has laid off a third of their staff. Of course, the media starts to put out some of these good news here and there, that they have reported here that Deliveroo hired 1,000 people, mostly drivers, so these are the food deliverers. But have a look at that, 5,000 people applied for the position and only 20% of those people were hired. And here's the thing, is it that they're applying for some wonderful job that is like well-paid, good conditions? You people know it's not. And in fact, the statistics here show that the Deliveroo drivers earn an average about $17 an hour. So that means even if you work really, really hard, you might maybe make maybe $3,000. Okay, so then it's not like a great job, and even then people are applying for it. Now I want you to pay attention to the left-hand side where you look at the date that this report came out. This is April 20th, and just 10 days later, Deliveroo fires 1/4 of their staff. So these people obviously are not the delivery people that they just hired. They're firing all the aircon people, you know, all the staff, the admin people. Okay, so that means it is not true that a lot of these companies are hiring, they are also firing. This is a a survey that was done by Ministry of Manpower, it showed that 4% of Singaporean companies have already started slashing their workforce. And in fact, there is another 21%. 21%, guys, that's 1 in 5 companies are already planning to slash their workforce. And this is based on a survey, which means these 21% are the ones who have been honest with MOM. So then we are not even counting those who have not been honest with MOM. And so it continues. You'll see IBM is on the line, Nissan is on the line, HP is on the line, Rolls-Royce is cutting 9,000 jobs, Uber, Qatar Airways, Airbnb, General Electric, and look at that, Emirates is planning to cut 30,000 jobs. So here's the thing, that this is not a joke, and it's not funny anymore. So some people are saying, okay, but then, you know, we can look forward to some of the lifelines. But let's be very, very straight here. Let me show you what's the truth behind the lifelines. Now, lifeline number 1 is people are talking about the JSS, the Job Support Scheme, right? So then Encore is helping to pay salaries, isn't it? So Encore to the rescue. And that, in fact, this first payout came out like a couple of days ago. A lot of you have received your money. But the problem with the job support scheme is that your company has to be around. So then that's provided your company is still around. And let me show you some alarming statistics, is that there are a lot of bankruptcies. Now this is for March in Singapore, 2020, 462 applications for bankruptcies. Now I want you to compare that with the applications for bankruptcies in the previous crisis. So in 08 and 09, at max it went up to about 300. And in March, there were already 462. And what this means is that some of these are companies, some of these are individuals, which means for some of you, some of your bosses might be going bankrupt. And the MNC's bankruptcies begin across the world. And in fact, this article was updated on the 27th of May. And if you look at that little short list there, it includes JCPenney, Centric Brands, which you may not know, and Aldo, which I'm pretty sure you'll know. So Aldo is not going back into the shopping malls, guys. And this article even stated here, the following post will continue to be updated to reflect the current major retailers that have filed for bankruptcy. And click here to view this year's bankruptcies. Okay, so this is not a joke. And you find that even some in Singapore, some of our companies are being propped up by the government right now. But in other countries, they are not so lucky. Thailand is not doing so great. They depended a lot on tourists. And what this means is that a lot of tourists haven't been showing up. And you find that Thailand has already withdrawn its support for their national airway. And so right now, the latest news here is that Thai Airways is already filing for bankruptcies. And in the latest news this morning, which I didn't have time to put on the PowerPoint slide, was that some of you are crying about your retrenchments. And in Thailand, even the revered elephant has been retrenched. So that means they don't even have the resources to take care of the elephants anymore. They're starting to release the elephants into the wild. So in fact, even the elephant has no more job. Okay, so then, now that's in other countries. Now in Singapore, just in April alone, 8,663 companies have already closed doors. And what this means, for those of you who are watching this, is that if your company isn't around, the government can't pay to your bank account because the bank account doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so now guys, here's the thing. You all want to pay attention to why is May showing you all this, right? Remember, I already said at the beginning of the presentation, it's not to scare you. Okay, these are actual reports, just that you'll find that the media has not necessarily been drawing attention to a lot of these reports. Okay, so that means the purpose of why I'm showing you this is that what's really happening right now. Now, the second lifeline here is some people are saying, okay, but they cannot just fire us, right? My contract said that I have retrenchment benefits. If they ask me to leave, they must pay this amount. Okay, so here's the thing. What does the government say? MOM says you will pay retrenchment benefits according to the firm's financial state. So then here's the thing. Let's have a look at what the financial state looks like. Okay, Uniqlo starts to see the worst sales that they have ever had. And it's not just Uniqlo, even your beloved Starbucks, because all of you have not been going to your office, which means that you didn't walk past the Starbucks and you didn't go in and get your morning latte. And because of that, they've seen 47% drop in their earnings. So Starbucks also no money already. Okay, and you find that in Singapore, there are, if you look at the second bullet point, it says here that the local currency bonds are facing a record 12 billion maturing in 2020. Now, I'm not a finance person, okay? I've had to educate myself a lot on all these things. For those of you who are not familiar with this concept of a bond, it simply means that there are investors who buy these bonds in return for a monetary return. And once it matures, it means that the company has to repay the investors' money. And all of this, that among the bonds that are maturing in 2020, the companies need to pay up to $12 billion. So that means on top of paying your salaries, these companies now owe a lot of money to their investors as well. Okay, so there's a lot of mounting debt right now. Now, the third lifeline here is that in previous crisis, you find that there are people who say that, oh, I'm willing to accept another job in another industry. So if I'm willing to be flexible, then I can apply for another job, right? And I do not have the statistics for Singapore, but I do have the statistics for America. So this is a report from CNBC, and it shows actually here the number of job losses that are happening across America, and you'll see that it's happening in every single industry. And this has never happened in any kind of crisis around the world before. We've never had every industry being hit. And you know, in the past, it used to be like, oh, if you have no job, then people say, oh, yeah, never mind. At best, I go and be waiter. But if you look at the very first column, waiters are the ones that are worst hit, hospitality and leisure. So now you can't even be a waiter. Okay, so that, and the thing, what's a little bit alarming and a bit worrying here is that people are still saying that we are going to recover next quarter. Okay, and let me show you. And of course, Singapore is already saying that we are reopening. Virus is more controlled. Things are going to improve. In fact, there are even news articles saying that we start looking at employability in about 6 months' time. Okay, and yeah, so then they're talking about how we can go back into phase 2. We're going to start resuming a lot of these old activities. And let me show you that in America, this is from the Morgan Stanley research, that if you see what I've highlighted here is that, of course, Q2 was bad. It was really bad, right? Look at that. It's just totally plunged all the way down, right? And you find that the experts are, in fact, okay, so those of you who do not know how to read this chart, right, it's a quarter on quarter. Okay, so it doesn't mean that they are going to make 20.7. They're saying that it will be an improvement, that Q3 is going to be an improvement on Q2. Okay, and it seems that they're expecting that the following quarters are going to be improvements on the previous quarter. So they're expecting that the world is going to get better and better. Now, on top of that, in Singapore, the Ministry of Trade and Industry also put out their projections. So let me highlight this. Of course, Q2 is bad, it's really, really bad. And what they're saying is that, oh, because of COVID-19, that a lot of people had to close down, there was lockdown, we couldn't operate, that's why it was bad. And in fact, they're saying that Q3, look at that, Q3 is going to be better than Q2. And they are also saying that Q4 is going to be better than Q3. Okay, at this point, you all need to decide for yourself, can we trust this forecast, or is this something that they might revise in just a few weeks, maybe a couple of months? So here's the thing, okay, now if for me to be presenting this, then astrology must be able to shed some light on what's happening here. Now, if you allow me, I will show you both the world timeline as well as Singapore's timeline. So our friends who are logging in from around the world timeline is going to affect all of us, not just Singaporeans. So let me show you this. Okay, now this chart can be a little bit intimidating for some people, but I promise you I've put English words here so that you can understand what is going on. Okay, so now as I show you in the little pink boxes, it will show you from when to when things are getting affected. Let's start with Pluto. And the story begins from February this year. And we all know what happened in February. COVID-19 hit. So this is what I call a life and death emergency. So what happened across the world was that we started to do this CPR thing, like, oh my God, like cannot breathe, then we just start pumping. Okay, so that means this pumping is just going to go all the way until just before we hit July. And then you see here, Saturn is control. And this came up from about the early part of April. And in fact, Singapore had reacted to this because once this kicked in, you find that in early April, in fact, 7th of April was when we implemented our lockdowns. By the 1st of April in 2020, worldwide, about a majority of human civilization was in some kind of lockdown. Okay, so then you find the lockdowns happened just around that time. Of course, right after that, you find that the financial effects started to kick in because all the companies could not operate the usual way. So up to now, you'll find that the predictions, and guys, I had presented something like this back then in January. So I'm not just presenting this right now. Those of you who are watching right now, some of you were in January, I presented something like this. Okay, so I've been correct on everything so far. And then you'll find that in the middle of April, they started to save the wounded. So then you find all the aviation airlines and the airports and various industries start to say, hey, save me, save me. And so all the governments are kicking in right now. They are saving all the wounded. By about May, you'll see that around the world, all the expert intervention starts to come in. And in May, is in this month that all the countries around the world are talking about coming out of lockdown so that they can resume the economy. So up to now, I've been spot on every single thing that I've mentioned in January. But you see, what happens here is that the world is moving into something which I call the Trojan horse victory. Now, some of you may be familiar with this story, okay? So then the Battle of Troy, what happened was there was a huge fight. And eventually, somehow, one day, the Trojans woke up and they go like, hey, there's no more fighting. The enemy has gone. Hey, COVID-19 disappeared. And so what happened was that they came out of their city and they saw a lot of dead bodies around, and they saw this wooden horse that was sitting on the beach. And all the people looked at it and they said, oh, we have won the war, and the gods have sent us a wooden horse. This is a gift from the gods. So the people started cheering. And of course, there were a few small people along the side who said, hey, something is very wrong there. How can it be that the enemy will suddenly disappear? I'm not really sure that we have won. But there are so few people saying this that everybody else doesn't care. They're just so happy that now they can buy bubble tea already. So what they've done is that they've grabbed that wooden horse and they drag it into the city, and now everybody is cheering and celebrating. So within this story, what happened was that they got drunk. And all these people, they partied so badly that everybody went to sleep and the city was silent. Now, right in the middle of the night, the enemy started to emerge from inside the wooden horse. And why is it that I have chosen this metaphor? Because what I think is that everybody thinks that they've won the war to the extent that, oh, now we have all these measures, right? We are pumping in money. Every country is pumping in these stimulation packages. And they're saying, well, it will take a few months for this to play out. So then we have to wait and see whether the industries improve. So that means everybody is not really realizing that there's a threat that comes in the middle of the night. By the time the enemy starts to kill enough people, you realize that by the time people start to wake up and go like, oh my God, like everything is going to pieces, it's a bit too late. Now let me show you what comes after. So right now we are in May, we are coming to June and July. And the months of June and July are the Trojan horse. Okay, and it's very important that you are sitting here in my webinar today because you need to know that this is not a victory and the story is not done. You can see I still got a lot of space at the back, right? Now in early July, and I'm very generous, I'll give you the date. Okay, in early July, the date is actually the 5th of July. I do not think that it is a coincidence that the 5th of July is one day after the American Independence Day. Okay, you all need to know American Independence Day is 4th of July. 5th of July is the date that I have, and in fact, the chaos begins there. However, the funny thing, why I call it the Trojan horse victory, because by the time the enemy starts attacking, nobody reacts. Nobody fights back, because then they say, oh, but then this is normal. It's normal what? Because then we are doing this and we have to play it out, right? This is the way a crisis management works. So basically, no one does anything, which means the plummet begins and it starts to slide down like butter like that. It just goes down and down and down. And guys, you need to look at how long that pink box is. It's very long. And it will last all the way into January next year. It just keeps sliding and they can't stop it from sliding. And what happens here is that in August, the death begins. So now some of you who are watching this right now, you know that I presented this in my webinars in April last year. And in fact, I had compared this chart with the global crisis of 08-09, and I sort of showed. And in fact, in 08-09, when the death begins, that's when all the banks started closing down. Okay, so those of you who remember the global crisis, when something similar like this happened, all the companies start closing down, banks were like panicking already. So the deaths will start to begin, and only then the world starts to sit up and go like, something is not quite right. Like, this wasn't what we planned for. This is a lot worse than we thought it would be. So the political debates begin. And all the men with the ties and the big jackets are going to start going into all their IMFs and their United Nations, and everyone's going to have meetings for a very long time. Look at that pink box. They're going to talk for some time. And what it means is all the red tape is going to get in the way. People cannot agree on what needs to be done. And so by the time, 1 month later, when they decide to start building the dam, so the tsunami is already coming at us, and then they start building the wall. Okay? But the problem is by September, that's too late. And within a month, you find that the only thing that they are doing right now is just dragging the dead bodies in. Okay, so that means what all of us need to be prepared for here is that a lot of these big giants are just going to fall. They are, in fact, I won't even use the word fall. I would say they are going to melt like butter. And what happens after December, and you see that it just goes on for a long time, and by the time the next the next pink bar shows up. Now, I've written the word unprecedented here. And I'd like you to notice that the unprecedented bar is sitting on the row that says Uranus. And let me give you a crash course on astrology. Uranus is a chaos planet. Usually when it hits the very first time, it messes things up. It's like an earthquake. It comes and shakes you. It's like, hello, like wake up, you know. But usually when it hits the second time is when the better part of Uranus shows up. Because Uranus also represents innovation. And what I am suggesting here is that by December, it is very clear to all of us across the world that all the methods, all the strategies, all the tactics that we have started to apply in the months before, nothing works. Everything has failed already. And so what happens is that by the time we get to December, suddenly people's brains start to go loading, right? And we all get together and we start to become very honest with each other. And we say, you know what? None of that stuff worked anyway. And so it means that the very intelligent human beings start to come together and to find a solution. And I couldn't find an English word for it, and I decided, you know what, since this is the it word for 2020, I decided to use the word unprecedented. I'm predicting here that a lot of the solutions that are going to come out from not just the leaders, but I think from ordinary people like you and me, is going to start showing up from about December onwards. I'm going to add in a nice little blue line here. Now, this blue line is extremely important. I will cover this in chapter 2. I'll explain to you why this blue line is going to show how the world will transition from one era into another. Okay? So that's the world trend. Okay? I've delivered it to you. Now, the purpose here is so that my audience is not under the illusion that things are going to be okay. Now, the whole point of what I'm trying to explain here is not so that we get upset and it's like, oh, we are crying and all, okay? Now, that's why I'm going to use the rest. I want to get that over and done with, okay? So I understand some people say that's doom and gloom, which is why I put it right in the front of my presentation, because I want to spend the rest of my presentation telling you that the new world might just be an improvement on the one that we are leaving behind, okay? And so now for those of you who live in Singapore, you live and you work here, let's look at the Singapore timeline. Okay, now I just need you guys to sort of stick with me for a bit. I understand that the upcoming sections might be a little bit technical, but don't worry about it, just listen to the English words, okay? So now we're going to have two very, very big threats that are going to hit Singapore. The first one, I call it a violent T-square. Now, what's a T-square? You see the T there? It's a red color T. Now, I circled two little things at the bottom. Let's start with the brown color one, okay? That's the planet Pluto. Now, Pluto, the Chinese call him Yan Luo Wang. The Yan Luo Wang is the god of death. So when he shows up, it means that things are going to die. When it's covering the bottom part of Singapore's chart, the number 4th house is to do with our foundation, our security, the base, the things that we stand on our feet. And so what happens is that when the Yan Luo Wang comes, it means that our underlying foundation got problems already. The cracks have started to show with what Singapore has built our foundation on. Now, I want to show you the timeline, okay? So I want you to focus only on the red color bits, okay? The rest not important. And you'll see that the very first red color block begins from February, and you'll see that there's a dotted line there because this is February 2019, not 2020, not this year, not COVID-19, last year. Okay, so that means this problem with Singapore's economy actually already began in February last year. Okay, now the other thing that I want you to pay attention to is watch the arrows. Can you see that the red arrow begins sort of like in the second half of April, which is just last month. Okay, now let me show you what I have done with my research. This is from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And I want you to look at this graph, and the very last one is Q1 2019. So that means January to March 2019. And I said that our problems began from as early as February. Let's look at the very first line. The MTI noted that the global growth outlook has weakened further since February. So that means, and our GDP wasn't that great, it was 1.2% in Q1 in 2019. Okay, and if you look at the headline, it says here the lowest GDP growth in almost a decade. What all Singaporeans need to know is that GDP has been falling and falling and falling and falling for the last 10 years, okay? And it's not something that we've talked about. And what it does mean is that from February onwards, the cracks have shown up, okay? Which means even without COVID-19, listen to this, even without COVID-19, the GDP was falling anyway, okay? And then what happens is when the red arrow began, which was, can you look at the date? It says here Wednesday, 29th of April. Like I said, the retrograde begins, which means it's declining to a worse condition. What it says here is that Fitch Ratings places our Singapore banks on rating watch negative. Okay, again, I'm not a finance person. While I was preparing and doing my research for this webinar, I had to educate myself, okay, on what does this mean? Now, rating watch negative does not mean that the Singapore banks are bad. It is just watch negative, it's not actual negative, okay? What this means is that a lot of these analysts have noted that Singapore banks have been very exposed to certain liabilities and perhaps a lot of the money that they have loaned out to companies and industries that are at risk right now because of the coronavirus. And what this means is it's possible that the banks might have some trouble collecting back the money that they are loaned to other people. Okay, so this is what happens. The other thing that I want to cover here is the grey planet. Now, this one is a minor good news, okay? So it means that there are now protective measures to secure the strength. So actually, these problems have been happening since February last year already, but you find that nothing very much was being done about it. Basically, we just never do anything until the COVID-19 hit this year, and that's why a lot of the protective measures, look at the bars, the protective measures start to kick in from about March onwards, and suddenly everybody gets very excited about saving Singapore. Okay, so then if you look at all the red bars, the very first one began somewhere in the early part of March. Okay, so listen to that. Early part of March, government kicks in, we are trying to save the economy. And then have a look at the red arrow. The red arrow starts to kick in somewhere around May, which is right now, May. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so then around March this year was when we started to inject money, all the stimulus package. So in February, because that was when we announced our budget, right? So in February, there was the small budget, 6.4 billion. And then the one that made the world sit up and go like, oh, Singapore got money, right? And it's when our government pumped in 48 billion in March. So that's when the red color bar hit. And right after that, they also pumped in a smaller one in April. That was 5.1 billion. When the red arrow hit and the situation got worse and worse, what happened here was on the 26th of May, just 4 days ago, they added another 33 billion. Okay, so right now, we have already started to take from our little fortune kitty $100 billion. And for the Singaporeans who are listening to this, this is unprecedented. And Singapore is famously known for never taking that money out. And what this means is that even as some people perhaps out there are not taking this situation seriously, it is very clear, and it should be clear to all of us, that the government is taking this extremely seriously. It is possible that the media is trying to play this down, but if you look at the numbers, the government is not playing with this, right? And they've really let the money do the talking. Now, there is more. In order to complete the T-square, we needed one more thing, and this is Mars. So when it's crossing the number 7 house, Mars means, as a 7 house means that the issue is coming from outside of Singapore. That means the issue is not necessarily within Singapore. I've heard some Singaporeans tell me, never mind, Singapore got money, Encore will take care of it. But here's the thing, Singapore is a tiny little island. And what this means is that we are easily blown left, right, and center by what's happening in other countries. And Thailand is already showing signs of going bankrupt. And so what happens is, in English, Mars hitting Mars means that there are external problems, and it is a tipping point that will expose all our weaknesses and potentially lead to a collapse. And this is an article that came out as early as January in 2020, that the World Bank is already warning about a global debt crisis. In January 2020, countries around the world haven't started borrowing for coronavirus yet. And already there was already a debt problem. And you need to realize that for all the countries around the world who are pumping billions into their countries right now, not every country is like Singapore, where we have a big secret room somewhere with gold in it. There are lots of countries that are now spending money that they don't have. And it means that at some point, you need to pay back, right? Along land means must pay back. And who's going to pay? Okay, so then the debt crisis is going to be on a scale that nobody has ever seen before. And so this is a world issue that will tip the balance. Okay, so now I'm going to put this onto the timeline, and you'll see that the dates are all here. Okay, I'm very generous. I've given you a good sense of the dates. You'll see that the very first red color block is going to hit right where August is. And if you recall, when I talked about the world timeline just now, remember I said that at first, when the chaos begins, nobody even realized that it was a chaos. They just say, oh yeah, this is very normal, right? We inject money, this is the way it works. And it's only by August when they start to realize, oh shit, right? It's like, wasn't planned that way. So then in August, it starts to hit. And by the time the red arrow begins, can you see in September, October, all the way until November. And the worst period is in the beginning part of October. So what I'm trying to show you here is that by the time the tsunami hits, it just goes like this, okay? And I'm not done. So in Singapore, I said there were two big threats. That one was just the T-square. The second one is what I call in English, a chaotic Uranus does an 8-house ingress. A lot of big words, okay? Let me explain. So what does it mean by ingress? Okay, you see I circle there. A blue planet, Uranus, is a chaos planet. And ingress means it is entering a house. So every time the chaos enters a house, it starts to shake and cause earthquake. It starts to make funny things happen. So what I'm going to show you, rather than me explaining what it is, let me show you history. Okay, so then you can decide whether May is making this up, that I'm lying to you, or is it that every single time this thing hits on the dot, things happen in Singapore. Let me show you the proof. So let's go a little bit back to history. And we'll go as far back as 2005, which is about 15 years ago, and when the chaos planet was entering number 6, the number 6 house. So what this means is that there was chaos to health. Now, Singapore is very famous for being clean, and then we got good health. So that when the chaos come in means we need to see unusual situation. Do you all remember what it was? Those of you who remember can go to the chat box and just put in there, right? And see whether you remember. It's not SARS. I give you a hint. It's not SARS, okay? Okay, now it was a dengue outbreak. So this was Wikipedia. How bad was it? Worse than our COVID-19, because now COVID-19 so far, not 27 people died yet. Okay, now I'm not entirely kidding there, okay? And so what I want to show you with this diagram is, as a reminder, as Uranus enters the 6th house, I want you to pay attention to the number that is there. Do you see 7 Pisces? This is what the astrologer's calculation looks like. So I don't make these numbers up, I calculate them. And if you look at this diagram here, the pictures, that the exact dates that Uranus is sitting on number 7 is September and October 2015. Let's look at Wikipedia. The outbreak peaked in the months of September and October. So the whole year we had dengue outbreak. The worst was when it was at number 7. Okay, so that means as I'm looking into the future, especially now in 2020, if I see the number corresponds exactly, that's when it's going to be bad. Okay. Then another piece of proof, just about 6-7 years ago, Uranus entered number 7. So then it brought chaos between the government and the people. And so that it will bring protests, it will bring unrest, it will bring disagreement. But those of you who are watching this might be scratching your head now, because you're like, Singapore got protests one eh? I thought only Hong Kong have. I thought only Europe. I know the French and the Germans like to go and protest, right? Singaporeans don't protest. I agree with you. Most of the time we couldn't be bothered. But what this meant was, in 2013, funny things happened in Singapore, like this, the white paper protest. Who remembers this? Raise your hand. Right? Those of you who remember, please raise your hand and tell me that, like, I just want to know that you all are paying attention, okay? Have we ever seen Singaporeans do funny things like that? Who remembers Han Hui Hui and Roy Ngeng and all those people who went online like slamming government, right? This is weird. Singaporeans do not do this. Okay, next, we also had the Free My Internet protest. So we had live protests, we also got online protests. Okay, and on top of that, Singapore decided to go on a record pink dot protest. Right? 21,000 people went to Hong Lim Park there, wear pink color and campaign for lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. Okay, Singaporeans don't do things like that. And it doesn't end there, guys. I'm going to show you a photograph, and even those of you outside of Singapore remember this, the Little India riot. Who remembers this? Okay, now look at this photograph. This kind of photo doesn't come in Singapore. When you read newspaper, this kind of photo is other countries. Singaporeans don't do this kind of thing. Okay, and so the entire year ended in a ridiculous riot where it made the world sit up. Like, oh my God, is something happening to Singapore? So what I'm trying to show you guys is that when the chaos planet hits, funny things happen to Singapore. Now, this year, in July, it's going to hit. And I promised you that the chaos was going to happen in July, and that the authorities and all the people who are not on this webinar and who do not understand what is going on will not realize that it is a crisis. And basically, they just sit there and just let things go as per normal. Next, you see that Uranus ingress in the 8th house will result in chaos. Write this down. In investments, foreign finances, other people's money. stock market, tax revenue. Of course, the tax revenue is going to get hit. Who's going to pay tax now? No one's making money, right? Banking, insurance, CPF, as well as crisis. Now, Singapore is a very unique country. You'll find that our entire country's wealth, and we are supposed to be very rich, but you see a lot of our investments are not here. Our investments are outside of Singapore. We have invested in oil. We have invested in other people's financial markets. And as the world starts to get a little bit chaotic, isn't that going to affect our money? Okay, this is the reason why CPF is on the list. I have more to show you. Okay, so if you recall, when the number is exactly on the dot, you look at the circle, the part that I have circled, and you can see the chaos planet is sitting on number 10, 10 Taurus. And according to my calculations, look at the date over there. So just now earlier, I said I gave you all the dates, right? I said it will start on the 5th of July. Look at that. Okay, I already highlighted that. It starts 5th July, 10, 10, 10, 10. How long does it last? The whole of August. And I want you all to notice that it moves from white color to gray color. What does that mean? If you notice the date there, it says about 14 and 15 of August, right after our National Day. And if you all recall, I said green arrow, red arrow, green arrow, right? So when you see the gray color, that's when the red arrow begins. And just about the middle of August is when all the authorities suddenly realize like, oh crap, this was not what we expected. And before that, they just think it's normal. It doesn't end in August. It goes all the way until the end of September. Okay, so now here's the thing. I'm an astrologer. I'm like you. I'm a Singaporean. I live here. And I grew up exactly the same as you. Now, when I did this calculation 4 to 5 years ago, I did not understand what it meant. All I knew was that, something is really, really weird, right? It took me lots and lots of time. All the calculations that you're seeing here today is a result of 4 to 5 years of relentless calculation. I would not come out publicly and present this unless I was absolutely 120% sure that I'm correct. Next. Now, if I'm going to put this out on the timeline, so that's that massive red block that begins from early July all the way until late September, that red block there. Now, here's the thing. I've already blanked out everything so that you can only focus on the red color parts. Right now, we are in May. Can you see, right, in May, somewhere in the middle here? Okay, and a lot of people are crying already. They say, yeah, business is bad lah. All the property agents say cannot viewing lah. They're very sad, right? And here's the thing, guys. Hasn't started. It has not even started and you are crying already. Okay, guys, it's going to hit July. Okay, so that's when it all happens. And what I'm trying to explain to you, all of you, okay, let's be really, really straight here. I've shown you this picture here. I can tell you Singapore is a house of cards right now, and the storm is gathering above us. And if you look at this picture, what you will understand here is that when the wind blows, that house of cards is going to come falling down. And this is happening in the next few months. So what's going on right now is that the authorities, and I'm not just talking about the government, okay, I'm talking about the big companies, I'm talking about your bosses, I'm talking about all the leaders. Some of you who are watching this are also leaders in your industries. And I understand that you are trying to glue the cards together, apply super glue and hope that when the wind blows, we are going to be okay. And here's the problem. Most of all of these leaders, they do not understand what is happening. They can only read newspaper. They can only wait until the GDP contract. Then they, oh shit, something is wrong. They don't know what is happening. And most of them, if you go and ask them what will happen next, they also don't know. And if you go in and ask them very honestly and sincerely, what do I do next? How can I prepare? They cannot answer you because they don't know. Okay, so that's why, this is the reason why we've come out and do public presentations like this. Okay, and my promise to you is today. Now, I've taken a very long time to do my introduction. I've taken more than an hour because if I don't present the beginning part, it's very hard for me to explain to you why number 1, 2, and 3 is so important. You must understand what is happening, why, what will happen next, and what must you do right now. We don't have much time. Okay, so then right after this, I'm going to launch right into why this is happening, and we explain how the world is going to make a massive transition. Now, at this point, I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. And so this is how this is going to be from here onwards. Okay, once I finish one chapter, I will give you a break. And then when, oh wait, okay, so sorry, okay, I'll just give you a break. And right now, the time is 11:10. And so we will come back at 11:25. I will start right on the dot. Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, awesome. We are back on air. And of course, I understand that some of you have forwarded some questions to my team members. So the only thing that we regret during this webinar is that we will not be stopping at all for Q&A. Now, the reason is very simple. I am chock full of information to share. Okay, so that's why, trust me guys, if I stop and answer Q&A, you're going to be, it will not give you as much value as other things that I'm going to show you. Some of the things that I'm going to show you are things that, frankly, nobody knows right now. And so that's why it's not possible for you to ask questions about things about that. Okay, so that means, trust me guys, you are going to much prefer that I just go right on. Okay, so stick with me. Okay, next. Now here's the thing. Next, we go to why this is happening. And when we see that the world is making a transition, some people have already texted us and say that it feels like the world is kind of like breaking down in that sense. Yes, it is. And sometimes you find that breaking down is because we are ushering in something new. Okay, so now let me explain something. Okay, now as we have changes, very often we want people to think about, is this a cyclical or is this a structural change? So let me explain the difference between the two. The one on the left, as you can see, got up, got down, because there is rise and fall. And you find that the downturns are always followed by recovery and the systems remain intact. So of course, in today's context, you'll see that the markets are it's usually what people say, like market up, market down, it's just a cycle. We use words like, oh, this is a 7-year cycle, this is a 10-year cycle. It's very normal, okay? And of course, when you look on the right-hand side, suddenly the picture is very different. You can't really tell whether the picture is going up, going down, but the main thing here is that you see it is a one-way disintegration. It is a downturn and there is no recovery. What goes down doesn't come back up. And you find that the system dies, but it also transforms. Now, a lot of people misunderstand the first part. They say, hey, it's doom and gloom, right? She's just saying that everything's just going to the dogs. But here's the thing. That's why I have left the rest of the presentation. I did that within the first hour, so it's over and done already. Now, the rest of the presentation is about transformation. It's about what comes next. And by the time you get to the end of today, you are going to agree with me that we are headed for an improvement. Okay, so what's happening here is sometimes we see that of course, now we talk about markets, but long time ago, we also said that cycles applied to kings. And you'll find that people say, when one king falls, another king will rise. And for many hundreds and hundreds of years, whether you talk about Europe, we talk about China, same thing, right? One emperor gone, the next one comes up. Now, at some point, you find that Pu Yi, the little boy who was the last emperor of China, sometimes when a king falls, no more new king. Something changes, and whatever happened to the kings and queens of Europe just died off and never came right back. And what I'm trying to explain here is that when we get into a structural change, it is when one development changes things forever. Now, on the picture on the left tells you that a long time ago, horses were transportation. That means our great-great-great-great-grandfather, all of us, at some point, had traveled on horse long time ago. Everybody had a horse. Okay, so that means you find that cycles also come. Horse get diseased, horse price up, price down, and everybody just gets obsessed about horses. Until somebody invented MRT. Somebody invented the railway. And it became possible for people to just like a few thousand people on one train and go from one place to another. And it simply means that we didn't need the horse anymore, at least not for this purpose. And what this means is that if you were a horse trader, if you were playing with the horse market, suddenly the horse is not so relevant anymore. Okay, so then, now, as I explain this, again, I want to introduce a very simple astrological concept. What you see here are two planets, Jupiter and Saturn. And if you watch my little window here, where you can see my hands, so you see the planets will do orbits around the sun. Okay, so that all the planets move at their own pace lah. You know, Earth is 365 days, one, and sometimes Jupiter and Saturn will meet. So maybe they can meet here, and then as they move on, then maybe 20 years later they will meet again, and then after they move on, and then 20 years they will meet again. So every time they meet at a particular element. Okay, so now this year in 2020, it is a year where these two planets are going to meet in the sky. Now I'd like you to write this down. The date is 22nd of December 2020. And I remember a lot of people have been asking, so what's exactly going to happen on the 22nd of December 2020? Now here's the interesting thing. I'm not sure if anything specific is actually going to happen on that day, but this day is a dividing line. So that means there is before 22nd December, and then there is after 22nd December. Just like right now we say pre-COVID and post-COVID. And that's the significance of this date. Now, if I'm going to show you exactly how this works, let's take a very short walk down memory lane. Okay, so then if you find that everything has happened the exact same way in history, that means it's going to happen once again, just like that. Okay, so now you see this timeline, and we will begin from as far back as 1742. So that's a long time ago. And you see the word Leo there because it means that when Jupiter and Saturn met in the sky, it was in the sign of Leo. It is red color because this is in the element of fire. Okay, so everybody knows fire is an element. Now 20 years later, they met in the sky again, and this time around it's in Aries, but still in fire. And then they met in Sagittarius, again still in fire, until something changed. In 1802, suddenly the color changed because Virgo is not a fire sign. Virgo is an earth sign. And what it means is that the world suddenly set out and go like, hey, there's something new in our world. And those of you who are familiar with history know that in 1802 was like the early beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. Okay, I'll get more into that later. So then the world started to shift into something new. But then funnily enough, 20 years later, very strange, they went back to fire. And what this means is that the year between 1802 and 1821 was what I call a sneak preview. That means the world had a small taste of the earth world, then after that it went back to fire. But what happened after that was now 1842 is another important year because something very strange happens from 1842 onwards. And I want you to watch this. You see, it goes back to earth. After that it's earth, 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 earth. For more than 100 years after 1842, it was just earth all the way. Now at this point, we start to go into what we call the modern time. Okay, if you look at 1961, some of you who are watching my webinar might have been already alive at 1961. Because that means you might be right now in your 60s as of this moment. Okay, and those of you who are not, you have parents who are born around that time. Okay, so that means I'm talking about time that we understand. Now in the last 100 years, you'll find that the world moved into a totally different pattern that came out after the Industrial Revolution. Now again in 1981, something very strange happens, that suddenly the air era shows up. And so that means when we look back into the past, we must have noticed that something changed in the world. But strangely enough, in the year 2000 is just 20 years ago, it went back into Earth. And what this tells you is that 1981 to 2000 is a sneak preview. And remember I said that these two planets meet every 20 years. And what this means is that in the year 2020, which is this year, specifically exactly on the 22nd of December, it is going to move into Aquarius, which is an air planet. And 2020 is just as important as 1842 because right after this, we have air, and some people say, oh, air is only going to last for 60 years. Actually, not really. It's because my PowerPoint slide got no more space. Okay, so that means it goes on for even more. It goes on for more than 100 years. And what the important thing that everyone needs to understand here is that it doesn't go back to Earth again. Just like in 1842, the moment we pass 1842, it does not go back to fire again. So now, some of you may be going like, okay, what's up with all these elements? Let's go and look at, oh wait, before I get to that. So that means this area that I've just circled, it is the time period that all of us are most familiar with. We are talking about the last 40 years, and almost all of us were born during this period. If we want to know what is going to happen after 2020, do you not agree with me that it would be very useful for us to look at this period, which is the last time we saw that the whole world made an elemental transition? What happened to them the last time means that it's exactly what is going to happen back to us. So we go back all the way into the fire era. And as I show you these pictures, you start to realize that this is a world that you do not recognize. It is not your world. You couldn't imagine that your grandfather was doing this. Even your great-great-grandfather was not doing this. Whatever world I'm going to show you starts to look like maybe it belonged in some Hollywood movie. Or maybe if you watch Game of Thrones, then they kind of look a bit like that, okay? Now, in the past, people used to fight, but they fight for honor. They fight for, hey, why you insult me? And it is one of the reasons why the British don't like the French. It is the reason why China go and fight with Mongolia, and all the other fights that you see is for pride and honor. And in those days, if you had a son, and your son is about 15, 16 years old, it was considered a great privilege for your son to be chosen to join the army. It was considered pride, glory, and honor. It was considered serving the queen. And so you realize during that period of time, what didn't happen? Here's what didn't happen. Okay, the boy didn't go to the general and say, so if I join your army, how many days leave do I get? And so that means what's the increment like? And so that means in 3 years' time, do I get promotion? Or like, then my wife pregnant, do I get like maternity benefits? So this is what didn't happen in the past. People joined because, wow, pride and honor. And you'll find that the people who went to work, one of the things that motivated them was adventure. It was one of the reasons why during the fire era, it was very exciting for people to go and explore new lands. This was when America was discovered. This was when Australia was discovered. So again, if you had a son, it was quite possible that your boy wanted to join one of these expeditions because it meant that, you know, they were exploring new ground. And again, if a boy went to a captain and said, I want to join your ship, he wasn't really asking like, so how much food do I get? Then if my wife, if I'm away, then who's going to take care of my wife? Got include insurance or not? And last time people don't ask these kind of questions, you know. And in fact, if they actually asked about their livelihood, the captain would say, well, there's food on the ship. You want to go or not? You want to go, you get up there and start cleaning the ship, right? That's how it worked. So people went to work because it was adventure. And work was also for expression. Now, Singaporeans love to travel. Some of you have been to Europe, to China, and you realize that during that era, a lot of the buildings were like that. It was all about expression. Art flourished, music flourished. People wanted to show color. People wanted to show that there was talent. And so you find that a lot of these artists, they would go and serve the king. They would serve the queen. And in fact, it was a great privilege to be able to put this kind of expression out there. So again, they didn't necessarily do it for money. They did it because, you know, they knew that this was going to be a landmark project. And you found that almost everybody worked for royalty. They were, in fact, well, the kings and the queens. Everybody worked for them. You were a subject of the crown. And at the time, learning was really on at the time, okay? People were really into science. And a lot of it was not necessarily because they wanted to find a cure for cancer or anything like that. They wanted to discover. And that's what the period of time where astronomy was huge. And people wanted to ask a lot of philosophical questions. They genuinely wanted to learn, okay? And so what happened was the world changed. Of course, you know, when I describe all of this, it looked a bit like Hollywood movie. It's like, nowadays people don't think like that. You know, you go and tell people, I want to learn for discovery. Sometimes people laugh at you and say you're not practical, right? So what actually happened during this period was that the fire era disappeared. So that means from 1842 onwards, suddenly the world moved into a completely different direction. So what happened during that period was that suddenly a few new keywords came into our life. So there was a fall of the fire era, and then we transitioned into the earth era where all these keywords come out. Now, if you allow me to read out some of these words: productivity, possession, social status, profit, value, efficiency, system, materialism, achievement. Guys, I could go on. And all ending at the end, top 10%, luxury, investment, retirement, savings, guys. In a very simple nutshell, what happened from 1842 onwards is called kaching, right? So basically, money ruled the world. And of course, if you think about it, right, look at all these words, and you realize how far suddenly these words are the ones that we recognize. Adventure, we don't recognize. Honor, we don't recognize, right? Expression, we don't recognize. But these words, guys, who doesn't use these words at least once a day? At least once a day. And when you're at work, you probably use it every 5 minutes. So that means these are the principles that are very, very entrenched into our world. It is not just our world, it's your father's world. It is your grandfather's world, and it is your great-grandfather's world. For as far as we can remember, these are the important things. Now, however, remember I said that there was a period of what we call the sneak preview. So that means it was like not exactly earth, and it wasn't exactly fire also. So at first, they tried to combine the fire and the earth. Now, let me explain how this works. So that means if we look at 1819, all of you who are Singaporeans, you know what I'm talking about. This is when Sir Stamford Raffles first came to Singapore. And if you recall, he came for economic interests. Now, at the time, he was also serving the Queen, because Sir Stamford Raffles was a representative of the East India Company, which is a very strange entity because it was both an economic entity as well as it was something like a property of the state. So everything that they did was in the name of the Queen. In 1819, when Sir Stamford Raffles arrived in Singapore, his purpose was to search for a port, if you all remember. They wanted to do trade. And so that's why they needed a good location, and Singapore provided everything that Sir Stamford Raffles needed at the time. But what you want to notice is that the moment he arrived here in Singapore, first thing he did, he took the flag, the Union Jack of the United Kingdom, and he stuck it on the ground. So basically, it became a colony, right? So this is what I mean. So that means during the sneak preview period, you find that we are combining money and honor and glory at the same time. Everybody follow me? Okay, so that means 1819, you search for it on my timeline, you'll see that 1819 is in between the 1802 and the 1821. Now that is the half-half period, right? A bit half Kaching and half serve the Queen. Now what happened after 1842, if you look at our history, was that maybe at first they tried to combine the two, but then after a while, if you all think about it, right, nobody actually gives a damn about the Queen. Nobody cares, right? What we cared about was that we wanted to make money. So then trade came up. We started building buildings and we started to have agreements, and then all these trade agreements show up, people were making money, that's all they cared about after a while. So then the Queen started to lose her power bit by bit by bit. And of course, it was only much later afterwards that people started to shed the Queen in that sense, but the Queen definitely declined from that period onwards. Basically, bye-bye already. And that's what happened during that period. Okay, so now, as we made this transition, it also meant for all the people who lived at the time, there were all their jobs that died. And what happened was, look at this, art. You know, the fire era was when Shakespeare belongs to that era. Mozart belonged to that era, so did Beethoven. Now, in the past, art was a legit profession, okay? Nowadays, if you go and tell your friend, I want to go to La Salle and be an artist, first thing people get very concerned for you is like, draw picture can make money, right? That's the first thing. And your mother will probably get really upset if you wanted to be an artist. And religion used to be a very, very legit profession. People used to just serve religion in those days. Now, some of you may say that, but then we still have religion right now. Now, here's the thing. It still exists and it still continues if it changes in form. So that means right now you find that all the religions that exist are those who operate like companies. So basically there is a revenue model and they have systems and structures. They used to be like that. Okay, then of course philosophers used to be a legit profession also. Now here's the thing, other than university professors right now, show me an actual philosopher. Don't have already, okay? And astronomy is very close to my heart. And you'll find that, of course, astronomy has survived. Today, we call it NASA, we call it space programs, we call it like stargazing. But most of the people don't actually see it as a legit profession. And in fact, when we talk about NASA, we've actually seen that even astronomy has moved into the Earth era where, frankly, touch your heart, you know, it's all about Kaching, right? Okay, next, it's sailing and discovery. I can tell you after 1842, suddenly all your Magellans and your Columbus all no more already. And so therefore, nobody was sailing and discovering for the pride and honor of the Queen. Next was music. And of course you say, but then music still continues. But you see, you want to compare that to what we had before with Mozart, with Beethoven, where you actually had the musician playing music. Now in today's music industry, what they are doing is not necessarily selling music. They don't sell music anymore. What they do is they sell CDs, they sell vinyl records, they sell MP3s, they sell downloads, they sell a lot of other things right now, but I'm not really sure that they're not necessarily selling music by itself. Then next, of course, was things like military. It became not so trendy for people to like go and join the military. At least if they joined, it wasn't for pride and glory. It wasn't because like they wanted to protect their country. They joined because it was an iron rice bowl. They joined because they thought that the government would never fire them, and that if your wife gets pregnant, all the insurance and whatever, everything is covered. Isn't that nice? Okay, so that's the real reason why people join military nowadays. Last time, serving royalty used to be an entire industry. In fact, frankly, the whole country served the royalty. Nowadays, we still have a tiny group of people serving royalty, but we all know how that works, right? Basically, royalty is now decoration, and they are just YouTube stars nowadays. Okay, then, of course, handmade anything is bye-bye because the factories started coming up. I find like carpentry, blacksmiths, tailors. Now, at this point, I'm going to pause. Okay, and I want you all to realize that around the time of the Industrial Revolution, the factories came up. And what this meant was that new products showed up that made a lot of the old-fashioned people a little bit upset. Now, if you look at tailors, in the past, people either made their own clothes Or if you were a bit more rich, you could pay a tailor. And people were very proud of it because it was expression. They wanted the clothes to be exactly the way that they wanted. Now you need to understand that when the factories came up, it meant that mass-produced, factory-made clothing, the cotton kind, started to show up. It meant that the t-shirt showed up. And it also meant that a lot of people look at the t-shirt and go like, what the hell is that? I'm not going to wear that terrible thing. I'm going to wear what my tailor had made. But you see, but the people who didn't make the transition, now the people who moved into t-shirts really quickly, we all know what happened to them. They switched really well into the new era, and it meant a lot of them became multi-millionaires. And you'll find that those who stuck with the tailors of old meant that they might have struggled very, very badly during this era. And of course, horses, I spoke about that before, and gunpowder used to be a thing. Now, I deliberately put gunpowder here as one of the industries because I have also explained that some of the jobs that we are seeing right now in 2020 are going to disappear completely. And some people have written to me and say, how can it be, right? We have hundreds, thousands of people around the world who are in that profession. How can that profession disappear? I said, well, there used to be hundreds of thousands of people in gunpowder also, but one development, basically, they didn't need gunpowder anymore. And what this meant was that anyone who was in gunpowder is pretty much bye-bye. Now, I understand that gunpowder probably exists somewhere in the world, but I want everybody to understand that when I say an industry dies, it doesn't mean it disappears completely, but what used to engage like maybe 300,000 people around the world is now going to be a small, tiny percentage of people, which means the demand doesn't justify having so many people in that particular industry. Okay, so what I want you to understand is that as the world makes a transition, a lot of people lose their jobs, and this has happened before. Now, just because we didn't have all the major statistics from the 1800s doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Okay, so that means now people had to rethink, who am I? Now, in the past, in the fire era, people thought of themselves as soldiers. And you know how when you watch Hollywood movie, and if they ask you, how many men have you got? And they reply, I have 50,000 men. And what this means is that when we go to war, we've got like strength, 50,000 people. And if we were to ask, okay, your kingdom, how many people do you have? And if the queen says, I have 50,000 people, it simply means that I have power because 50,000 people bow to me and call me queen, right? So that's how that works. But when we moved into the Earth era, something shifted. People stopped thinking of themselves as soldiers. We stopped thinking of ourselves as subjects. In fact, we became workers. Now, I tried to find a picture as early as possible. Now, this photograph was taken from one of the very early factories, and it was very early on in the 1800s. Now, why did I do that? It's because I wanted to show you that actually nothing much has changed. Now, we all look at this photograph and you realize that suddenly, within a very short space, this is the world that we all recognize. Yes, I know it is child labor, but you know, they have a job, they have to work, they work hard, and then they complain about their jobs. This is the world that we understand. And you find that although it's been 100 plus years, the world hasn't changed much since then. This is what we look like now. People are still workers. So that means when somebody asks you, how many people are there in your kingdom? And when you reply, okay, we have 5 billion people, 5 million people, it's not about how many soldiers you've got. They simply want to know how many worker ends do you have? How much are you producing? What is your GDP? Right? This is exactly what we care about. Now, if you look at this picture, actually the people still look the same. They are better educated, they wear nicer clothes, they are richer, and they are more sophisticated. But frankly, look at that, not much diff lah, okay? So then people haven't changed very much. So as long as we remain in the Earth era, even you put 100 years or so, actually the world is the same. And you find that as we move into the Earth era, people fight, but not for glory and not for honor. People fight for money. And it is the reason why countries go to war. They fought each other over what? Over islands. Why? Because the island got oil lah, that's why, right? And so the world wars, right? Why did Germany start to attack people around them? Because then they got resources, they got money, I want to make you more strong. More strong, but not in military might, more strong in financial might. And you find even among us, the regular people, how many times have you seen brother and sister taking each other to court? Why? Money lah. For inheritance, just killing each other because we are fighting for nothing else than money. You've seen people backstab each other. You've seen people fight for, sabotage each other for promotions just to look good in front of a camera. What have we been fighting for the last 100 plus years? Kaching, money. And next, of course, you find that most people move to cities. When the Industrial Revolution came up, London was one of the first cities that came up, and it grew massively over just something like 6 years. It was insane. Right? And you found that was when a lot of the big cities started growing. All the places like Los Angeles, like New York City, like Beijing, like Singapore. Now here's the thing, Singapore, as I mentioned, was founded in 1819 when Sir Stamford Raffles came. Now if you're a Singaporean like me, the truth is, Singapore doesn't really have a history before Sir Stamford Raffles. So that means we kind of only came into existence just around there. And what this tells you is that Singapore as a country was born during the Earth era. We have, for all intents and purposes, Singapore has never known the fire era. We were never involved in that. So that means this picture that you see of modern Singapore was literally born over there. And as we moved into this Kaching world, and we found that Singapore did very well for itself, right? We rose quickly over this period of time, and we became very rich, as did Hong Kong, as did several other cities that I mentioned before. Okay? So basically, cities were great because it was where you could have jobs, it was where money was. Kaching again. So now we work in mass production. So pictures like this became very normal. We decided not to leave the chickens in the farms. We decided to put them in tiny little spaces, very similar to the way that we have packed all our Bangladeshi workers together in all these tiny little spaces. And why? Because it is mass production, because it is efficient, because we want to spend the least amount of money to maximize the most amount of output. And so then the idea was to have maximum output. This is also the period in the Industrial Revolution where human technology became so good that we learned how to dig from the ground, and we learned how to extract oil and fuel and diamonds and coal from all the mines and the oil rigs around the world. Now the idea was to maximize output. If there is this many diamonds, we're going to mine all of it. If there's that much oil, we're going to just suck all of it out of the ground. The moment we find a new oil well, everybody fights and kills each other just so that we can have that new oil well. So the idea is that we maximize output. Now this goes beyond just industrial output. And you realize that as the world gets more and more sophisticated, even regular people like us will also very conditioned into this idea of maximize output. Now consider that if you have $10,000, and you decided to put it into an investment. Say you already invested, and you know how it's ingrained in us. We start to have a wandering eye. You start to click around and maybe search for something else that could maximize your output even better. Now, of course, we call this ROI. We want to get better ROI. Now, if this is giving me 4%, if I can find something that can give me 4.4%, I'm switching my stuff. So that means what I want you to understand is that we are all product of this generation. We are all born and bred. Our parents taught us, our teachers taught us, everybody said maximize output. Okay, and so we all went to work, all of us went to work. Why? Because for the reasons of salary, benefits, and security. These are the very first questions when you decide to get a job. And these are also the reasons why people switch jobs very often. Right? You get a job, it pays $3,000. If somebody is willing to pay you 3.6, you move. Right? And of course, it's very easy to sort of do this comparison. And you wanted to be compensated because you spend all your time, your effort, and your expertise with the company. You wanted all of these things. And you found that the other thing that came out was work for giant MNCs. Why would most people prefer to do that? Is because there was security, there was more money, there was more kaching, right? So it's the basis of all the decisions that we make in our world. Now, even when we learn, now it used to be that people learn because they were excited and they wanted to discover things about the world. But then when the world changed, you find that even learning became kaching. Now think about it, guys, those of you who are older and you finished school already, right? You know how when you were younger and you didn't want to do your homework and then you fail your exam, and people would tell you, you better go and do your homework and study hard because in future, you're going to be poor. In future, you're not going to get a job. In future, you're going to be the road sweeper when you could have been a CEO. And you notice how nobody told you that if you didn't study, you're going to be stupid. Yeah, they didn't say you're going to be stupid, they said you're going to be poor. Right? So even going to school is for what? It's for kaching. That's what it was. Okay, and it is also one of the reasons why there are also other earth concepts, like for example, top 10% that we wanted to compare. Basically, I look at your score, hey, your score is 98, my score is 95, which means you are better than me. So one of the reasons why we put numbers onto everything was because we wanted to compare and see which one was better. And it also meant that we could divide people. So I don't know about you, but when I was in school in Singapore, there was something called the EM1, EM2, and EM3. The whole idea was to separate people. Why? it's called an economic reason. So that means if you were very good at studying, that you could potentially be maybe one of the managers or the executives of the future. And then maybe if you were quite lousy with your academics, then they sent you off to some vocational college where in Singapore, we joke, right? We say it's the end. Why? Because then if you cannot study means you got no money, right? So that's the whole idea, it's catching world. But you see, why did I show you this? Because it's so essential for us to understand how the world operates right now and how all of us, myself included, I'm 35 years old and I'm a Singaporean. My upbringing is exactly the same as yours, right? And so what happens is in 2020, something very important happens because it all disappears. And what this means is that all these things that we held on to is dying. And you need to know that when I presented this in January, nobody had any inkling of what I was talking about. There were people who said, crazy bitch. They told me, crazy bitch, right? It's like, how can it be that all these big companies are going to fail? How can it be that we are going to lose billions and billions of dollars? Well, I mean, here it is, right? So now we are in May 2020. The reality is that it's already beginning. And anyone who doesn't believe this right now might have to rethink their ideas. So now the next question that comes out is, so what will happen in the air era? And just as I've done for other things, let's go back into the past, because actually we had a sneak preview in 1981. Remember I said there was a sneak preview, so something changed in the world in 1981 and it was air. So which means that if we go back into the past, we can have some kind of idea of what we can expect from 2020 onwards. So what you'll see is that a lot of these new keywords show up. Remember, every time we move into a new element, there are a lot of new concepts that show up. Now, if you look at this list, communicate, discussion, online, internet, technology, interactive media. Now, none of these words should come as any surprise to you. There is no surprise because all of these words have been around since 1981, right? So that means we know this, okay? But here's the thing, what exactly happened in 1981 that made all of this come into our lives? Have a look at this. In 1981, IBM created the PC, or at least it was cheap and small enough for people to buy and put in their house. How many of you remember the day that you got your first computer? Now, I got mine when I was 11. Now, if you remember, please raise your hand. If you remember the day your father went out and spent maybe a few $1,000s, and it was a thing, you know, everybody got excited, everybody wanted to touch the computer. You all remember this, right? Now, it changed the world, guys, right? Look at what you're looking at right now. You're looking at the screen. This is where it all began. In 1981, right, those of you who remember Super Mario, right? I love Super Mario, okay? And it's like, you know, and you find that it changed a lot of behavior. Didn't you realize that in the past, people like to play masa-masa, people like to play action figures, people play catching, hide and seek. And did you realize from 1981 onwards, when video games first started coming out, as well as computer games, did you realize that all the children didn't want to play all those anymore and they just wanted to play video games? Now, those of you who remembered, do you remember the old Tetris? The old Tetris handheld game, right? And did you remember how all the families fought over it, right? Everybody, hey, my turn, right? And so, and who remembers the Tamagotchi? Who remembers the Digimon? Okay? And this was the obsession that came out of there. And what I want everyone to realize is that when the obsession began, it didn't end. Up to now, video games is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And those of you who are parents, those of you with kids, have you realized that they are all addicted to the iPad? And your kids do not want to play masa-masa anymore. They don't even want to play action figures. Some of them don't even know what's an action figure anymore, right? Reality. Next, 1982, the 3.5-inch floppy disk was invented. Who remembers the floppy disk? Now, I remember the floppy disk. I was in primary school when they gave me it started with the bigger one, right? The 5.5-inch. Then you put it at the side like this, vertically. And very quickly, now here's the thing. Did you all realize how quickly the 5.5-inch floppy disk became the small one, the 3.5-inch floppy disk? And in fact, that meant that all the schools, everybody had to change. Now, the floppy disk changed the world because before that, we all walked around with stacks and stacks of paper because that was the only way that we could pass information from one to another. And when the floppy disk came out, it meant that all those paper could be put into like one floppy disk. Of course, the file size was very small in those days. But what I want to bring out here, guys, is that the air era, write this down, in the air era, technology moves damn friggin' fast. Because what happened was 5.5-inch to 3.5-inch, which was very, very quickly replaced by what? The compact disc, the CD. And after we had the CD, what happened? There were other things, right? If you all remember, there was the huge laser disc, and after that there was Blu-ray, and after that somebody invented the thumb drive, and very quickly after the thumb drive, what happened? We had cloud. Okay, and so what I'm trying to explain to you here is that in the air era, once 2020 passes, you should expect that a lot of the technology that was like going super slow in the last few years will suddenly move, and they will move at breakneck speed. Next is 1983. Suddenly you found that phones didn't have to be connected to that little wall plug anymore. And this was revolutionary. It meant that you could connect to anybody even when you were sitting on the bus. Now here's the thing, if you look at this phone right now, of course we laugh at it. We look at it, it's like a brick, right? And it's so old-fashioned. But at the time, if you own one of these, wow, you are damn cool eh. You know, that's why we had people on the bus going like, hello, 想卡点位, right? You were the coolest guy ever. Okay, then next, we found that in 1988, new invention, the digital camera. The idea that you could stick a memory card, this tiny little card, into your camera and take pictures and immediately see the pictures was pretty insane for that time. And it meant that at the time, Kodak died. If you all recall, last time you take photograph, you had to wait a few weeks because you had to send it to the Kodak or the Fuji Xerox place and get it developed. And the fact that you didn't have to wait anymore meant that that company pretty much bye-bye already. And of course, you see, the digital camera is important because it has given birth to our current era of Instagram, of Facebook. The idea that you can just take a picture and upload it is pretty freaking insane. Okay, and so of course, this was also the time that we had the Polaroids. Okay, that means the other keyword, please write this down, is the word instant. Nobody want to wait anymore. We don't want a processing time. We want it right now. Next, in 1989, the triple W was born, the internet was born, and it meant that suddenly the world wasn't just the can see, can touch kind of world. Not enough really, we had a virtual world. And it meant that people started putting things on it. We started populating the virtual world. And right now, look at it. When we are all stuck at home, we literally live in the virtual world. Next, 1992, the dial-up internet showed up. Who remembers this? The ee-yaw, ee-yaw. You remember that? and you must remember the days when you got scolded by your mother because you kept going online, right? And then you fight with your siblings, my turn, and then your mother would call in and scold all of you because then you were holding up the phone line. Now this changed the world because after that it meant that everybody was online. The smartphone came around, someone said let's put email into phone, you know what happened, that's the early version of your iPhone, right? And in 1997, nowadays we are obsessed with social media, but let me tell you that Facebook was not the first social media site. The very first one is this site called 6 Degrees. And the idea was that, for example, right now I'm a Singaporean, a female Singaporean, and if we talk about, say, an African bushman somewhere over there, now those of you who are not familiar with the 6 Degrees thing, means that if you connected me with an African bushman, we only had 6 degrees of separation before actually all humans in the world are actually interconnected. Now how can that be? Because the bushman might have some kind of researcher over there looking at all these African guys, and that researcher might know somebody in NUS who was doing research, and that person who was doing research might have been my lecturer when I was at NUS doing a class, for example. And what this meant was that the air era, write this down, equality, where you find that all race, religion, nationality, everything falls down. No one cares. And in fact, we are all equal. There is no such thing as better or less. Not like in the Earth era when we wanted to compare and say who was better and who was less better. Now, I want you to pay attention to a diagram that is on the right-hand side. Can you see get an invitation now? And you'll see that there's this little ball diagram with all the lines connecting to it. Now, this diagram is extremely important because another one of the keywords for the air era is called connection, connectivity. And especially as each connection is equal in itself, and the idea is how many people can you connect to. This is a crucial concept which I will explain more after lunch. Now in Singapore, in 1981, as I said, that it moved into air. Just as in Singapore, in 2020, we have an exact date, right? I gave you the date, it was 22nd of December. In 1981, the exact date that we made the transition was the 1st of July, 1981. Some of you were alive in 1981 on 1st of July, and if you think about it, like did anything actually happen on 1st of July? Not that you remember, but look at this. On the 1st of July 1981, creative technology in Singapore was born, and that was the day Mr. Sim Wong Hoo created the Sound Blaster. And it meant that it brought us the sound, the audio sound that we are used to today, and it put Singapore on the world map. Now, the other thing that happened was also on the 1st of July, the exact dates, 1981, Changi Airport opened for operations. This is the official birthday of Changi Airport. It is also the official birthday of the first flight from Singapore Airlines. And this was what made Singapore be able to connect very quickly to all countries around the world. Again, Changi Airport put Singapore on the world map. And of course, 1 month later, 1st of August 1981, we also opened a brand new university called the Nanyang Technological Institute. This was the early version of NTU. And some of you watching this are actually graduates from NTU. So that means in the air era, you realize some of the keywords here is that things were damn cool. It was like when you came out with a new device, people are like, wow, what is that? Wow, how does it work? And there was a lot of this advanced technology. And what was important was that it was free. For a short period of time, suddenly the kaching disappeared. Because who remembers MIRC? Can you raise your hand? You can see that little button there. Come, let's make this interactive. Come on, guys. Air era means interactive. Let's all participate, okay? So who remembers MIRC? And you used it, right? We all went there and we put like, you know, you put some avatar, some nick, right? The people ask you what's your nick, then you put your nick, then you slash M or F, then slash how old you were, and slash what secondary school you came from right now. I did that. Who remembers that there was no PayPal button? Who remembers that there were no advertisements? Do you remember that, right? I mean, you went there, you use it for a whole day from morning to night and nobody charged you a cent. Nobody sent you an advertisement. Nobody sent you a link to click and please come and buy my shit, right? No, don't have. Okay, so then ICQ, who remember ICQ? Remember? It's like, I used to fight with my brother. I asked him to log out because I wanted to chat with my friends, right? So ICQ, did ICQ ask you, look at this screenshot that I gave you, got advertisement or not? Don't have, I never see any advertisement. I also never see any PayPal button. I never see any of that. So how the hell did ICQ make any money, right? And look at newgrounds.com. Some of you know this, some of you don't, right? Newgrounds.com was awesome. I loved it. They're free flash movies. People created games, entire games, and they put it for free. And you could go there, you could play all you want, never had to pay a cent. No advertisements. Look at that, no advertisements. Okay, next, Napster. Who remembers Napster? Okay, quick confess, who went and downloaded? Right, all you freaking pirates, right? And here's the thing, I downloaded too. We all did, right? We downloaded movies, MP3s, you name it. Okay, so Napster was one until they called us pirates, until they decided in the year 2000 that all these terrible people had to pay for the intellectual property that you were stealing from the big companies, the big MNCs. And so that's when Napster went to court and the poor guy had to pay a huge fine. Who remembers BitTorrent? Right, it's the same thing, right? We were all downloading like crazy, right? Now it's quite safe to confess, lah. I cannot see one, okay? So you can confess and say, I also download, and mine is public confession, okay? But here's the thing, that's the funny thing I want to ask you, okay? If you think about the concept of a free download, that means you don't need to pay and you could benefit from it. Everybody loves that. It's free, what? Just listen for free, right? And the thing is, that part everyone understands. But here's the thing, can you see that on the left-hand side, those names there, Fedora something, Big Buck something, never say, I think it's never say die lah. Now these guys, now at the time, internet connection was not very fast, you all agree? It's like an upload is not few minutes. That means if you were to download a movie, somebody had to upload the movie. Make sense? And last time it wasn't 2 minutes upload. It could be 30 hours upload. You all remember or not? It used to take 30 hours to download. So upload is about the same. Now somebody paid for the internet. Somebody turned on their computer and generously shared that file. Why in the world would they do that? And here's the thing, that when you went and downloaded, if you all recall, when you did a search, right, it wasn't one guy who was feeding the internet. There were hundreds of them. You could even choose who you want to download from, and the files were all the same. Now, the fact that people want to download, that part we understand. The part that we didn't understand is why were people uploading it? That's the crazy thing. It cost them time. It cost them money, it cost them effort. Why do they do it? And this is the other thing that's in an air era that people actually give. Frankly, I don't even know who is this RIP2. I don't even know what country he's from, but I was downloading from him. Now the reality here is, why? He doesn't even know me. Why would he do this for me? Okay, and so this is the funny part, which I will come right back to after lunch. And I promise you guys that I will show you things that nobody knows and nobody understands. I will explain how it works. Okay, so that means after that the world changed though, and we all remember that in the year 2000, we went back to Earth, which means we kind of got like a bit scratched head and like, how come all these people do these things for free? So then we decided that maybe let's put the kaching back in, right? Let's make some money out of it. And if you remember, between the year 2000 to right now, in the last 20 years, the world went back to Earth. Suddenly we see things or at first we tried to combine. We combine the kaching with the technology, and we see things like this. Pricing plans start to show up. You remember that, right? They ask you to click. They ask you to pay PayPal. Now we got Pay Now. Right? Ask you to choose. Right? You all remember that. Next, Facebook, also a social media site. Only this time around, they started to ask questions like, what is Facebook's revenue model? Suddenly, when they talk about IPO, and for a while, the world was so obsessed about the IPO price of Facebook. There were countless articles saying, is it worth it? Is it value for money? Is Facebook going to be able to substantiate its value, efficiency, yada, yada, yada. Next, YouTube. People are uploading videos for free. And then they were saying like, okay, how can we make this into a revenue model? The kaching came back into our world. After that, iPhone came up, super expensive, 4 figures. It took up people's entire salaries. But what did they do? They queue up outside the shops. Everybody wanted an iPhone because it made you look good. It made you look like you were like certain level, you know. And if you look at this screen here, every app there, if you think about it, every app is like it's like a little shop front, you know. It's like, hey, great, you know, now it's like click on this $1, click on this $3.50, right? That's the whole idea. We brought the kaching back into technology. And in the end, they decided, since it's so combined together, then might as well just make technology money also lah. So then became like Bitcoin and all the various types of cryptocurrencies that came up. So this was how the world tried to combine, can you all see it, right? The world tried to combine technology together with money, just like how Sir Stamford Raffles 200 years ago decided to combine commerce together with serving the Queen. Now at some point, though, like I said, now Raffles learned very quickly that you could keep the make money part, but you couldn't keep the serve Queen part. And what this means is from 2020 onwards, and we are seeing it already right now, guys, that the kaching part disappear. It's gone. And all that's left is all those keywords that I gave you just now when we talk about all the internet things, the MRRC thing, the ICQ thing. And while all of you, some people may be panicking right now, and it's a bit like, so then how we make money? But you know how in 1981 to 2000, did you recall actually no one died? Somehow MRRC can go on. Do you know MRRC is still around and it's still free? That's the crazy part, right? Do you know that newgrounds.com is still around? Do you know that ICQ is still around and there are still no ads? They just went on. No one died. Okay? So then here's the thing. If the only air concepts remain, and what this means is look at all these words and look at them carefully, because they will very soon disappear from your life and you will stop using them already. Okay? So then all these words will disappear. And what this means is just like the last time we had a transition in the era, we are going to see some industries decline. I was quite kind. At first it says died, but I decided to be quite kind to you all and I replaced it with decline, okay? And I know that if I am presenting this list, I know I'm going to upset a lot of you. Just like with the fire era, the truth is 80-90% of the entire population is in these trades. And for me to go to a bunch of people and say that your trade is pretty much going to hasta la vista after this, is going to be very upsetting for a lot of people. Okay, but I want to reiterate here why am I showing you this, because like I said, I recognize you came here for the truth. If you don't want the truth, you can go and read like all the other media, right? But the thing is, if you come here, let's be real straight, so that we understand what is going to happen, then you can make decisions. Okay, now first of all, as the world starts to move away from maximizing the resources that we are grabbing from around us, mining and fuel are the first to go. And you can already see that there are protesters right now running against all the ExxonMobils, all the Shells, basically all these companies, this kind of pattern one is gone case already. Now, I'm not just talking about the companies that are actually mining and are digging out oil, okay? I'm also talking about the secondary and the tertiary industries that come after it. Many of you know that there was an oil crisis in March. Means the pattern has already started. And some of you who are familiar with this know that there is a company in Singapore called Hin Leong that was on the news because the oil crisis bombed so bad that they actually owed, the amount that they owed the banks was 4.25 billion. Just in case you all don't know how much is 4.25 billion, it was that our stimulus package, when Heng Swee Keat announced stimulus package, 4.25 billion is almost the price of the kind of money that entire countries are injecting to stimulate economy. And so that means it's like you cannot be short-sighted, okay? When I say mining and fuel, I include all those other secondary and tertiary trades as well. Bye-bye already. Next is construction. Now I need to explain something about construction, okay? Now construction is very important in Singapore. And so far, and this one I really must iterate. Now in Singapore, in the past, whenever we always have a crisis, one of the things that has worked for Singapore so far is we simply, the government will just release land parcel. So that means they'll start to release all this so that the developers will come and buy the land, and then we can start building buildings. Now, why it has worked in the past is because suddenly it created a lot of jobs. So if you recall things like the MBS, things like even Sentosa resorts, you'll find that it created a lot of jobs. It pumped like millions, billions into our economy, and it was very good for Singapore. Now, the problem with this entire period here is that because we are transiting from earth to air, one of the biggest problems is that cities will start to fall. That means what I'm saying here does not apply just to Singapore. It is to every major city in the world. You'll find that people will start to vacate the cities. And some people said, like, you crazy, now that all these cities have how many billion people, how can they just vacate? Now, let me explain something to you all. You recall I said that in the air era, a lot of technology will move very quickly. And I'm not even going to name all the technology because although I'm an astrologer, it's like I'm not a boomer, okay? I cannot see what technology is going to come up. But let's take something that we can all visualize, okay? Let's start with solar power, okay? Solar power. Now, I want you to imagine that right now you are watching my webinar, and chances are you're looking at it through your laptop screen or your phone screen, agree? And right now, both of these run on electricity. And what this means is that now that we have been staying home for a bunch of months, right, we are addicted to these two things, your laptop and your phone. And it means that you are also addicted to the wall plug. Because at some point, chances are right now your laptop is plugged into a wall plug somewhere. And even if your phone is not, at some point you run out of battery, you have to go looking for a wall plug. And what this means is that we are now addicted. But let's just say if your phone could run on solar power. Let's just say if my laptop run on solar power. Frankly, as an audience, do you all really care whether I'm sitting in Singapore or not? I could be sitting somewhere in the Sahara Desert, and as long as I'm still looking at you, as long as I can still present my PowerPoints, like, why do you give a damn where in the world I am? So the reality is that if solar power is going to move fast, chances are the first few things it's going to affect is all those things that we are using right now. And I would like, especially the Singaporeans, to imagine, okay, if I am not now addicted to the wall plug, is it even 2% possible that I might choose to not live in a place that is congested, crowded, super expensive, where we have tiny little HDB flats that cost like $1 million, and we try to squeeze 5-6 people into it, when I could move to somewhere nice, with a great scenery, with my husband, buy a nice piece of land, build a nice house of my dreams, and a whole thing costs a tiny fraction of what I would pay for a HDB flat here in Singapore. Now here, those of you who live in cities, consider that when technology releases all of us from all of these binds, especially those with no job, right? Then you just go wherever you like, right? And the reality is that when that option becomes available to everybody, now is it possible that people will start to vacate the cities? Okay, so that means if we keep building, the question is, you building for who? I'm also not very sure. Okay, so then this becomes a very big problem for construction. Some of you think that I put construction there because the Bangla got COVID-19. Now that is a temporary problem. What I'm describing here is a permanent problem. That's something that everyone needs to understand. Next, things like accounting, degrees, auditing, compliance. Why? Because what happens was with the growth of the MNCs, suddenly we had thousands of people trying to work together, and it meant a lot of confusion. So people need systems, people need rules and regulations so that you make sure that we draw line. By the way, this one is mine, this one is yours. Please don't cross the line, because if you cross the line and you use my stuff, I'm going to sue you, and you better compensate and pay me. And this is one of the reasons why accounting came up. And it's one of the reasons why we have auditors, compliance. The whole idea was so that if you cross the line, I could send you a letter that says, well, pay me, kaching, right? It's right down to kaching again. So now as a lot of these MNCs start to fail around now, and you can open up your news report and see for yourself that they are all fading right now, then of course all these systems might become a lot less important. As you see right now on the streets, people are already forming communities to give out vegetables, to give out things. You kind of don't really need that old system, is already failing. Next, consumerism. When the Industrial Revolution came out and there was mass production, it meant that, you know, last time, if you went to a tailor to make your clothes, right, it takes very long time, plus it's quite expensive. So you find that in the past, people didn't used to have entire wardrobes full of clothes and shoes and all that stuff. But Industrial Revolution made a lot of these things very affordable. And that's why some of you have friends who have more than 100 pairs of shoes, even though they only have 2 feet. And you find that there are lots of people also have entire wardrobes, walk-in wardrobes. Sometimes their wardrobe is bigger than my entire HDB flat. You know, but here's the thing, in the last 2 to 3 months, have all of you noticed that you stopped buying shit? I mean, you're buying food, I get it, right? Maybe you had bought like a webcam because you need to go online. Maybe you bought a better laptop, maybe you upgraded some of your IT stuff. But other than the essentials, did you notice that you stopped buying stuff? Because we don't go to the shopping malls anymore. And if you don't walk past, then it doesn't, you know the things you don't buy sunglasses, you don't buy like the extra cap because it looks damn cool and you like the color. Consumerism is gone. We all know that retail is bye-bye. Next, wealth management, investments, banking, real estate. And I know a lot of people are going to get upset with me here, okay? And many people say that, wow, look, the whole world has got billions, trillions of dollars in these industries. How can it fail? After all, there are hundreds of thousands of like, pick anything like insurance agent, property agent, there's a lot of them. Now, here, one of the biggest problems here is that while it can continue for a while, now I showed you the timeline for 2020. And those of you who understood the previous section, it means that a lot of these industries are based on the markets that are being controlled right now by the MNCs. And as the whole thing starts to go into a meltdown situation, nobody actually really knows what's going to come out of all of these investments that people are putting their money in. Now, the next thing here is that what I'm trying to explain is that even if it doesn't die in 2020, let's just say May is wrong, okay? May is totally wrong. I know lots of people are saying I'm doomsayer and they don't agree with this. I get it, okay? But would we agree that all of us who are working want to be in an industry that has some measure of longevity? Okay, that means if you are spending time, money, and effort in your industry, you kind of want it to continue. Let's all agree on this, okay? Now, I want to share a very quick story that shows you that the future generation is not very interested in all of these things. Okay, and I have a friend who does training and he does like media branding. He shows people how to go on social media posting so that you can brand your company and that kind of stuff, right? So then he does a lot of this training very often. Okay, so then very recently he was asked to go to a polytechnic, a local polytechnic, to train all these 19-year-olds in social media branding. So he was invited as a speaker. So he went, and of course, you know, a speaker, right, they do their usual thing, which is they start with the question, right? They say, okay, how many people here are interested in using social media to make some money? Okay, if you're interested, raise your hand. And you know how when he does it with us normal working people, everybody raise their hand, right? They're like, hey, I want to learn, right? And here's the funny thing, all the 19-year-olds, nobody raised their hand. And at first, he was like, weird, how nobody raised their hand. Usually when I ask, why everybody raised their hand, no? So then he thought they didn't understand the question. He thought, okay, maybe they're students, they don't understand this. He said, okay, guys, what I'm trying to explain to you here is that I will teach you how to post things on social media, and then after that you get kaching, you know? And then he asked, okay, let's try this again. How many people want to learn this? And he looked at all the 19-year-olds, and here's the weird thing. They still never raised their hand. And these kids, they're not stupid, they understand the question. And what I'm trying to explain to all the old 4Gs here, and I include myself in that category, old 4Gs means you are above 19 years old. It means that the people who are 19 and below have zero interest in learning how to post things online and make money. Okay, and what this means is that if you are going to have longevity, you need to see whether the new generation, the millennials and the Gen Z, are they interested in these things? Now, when they are not, then the question here is that's why it is going to decline. And a lot of these industries have not admitted this. Okay, now I'm going to cover a little bit more. So, of course, luxury, and I don't just put any luxury, I put bracket mass. I need to explain to you all, luxury got different kind, okay? There is luxury that we buy, and there's luxury that the very, very, very rich people buy, okay? Now, how do you tell the difference? If you recognize the name, means it is mass luxury, mass market. If you never heard of the name before, that means that one is extreme luxury. It's the kind that you can add up all the money in your don't know how many generations you cannot afford one. So that means when I talk about mass luxury, I include things like your LV, things like your Rolex, things like your I don't know, Prada, Armani. The names that you know, these become what we call status symbols. It is what all the regular worker ants strive very hard, save money just to buy. Why? Because we want to show off lah. You want to show people that I have arrived, so that when you go for a meeting, you make sure that your customers saw you were wearing a Rolex watch, okay? So now it gets a bit complicated now because there are a mass of things right now, right? First of all, people don't really do business meetings live anymore. So no one gets to see your Rolex watch, no one gets to see your branded briefcase. So that one is pretty much gone case. In fact, your shoes, you know, have you noticed no one's wearing shoes anymore, right? So then the reality is mass market luxury is going to disappear. Now, this does not include the really, really luxury, okay? So because those people, they belong in a different category. Now, as people lose their jobs and they don't need to show off anymore, luxury mass market is going to be bye-bye. Do not be surprised if you see people like Prada, Armani, and LV start to go bankrupt. Next, retail. That one you already know. I won't say anything. Now, worker training, human resources. These two have always been strong. And in fact, some people are saying, but worker training and human resource should be very strong one, right? I mean, right now there's a lot of this upskilling, and in fact, our local government is asking people to go back and take up traineeships, learn new skills. Then worker training should be good, right? Now, here's the thing. I think training is going to be very, very strong, but not this kind of training. The kind of training that relies on huge MNCs with thousands of staff to send, last time if you're a training provider, you hit the jackpot. If you got a big MNC to send their 3,000 people to you, you win already. Then you all can pay bonus already. But the thing is, that's assuming, number one, that the MNC is still around. And now, if the MNC around, number two, do they still have thousands of staff, or did they slash the headcount until left like very few people already? And what this means is that the kind of training business model that relied on closing one client and close few thousand people at one go might be a thing of the past. Okay, and so that's why even as we look at human resources, that is totally going to change, because if the hiring doesn't happen, and a lot of these work, the way we're going to work is completely going to change, which I will cover in extreme detail after lunch later. Manufacturing, this one you all also already know. Okay, so now I've come to the end of my list, but you need to know that this is not an exhaustive list. That means it doesn't end here. There are many, many other secondary, tertiary industries that I put these up because it helps me to explain to you what are some of the changes. And a lot of people are blaming COVID-19. They think it is temporary, that once COVID is over, then we can all go back to normal. But have you all realized that all these patterns that I'm mentioning right now are not temporary, they are permanent. And it's very, very hard for the world to get back into it. And this is why all these industries on my list, there are others that are maybe in the gray area, but if it's on this list, it is confirmed plus chop, bye-bye. Okay, next. Now, after lunch, I am going to cover this, the more information about the future of work. Now, as of right now, you can see that we are about 12 plus, and this is something that I do in all of my webinars, okay? I always want to leave a lot of time for the end, because that's when I want to have, I'm going to take my time after lunch, okay? So then I want everybody to just really take a very, very good break, because I'm going to go on for quite a bit after lunch. Okay, now, the way things are going, you all need to know that this is a live webinar. And what this means is that it really depends on how long I take to sort of cover things. So I cannot promise you that I will not overrun later. I might overrun by a little bit, and I overran a little bit in the webinar 2 days ago. And I want everybody to understand that if I did that, it's only because there is a lot to cover. I want to make sure that everybody understands what is happening, okay? And so if you have some kind of plans that are immediately after this webinar, you might want to sort of like make some arrangements. I hereby beseech that you stick around, because it's you don't want to miss this, right? And if you came here because your friend told you to stay, you will understand that the last part is the most important. Okay, and so now before I break you up for lunch, okay, I wanted to remind all of you that actually a lot of people still don't know this. You look around you, actually the world and the whole of Singapore is still operating in a very, very earth mindset. People are still waiting for school to reopen. We are still waiting to get back into universities, to go back and buy property and things like that. Now, a lot of people are still being duped into thinking that it is okay to not do anything to prepare. A lot of people are just waiting for the handouts, waiting for their company to get back to normal. They are not making the changes that are necessary. So I just want to share very quickly with you. And yes, 2 days ago when I did this webinar, during the lunch break, my team was overwhelmed with comments coming in from the audience saying that, I mean, it's like, wow, I have attended paid webinars, and even the paid speaker also never even gives so much, right? Why is it that in a free webinar that you people are giving so much, and what is in it for your team? Here's the thing, that you need to realize that I have spoken right now for about 2+ hours, and trust me, I'm going to speak for 6 hours, almost non-stop. Okay, and I want to show you some of the people who had gone online to help us share. Now, the only reason why we are doing this is because we need lots of people to know this. Otherwise, everybody is just looking at the news report and thinking that the world is just going to go back to normal. And this is why the Trojan horse victory is going to be even more scary, because imagine you are the one who knows something is wrong. When July comes about, you will know that, oh shit, on the date exactly this is what Mei Sing said would happen and it's already happening, you try to tell people and they say, no, it's normal, government say that this is what they expected. And it's very hard for us to do anything when only a small tiny group of people know what is going on and the rest of the people are still in the dark. Okay, so please help us to share. We haven't charged you a cent for this, and in fact, all your friends who are coming, we are not going to charge them anything, right? And so I'm just going to show you that these are some of the previous people from my webinars in April who went online, and I would like to thank these people for not just sharing, but also taking a screenshot of their shares and sending it to us. And I'd like to thank these people for their very sincere sharing, okay? So Zhenhua asked his friends to come, and it's a much more productive use of their time than just gnawing at home during this CB. And Belle, who actually is an insurance agent, not only was she not pissed with me, she even shared on social media and she sent this to me as well. Okay, I thank you very much, Belle and Zhenhua. Okay, so then for the rest of you who are watching this, as you're having your lunch, now here's the thing. With lunch, because I expect that I have really a lot of material to cover after lunch, normally I give an hour. Now this time around, I discussed with my team at lunch, during the break just now, we are going to cut short the lunch break. I'm going to give you half an hour. Now the reason is because you can eat during the webinar. So that means even after I come back on live, I totally don't mind if you sit in front of the laptop and eat, because we can't see your face anyway. Now the only person who has to eat during this half an hour is me. Okay, so that I need to go and put some food in my mouth, and that's pretty much it, okay? So during this period, if once you're finished with your food, please help us to get as many people as possible into our upcoming webinars. The future of work is just 2 days ago and here, but every month we are running these webinars, and every month we are updating our information so that people get timely information that is required for them, okay? I've asked my team to prepare a QR code, and so this is our watch list QR code. And what we are asking is that if you felt that we have given very good value so far, please help us to share this QR code. It will take your friends to a web page where they can simply just put their details so that we can give them priority registration for the webinars. So far, our webinars have all been fully booked. And in fact, today's webinar, we had to close it more than 24 hours beforehand because we already hit our 600 registrants. Okay, so then if it's important for your friends to get on it, please share the QR code with them, okay? So I'm going to go for a half an hour lunch break. It is 12:32 right now. I will come back exactly on the dot at 1 p.m. 1 p.m., okay? Now I'm going to leave this on the screen. Please go and have your lunch, and please come back with lots of pen and paper. You will find that if you thought so far what I presented was good, after lunch is better. Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit. Jeremy, manage on. Okay, we are back on air. We just had a bit of a hiccup over there. Okay, so thank you all to all the people who sent us very encouraging comments during the break. It's quite important for us to know that people understand the message, okay? Because I've done these webinars. This is in fact my 4th online webinar. We've had hundreds of you logging in so far. And there are times when I've seen some people come to my webinars like even 2 or 3 times, and people are telling me that sometimes we attend more than once just to get a sense of all of these things that you are explaining to us. And it takes sometimes even more than one sitting just to digest the situation, the message that I'm trying to give to everybody. So, as you can see from my PowerPoint slide here, the image of the slide looks a little bit different. Some of you had realized that before lunch and after lunch is going to be extremely different. Okay, so now before lunch, the kind of picture that we paint is not the best picture. And guys, I prepared this presentation. Of course, I know that, because the reality is that as something is breaking down, you were not going to expect me to give very, very fantastic information. But what I'm about to share after lunch involves a completely new beginning. And perhaps it's not accurate to say that it's completely new, because the truth is this beginning has already begun. But I think a lot of people have been focusing on what we are losing, but many people are also not focusing on what the world is gaining during this period. And in order for us to see this, we need to shift even the camera angle into something that is totally different, so that we can actually perceive what is already right there under our eyes. Okay, so this is what we call chapter 3. I call it the future of work, and that the air world is already here. We are end of May. Today we are 30th of May. In fact, we are just, what, seven months away from that blue line. Okay, now I don't know about you. I'm very excited about the blue line. In fact, almost all of the participants who have attended my previous webinars have told me, they've sent me messages that tell me that they are extremely excited about this air world that's coming up. Now, but having said that, I want to caveat and say that this section from here onwards, frankly, is not for everyone. There is a group of people who is very excited about this new air world, but there's also a group of people who panic. And for the people who have sent me happy messages, I've also received lots of emails from people who panic and tell me that I agree with everything that you say, but now it makes me really scared because I'm not really sure if I can make that adjustment. So then, as I'm showing you how this future of work is, there are a few questions that I want to ask everybody, and let's make a decision right from the start, okay, before I start showing you this. Now, the question I want to ask here is, where do you live? Do you live in the past? Do you live in the present? Or do you live in the future? And let me explain this, okay? Now, you know how before lunch, I talked about the timeline, right? And I said that maybe about 100, 200 years ago, the world made a transition from fire to earth. And let me show you how somebody might react if they live in the past. Now, in the past, say if you were, say, a blacksmith, and perhaps you were not from a particularly rich or aristocratic family, what most of those families used to do was to try to get their children as close to the queen as possible. So that means if you had some kind of contact that could maybe get your son a job in the palace, even if he's just like cleaning the floor, it doesn't matter. The closer you get to the queen, the better it will be for your family. And so what happens is that, can you imagine if you have an elderly blacksmith who has arranged for his son to go and meet, like, you know, those agents who will take you into the palace, and sometimes just at the time when the world is about to shift into the Industrial Revolution, and he may say, son, the agent is here, go with him to the palace. And you may actually have young people saying that, you know what, father, I don't want to go to the palace. I've heard from other young men that there is a place called London. I want to go to London. I've heard that there are jobs there. And I've heard that people my age are going to school, and it seems like the opportunities are great. It seems like we're going to get a job. And you need to know that in the past, the idea of a job is like a very low-class thing. And the blacksmith might have told the son, what nonsense are you talking about? We have been blacksmiths for the last 200 years. Do you not have pride and glory in what we have maintained in the house of whatever is their last name? Right? I've gone to great lengths. I've saved up for years and years and years for you to be able to go to the palace. What do you mean you do not want to go to the palace and you want to go to London to get a job of all things? What nonsense is this? And you know, if you think about it, right, then we have the equivalent of today's world too. There are people who have saved for years, decades, for their kids to go to university. And lo and behold, you start to find that the younger generation, the millennials, the Gen Zs, they're starting to tell their mother, you know what, I'm not really sure I want to go to university. And the mother says, are you sure? But then what's your economic plan? How are you going to be sure that you are going to survive in the future? Which MNC is going to hire you if you do not have a degree? And you find that some of these young people are saying, you know what, I've heard that some of my friends are like, they're making videos and they're putting on YouTube, and maybe I just want to be an influencer. You see, hey, that guy is like quite successful. I'm thinking of like not going to university. I just want to go and try lah. And then you know how most parents are reacting right now. They go like, you siao ah, pai video can make money, man. You know, and so it becomes this is what's happening right now with a lot of industries, and we find that. When we live in the past, it's very easy for us to sort of pine for what used to be the good old days, where property viewings was very easy to do, and that it was very easy to have like big events, and then you just sort of stand on stage and sell to lots and lots of people. That was the old world. And we start to realize that the people who are living in the past are very upset with this period. And if you lived in the past, you would have been very upset with me in the first half of the presentation, where I pretty much show you that old dream a bit bye-bye already. Now, as we talk about the people who live in the present, and the present is a chaotic time, right? Like I said, people are wearing masks, people are working from home, people are like trying to desperately to sort of download Zoom and download all sorts of other software which you have never heard of before. And the people who live in the present are scrambling. They are, right now, there's a lot of this reactiveness. And you all know what I'm talking about. Everybody is just, the moment there is an announcement, oh, Lee Hsien Loong is going to do an announcement, everybody gets on it. And straight away, people are like, oh my God, this is going to change, and take down this date, okay, we have to go apply for this, that, da. And people are just like this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's all reactive. Those of you who are logging in from other countries, I'm very sure the situation is exactly the same where you are. Now, I want you to understand that lots of people are living in the past and they are living in the present. Now, there's nothing wrong with living in the present, because you know what? Me and my team, my guys, we kind of have to adjust to all the new rules like wearing masks. I get that. Okay, but what I'm saying is that lots of people have neglected to look at the future. There is a group of people who looks at the future, and I'm going to show you lots and lots of examples. Okay, so I'm going to take my time. I will slow down during this section after lunch, and that's the reason why I've left so much time for the second half. I'm going to take my time, so seriously, I mean, if you all need to go toilet, I suggest you run to it right now, okay? Now I'm going to sit here and talk non-stop, okay? And so the thing is, it's important for me to show you some real-life examples, and some of these people are from other parts of the world, and I'm going to show you some very close to home examples, because there are people like us, they're around us, and lots of these people have already made this transition. But what this means is that I'm going to be showing you things that you may never have had any inkling that something like this could be possible. But my purpose is to show my entire audience that this is entirely possible. And in fact, there are people already doing it, and they're very successful at it. But what I'm trying to explain here is that if you live in the past, if you are that blacksmith who refuses to go because what nonsense are you talking about? For the last 200 years, we have done it this way. And what are you talking about this, go and get a job? What's this going on YouTube? Right? And so there are lots of people, look, I'm expecting resistance. At every one of my chapters, I can tell you that there are people who are writing to us and saying that they don't agree with what we say. And this chapter is going to be no different, okay? So I'm asking my audience, make a decision, right? Where would you like to live? You want to live in the past, the present, or the future? And allow me to show you an option that is now opening up for you. And let's take a glimpse at what the future is going to look like. Okay, so I'm going to explore a few of these industries, okay? And we want to see how things have evolved, okay? And let me show you a few very easy examples first. Okay, moving from fire to earth to air. Okay, so let's pick a simple one. Let's talk about horses, and I mentioned that really, this easy one. Okay, long time ago, horses were transport, and they were used for fighting. So basically, if you went to war, whether you were from China or from Europe, the same thing, like everybody ride horse, right? And of course, when we went into the earth era, ask yourself, did all the horses suddenly die? Actually, they didn't. The horses are still around, right? And we still have horses. But the only thing is that we no longer need them for transport. We no longer need them to ride into battle. If you ride into battle in a horse right now, you confirm die. Okay, and so the thing is, what have we done with the horses? What we did was we hung a price tag around it, like that. So the horses are still around, but just that now we make them run as fast as you can, maximize output, right? So that if I put $1,000 down on a bet for my horse, right, you better run fast so that I can get an ROI out of my little gambling debt. And of course, that whole new industry came up that in the past wasn't there. We have basically what we've done, we have repurposed the horse. Write this down, okay? Every time an era changes, new keyword, repurpose. The horse is still there, it just serves a different purpose. All right, and of course, a new industry that came up was like horse investment. Quite frankly, I didn't know about this until very recently when I met somebody who was into horse investment, and they were trying to sort of explain to me about how you could pay this amount to buy a horse and how the return on investment was really awesome. I thought it was quite interesting, but I didn't buy. Okay? So then, so what happens is, as we move into the air era, which is coming up in just a few months, it means that we are again going to repurpose the horse. And perhaps one of the things that we might do, which what I think is going to happen, is that we might just remove that price tag off the horse. Okay? Next is that we move into the air era. What might the horse be? Okay, so like I said, I'm not a BOMO, I'm an astrologer, but based on the concepts that I'm showing you here, in fact, I was just having a discussion with my family this morning as we were having our breakfast, that you know, as a lot of these big companies start to a bit bye-bye, right, which means they stop pouring chemicals into the river, they stop putting all these rubbish chemicals into the air. And the funny thing is, and we were talking about how they release the elephants, right? I said in Thailand, they are so broke until they cannot feed the elephant already. So then they release the elephants into the wild. And you know, some people felt sad, right? But to me, I was like, oh, good for the elephant, you know. For once, the elephant don't need to work already. It's like, I think we've made the elephants work really hard for a very long time. And you know, my brother shared with me that you know how the pandas have not been reproducing for the longest time? And you know how all the zoos got so concerned, right? That you know all the le and the don't know who, they were basically, the pandas were not having sex basically. And then they even resorted to showing panda porn, right? And do you know what happened recently? I read this online, okay? That because the zoos have all closed down, people not allowed to go, which means all the tourists disappeared. And you know what? The pandas are having sex now. So one of the weird things here is that, you know, when we talk about endangered species and we've been trying to save them forever, well, how about we just stop meddling in their lives, you know? So then, as we start to release these animals back into the future, because now we no longer need to hang a price tag and catching out of the animals, right, which is what zoos and like horse racing is about anyway, you see, the animals can go back into the wild. And of course, this is not really the best example, but what I got here, this picture represents cosplay, right? So now, horse also can become Instagram star, okay? So this is actually quite a well-known cosplayer, and he dresses like that very often on his pictures, okay? So you can still say that maybe they are still catching off the horse, okay? But what I'm trying to show you here, the point I'm trying to make here is that, sorry. Sorry, I got carried away. I thought that was very funny. And so they're taking pictures. This is that they've repurposed that horse, okay? And the horse no longer has to run for its survival. Sorry about that. Now, I want to show you another example that is very, very close to home, okay? Because the horse example might be a bit far-fetched for some people. Let's go to something very, very simple. And I call it the mail, the post. Receiving letters. Okay, let's look at how something as simple as that can completely change our lives. Okay, next, if you look at this picture, this is a very traditional letter, the kind that you use the feather quill and you dip into the ink and then you write. Okay, now we have not lived in this era, but we've seen enough Hollywood movies. You know what happens, right? Somebody gets onto a horse and he writes, because last time don't have SingPost, last time don't have FedEx, right? And so the courier shows up and he delivers a letter. You've all seen this in Hollywood movies. And you find that every time the courier arrives, there's an excitement. You realize everybody gathers around that person and then they open and then they read it. Okay, there's a lot of this expression and excitement because why? What do these letters contain? They are usually love letters. Oh, darling, I'm thinking about you, the stars and the moon, right? And they're also hate letters, right? I'm coming for you when we are going to attack when the sun rises or something like that. Or either that or what news does the courier bring? And then you find that the king is sending out proclamations. And there's all this excitement, there's a lot of expression. This is what the fire era meant for mail and the post. Now, as we start to move into the Earth era where we live in right now, well, do we still have the post and the mail? Of course we do, right? I mean, we have SingPost, we have FedEx, and God knows how many other courier and delivery companies right now. So what do our letters look like? They look like this, okay? Nothing very special. You probably have a stack of it in your house somewhere. But you see, what we did with letters was we went and hung a price tag on it. So you find that nowadays when you open the letter, did you realize always got some kind of, there are always what? Bills. Please pay this amount by this date. Or it's fine, you stupid person, you went and exceeded the speeding limit, and so now you have to pay $150 by this date. If not, you go to court and go to jail. Of course, ads. Right? Open your letterbox and you find, frankly, more than half of it is advertisement, right? Which is basically people asking you to kaching them. And also for admin reasons, they will tell you, okay, please submit this form by when. It's all admin, it's very practical, it's all about managing resources. Now, even if the letter is not for managing money, it's also for managing time, right? So time, please submit this by when, please click on this and register, blah, 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 blah. That's the kind of letters we've received. And which is why seriously, does anybody get really seriously excited about opening your letterbox? Like, seriously, anybody really excited? No, right? Nobody was even bothered to send you a hate letter anymore nowadays. You can't even be bothered to write or type it. And so they only send you a letter because got money lah, kaching, right? Now, in the air era, now ask yourself, is the post going to continue? Strangely enough, you'll start to find that other than the big MNCs and the huge government organizations, actually very few people send you mail anymore. But yet, you are getting notifications every day. Now, this is what our new mail is going to look like. Do you all not agree, right? So we are still getting mail, but it comes in a totally different manner. So whether is it somebody just sharing their lunch with you, could be some of you went and took pictures of your lunch and post online, or maybe somebody wanted to post a meme of Lee Hsien Loong and his magic cup, after you drink already can change language, right? So you find that as we change to a different kind of post, then some of the keywords here are, these are very important, please write down, things like that are trending, things that are current, what happened like 5 minutes ago, so people got take video and send to you already. There's a lot of information, a lot of it, frankly, is entertainment, right? You look at it, you laugh and you think it's damn funny, right? Then you go to your WhatsApp chat and then you share with like the 200 people who are there. So you find most of what characterizes new information, it has to be cool. It has to be like about the latest, coolest shit, right? And then what you do is, why do people share it? You realize, did anybody even make money from a meme? Who here has ever paid any dollars or even cents to see a meme? That Lee Hsien Loong one, I'm sure you've seen it, right? And so that did anybody even charge you half a cent for it? No, it's called sharing. Sharing is free, nobody charged you any money for it. So in the air era, we took the price tag away from everything. We took it away from horses, we took it away from mail. Okay, so everybody start to get an idea of what we need to let go of as we move into the new era. So look at all these industries which I took great pains to explain to you what all these things are about. Now, if you think about all these words, the fact that we want to hang a price tag on things, that it is about admin, it's about practical things, please submit by this and then and when, then what, degrees, you notice degrees are on that list. Because why? In order to apply for this job, please submit your Bachelor of Science in don't know, whatever. And that's how it all works. Okay, everybody just wants to cover their backside with black and white. That's the other thing about our paperwork, right? That's why people send you a letter, because they want to make sure that just in case, don't say I never tell you, I told you to submit by 28th of September, right? You submit late, I get to give you a fine. Right? That's how the way it works. Okay, so then in the past, in the fire era, we thought of ourselves as soldiers and subjects. Then next, in the Earth era, we start to see ourselves as workers. And this is why, if you ask yourself, there are lots of things that people are obsessed about. What is my net worth? If I applied for a job now, I tell you, if I change job, I can command a certain higher amount. Guys, we talk about this stuff all the time. Think about how like every time you have like Chinese New Year, Christmas, or even when you go and meet up with your primary school friend, your secondary school friend, you know what the conversation gets to, right? It's like, hey, where are you working now? Hey, I heard the benefits not bad. And maybe we're starting to move into this other industry. Hopefully I can get a promotion there, blah, 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 blah. This is exactly the kind of conversation we all have. Now, as we move into the air era, that conversation has to stop. No more. Like, we don't talk about that stuff anymore because you're kind of going to sound a little bit like that blacksmith who's still talking about, let's work for the glory of the queen. Then people are like, oh, please. Let's go to London and let's do something a bit more useful, right? A queen not interesting already. Okay, and so in the new world, right, please write this down. In the new world, people stop being workers. No one cares about your net worth. What we care about now is that are you or are you not an information source? Okay, think about it. This is a leap of understanding here. Now, I love this picture because if you look at it, it's like a bunch of people, right? And you can actually see on the left-hand side, you can see the Arab guy, and then somewhere you can see the black guy, and then you can see the China Pok one on the right-hand side. And there's people of various race, religion, got old people, got young people, got the white hair one, got the small kid. And what it does mean is that everybody can get in on this. And if you look at around the top, you see all the speech bubbles, and you see, wow, so many different types of topics. Who cares what you post? Post anything also can, right? And so then it allows people to just connect. Now, if you recall, I showed you the diagram from the 6 degrees of separation, and I said there are all these circles with all the lines that are combining. Now, as early as in the 1980s, all the air people who were ahead of their time had already recognized that there will come a day where I'm not even sure if it's 6 degrees of separation anymore. I think right now you could connect to almost anybody in the world with, I'm just making this up, okay? It could be 2 degrees of separation, 3. Right? At some point, just go online to Facebook. You can find anyone in Africa even. They all have Facebook accounts now. Okay, so the reality here is this is how you need to see yourself. Stop thinking about the net worth already. Okay, so the next year is as we go into the future of work, let's go into specific industries, and I'll make some comments, which as usual is going to upset some people. And the thing is, if it starts to upset you, consider that you might be living in the past. Okay, and my only intention is to ease everybody, show you that, hey, it just takes that one step. You're already half a step through the door, you might as well just complete the whole process, right? So let's start with the most earth trait that I can think of, okay? Property. Singapore loves property. We are very small, we are very land scarce, and our people are damn rich, right? So that's why it's very common for the average person to, well, technically on paper, own a property that is like $1 million. Of course, you also owe half of that to the bank, lah. Okay, and so Singapore loves it. We love all level of properties, from residential to commercial to industrial, right? There are investment strategies for all of them. Now let's look at some major problems here. Okay, now let's be real straight here. Okay, we're going to have a lot of empty apartments. So this article here is from Bloomberg. It's from an Encore source. For obvious reasons, like locals don't like to report this kind of thing. It doesn't look good, right? Okay, and so that if you look at, you can see here, Singapore has 24,000 empty apartments, and we are still building, what, even more, 44,000, right? Great. And you find that we are not the only city doing this. I'm sure Bangkok, KL, the whole lot of all the cities are doing it, right? And if you look at, but that's not the important part, look at the date. Look at the date, right? That is 6th of June, 2019, last year. Okay, what I'm trying to show you guys is that stop blaming COVID-19 for all our problems. In 2019, COVID-19 was nowhere to be seen. What I'm trying to explain to everybody is that Singapore had an existing problem even before COVID-19 was even in the air. Right? So that means we have a glut of property. And here's the funny thing, you are still being asked, you are still inundated by ads and a lot of like all these special previews, and even right now, even webinars telling you that it is a great time to buy a property. Okay, next, we are going to have a lot of empty malls. All the shops are empty right now. Now, as of this point, again, everybody is blaming COVID-19. I think COVID-19, very poor thing, it is a disease. Right now, it's being blamed for everything from like toilet paper to Maggie Mee, right? And the thing here is, this picture I got from the internet, but I recall going to shopping malls like Liang Court with my husband to buy things. We live nearby, right? And we go there, and it's like and I remember going all the way up. There's six floors, and the only shops that were open were at the time was like Eat, Media. We went there to buy some Japanese stuff, and there was Starbucks. And you know what? those were the only shops that were open. Everything else, already, bye-bye already. Okay, and so what this means is that before COVID-19 already gone case already, okay? So then, of course, government said businesses have to adapt. How many times have you all seen this sentence in the last few weeks, right? We all know that. But you see, what have businesses done now? This is where I talk about people who live in the present. Now, there is nothing wrong with that. We all had to adapt, right? And to be quite frank, other than the people who knew about this beforehand, okay? I like to include the people who were at my 18 Jan event as the people who knew this beforehand, okay? But the thing is, if you didn't, it's not your fault. And when it happened, you had to adapt. So what most companies did was, if they didn't have a website, well, they faster scramble and make a website. If they didn't have a mobile app, they also scramble and make a mobile app. And everybody desperately went on Zoom, they went on IG, they went on YouTube, you name it, they got it. Okay, so but here's what I'm trying to explain to everybody, okay? If you live in the present, the fact is people are just reacting. Hey, I also got website, hey, I do Insta stories. And you start to realize that the internet is full of noise right now. And what I'm trying to explain to a lot of people is that just having an app or a Zoom thing or like or an IG thing is not enough. And this is very important for me to emphasize because I've had people messaging me after my previous webinars. Okay, so I'm building on what I presented previously. People are saying that, oh, actually we are very active now. We are doing, I had one property agent who said, we managed to find a way to do online viewing. Then I'm like, oh, okay. But you know, it doesn't solve the base problem. You see, it's like, sure, I mean, we can do online viewing, but are people buying? And should they buy is the other thing. Now, as of 2020, and I just have this example here, Deliveroo, and I want to caveat something, okay? Because I want to present this section, I realize I need to have a lot of examples to illustrate to my audience, okay? Otherwise, I give you principles, then you catch no ball, right? So that means I need to mention some companies and some brands or whatever. I want to state categorically right now that I do not represent any of these brands. I don't endorse any of them. So if I say nice things about them, they didn't pay me a cent, okay? If I say nasty things about them, it doesn't mean I have any bad blood with them. I just telling story, okay? So then, now Deliveroo is, you would expect that Deliveroo is doing very well. After all, everybody wants delivery, right? But this is what I got from Wikipedia, okay? Now, as of 2020, Deliveroo has not yet made a profit and it loses money on every single delivery it makes. Now, you all just had lunch, and it means that some of you went on your app, Food Panda, Grab Food, or Deliveroo, and you ordered something. Now, those of you who ordered from Deliveroo, congrats, you just lost some money for them. They are still losing money on every single delivery. And what I'm trying to explain to all of you here is this. This has nothing to do with COVID-19. It has to do with the fact that as these companies are making a transition into the new world, there is something that's missing. Right? You all understand this, right? Something is missing. And a lot of you are belonging in companies or teams or projects that have, in the last 2 months, desperately went online in some way or another. But you found that the efficiency may not have changed in the way that you know is sustainable. The sales, you know, is not sustainable. Maybe improve a bit, but it's not quite the same thing. Now, as I present to you some of these wonderful people who have gone and made a complete different change, people need to understand that it's this one that needs to change and not what you do on your computer screen, okay? Now next, I'm just going to show you an example of a company that has zero physical presence. Now if I were to compare this company, Grain, some of you know Grain, right? Who has heard of Grain? Can you raise your hand? Oh, by the way, I love it when you all raise your hands and I love it when you all post things on the chat box, okay? I know I'm talking, but it's like, I can see your comments on, so it's like, I think it's very exciting for me, okay? Thank you very much for being so interactive, okay? So great, a lot of you have heard of Grain. Okay, so that means, now this company, how do we compare this? You can also say, yeah, Grain also deliver, same thing, right? But you see, the thing about Grab and Deliveroo and Food Panda is that it was built on the old air world, the old earth world. That means we had all these network of restaurants and everything was still conducted the old way. And a lot of the food that you are ordering is still being cooked in the actual restaurant unit. Okay, so not all, but a lot of them are. But you see, what Grain did was something that was a bit different. This company has no physical presence whatsoever. You cannot go to a Grain restaurant because it doesn't exist. And you know, Grain wasn't started like now when COVID-19 started. Like, Grain started already last year. I have proof, I'll show you later. Okay, Grain started way before last year already. What they did was they went to industrial units that nobody wanted to rent. At one point, there were a lot of empty units. So they went there and said, okay, let's start what we call a cloud kitchen. Listen to this. This is a completely new concept that did not exist in the Earth era. a cloud kitchen where we just use all these unused units. And Chinese, we say 废物利用, all the unused things they come and use. Right? And then so they have many options. You got meals on demand, meal plan, catering, whatever. Now, another important thing that I thought Grain is offering is this concept of personalized and custom. Look at that. You can craft your meal, make your own meal, and then you can select from there. Now, of course, there are some limitations, and I understand that there are other companies doing this, but what I wanted to show you is that in the new air world, you need to understand people want to have a customized or personalized experience. And this could be one of the reasons why Grain is so popular. Okay, and to go even further, look at it. Singapore's Grain, a profitable food delivery startup, and here's the keyword, the keyword is profitable, Deliveroo is not. And from the research that I've done, it seems that neither Grab nor Foodpanda is profitable too, and Grain does their own delivery. And so then, if you look at the date, this is May last year, before COVID-19. That means they not because all of you gonna start at home, then they start to make money. You know, they last year already make money leh. So that means it is a concept that was profitable to begin with. And perhaps COVID-19 made them just a little bit more popular. Okay? And of course, we need to look at some other trends that are happening. Look at this. Twitter has now sent a message out to all their employees. You can work from home forever. Forever. Don't need to come back already. Okay, and at this point, I want to explain. You know, those of you, can I have a show of hands? How many people have visited some of the very cool offices of Facebook and Google? If you've ever been to their office, please raise your hand so that I know that I'm not talking rubbish. If I mention, you all know what I'm talking about. Very cool, right, their office. Now, in Singapore, they are based in very fancy buildings, like those MBFC. I was just there. I did some stuff for Facebook, right? And they occupied, if I'm not wrong, something like 5 or 6 levels of the entire building. Like the whole floor plate, the whole thing is like Facebook for many levels. And the thing is, if you have any idea what the PSF square footage for rental is like in a building like Marina Bay Financial Centre, right? You go multiply it, right? Their rent is very expensive. Let's put it this way, it's damn expensive. And right now, COVID-19 means that, and you know these are tech companies, their guys are the click kind, which means they can work from home, they don't need to be in office. So that means all their guys at home, and right now the company is bleeding unnecessary money paying for rental. Now, we all know that. Okay, but what this means is that if they start to make it official, you can work from home forever, I can tell you MBFC is in trouble right now. You just lost your number one tenant already. Okay, and to make things worse, yesterday, this is 29th of May 2020, this is yesterday, this is the headline, working from home should be default mode for all companies after circuit breaker, says government. So what they're basically telling you is that don't come back. Okay, then what does this mean? Simple lah, we are going to have a lot of empty office. Okay, now this is going to create a massive problem for Singapore. Okay, because all the landlords should start quaking in their boots right now. And it also means that a lot of the building owners are quaking in their boots. Okay, and this is one of the reasons why I highlighted this keyword called repurpose. Okay, this is something that I've spoken to lots and lots of my participants and my clients, because we need to be a bit smarter and thinking like 15 steps before everybody. Now I'm going to show you, with this big problem, of course the property agents are reacting, obviously, right? You've all gone online, you've heard the crying from the property agents, we cannot do viewing. And you know what all these earth agents are doing? They are crying and they go, please, 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 to Mr. Chan Chun Sing, please allow us to do physical viewing. After all, the unit inside got nobody, what? We social distancing, we wear masks, please let us do viewing. Now, here's the thing. This behavior is people who live in the present. They are trying to live in the present. But I'm trying to explain to you that the mindset is of people who live in the past. They live in the past. They're like, oh, last time we can do viewing, now cannot. Please let me go back to the past. Okay, and for some of you who are listening to this, you're like, Amy, you're being very mean. This is people's livelihood. No, this is how they make money. How can you laugh at them? No, I'm not. I'm not laughing at them. I'm very concerned. Okay, so then some of you may be saying, okay, if you say this is past action, how about in the future? Now, before I show you the future, I want to tell you a story, okay? And I'm about to show you a property agent. She's very special, and she's totally different from every other property agent. In February, when COVID was first happening in other countries, now she was very smart. She knew right from the start that was like that xiao liao, like property is going to be in deep trouble. So this woman came to me and she says, May, I want to do, can you help me here, right? Tell me what is going to come in the future. And to me, I'll be quite frank, I didn't honestly think that she would listen to me. Because maybe I was a bit biased. Maybe I thought like property agent is like one pattern one, you know, they just want to sell property and earn a commission, right? So then here's the thing, I charged her a 4-figure sum to come and see me. I thought it would be like, yeah, forget it, most of the agents, they won't bother one. But what surprised me was, not only did she pay my consultation fee, she came and she listened. She listened like I had never seen a property agent listen before. But you see, listening is one thing. I know all of you also listening to me right now, hanging on to my every word, right? And she took notes. She took pages and pages of notes, as no doubt a lot of you are doing also. Take notes, everybody also know. Right? After all, now information age. But here's what makes this woman different from everyone else. She actually went and did it. Okay, and so that's why, in the last 2 months, I've been absolutely impressed by this super agent who has the courage to do what I have not seen any other agent doing it. Okay, and she's just one woman. And I got in touch with her 2 or 3 days ago. I told her I was doing another set of webinars, and I asked her, can I feature you? Because I want Singapore to know that there are agents like this. Okay, now I'm going to show you. This lady, her name is Zen C. And what I told her during the consultation was that, and she actually came to me, and Zen is a mother, and she's very smart. She knew that there was going to be food shortage in Singapore. She said, like that, how? We have no food. So I said, okay, farms is the way. I looked at a chart, and there are things about a chart that tells me that she would be good for something like this. We also combine what we saw in her astrology chart with what is happening in the world. So that means this is a very practical way of using astrology. Now, she has a large database of building owners, people with buildings, and let me tell you, all the building owners are quaking in their boots right now, all the tenants are going away. So what she did was she started to link farms to building owners. And this is what she sent to me on WhatsApp. She said, hi May, you can use this pic to show together to illustrate how people are incorporating urban farming in commercial properties. Right? And she says, all the best for your talk tomorrow. I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is awesome. This is what she's been doing, the kind of things that she's been doing. And here's a picture. Okay? So that means now what all of us are very used to is like that same agent who sent you that flyer with all the little thumbnails and basically, you know, that's what all the agents are trying to do. They're desperately waiting for circuit breaker to end so that they can come and do viewing in your house. But this is that's not what Zen is doing. She has moved on completely already. And here's the thing, you know, there are some inherent problems here. And, you know, in all the years that I've been doing astrology, I've had so many of these agents, them and insurance agents too, who have been telling me that all these problems with things like cold calling, telemarketing. You call 10 people, 9 hang out on you, you know. And it kind of already tells you that there's something a little bit fundamentally wrong with the industry when the customer doesn't really want to hear from you. And a lot of them struggle. It's like, well, how do I get clients? How do I survive? So that means what I'm trying to say is don't blame COVID-19. There was already an issue to begin with. Now, what I want to ask my audience here is that if you think of Zen calling up farms right now, if she called farms and she told them that we are going to bring farming to buildings, what do you think the farmers are doing? Do you think the farmers are hanging out on her? I don't think so. I have a feeling that the farmers are listening, you know, and the farmers are looking for ways to solve Singapore's problem right now of food shortage. And imagine if Zen starts calling up all these building owners and say, hey, I have some farmers who want to use your most useless part of your building. And, you know, guys, this is a rooftop. You know, nobody rent rooftop one. They all want to rent the downstairs, the aircon place, right? But the thing is, right now, if she call up and say, there's somebody who wants to rent your rooftop, and together we can maybe start to solve Singapore's food shortage problem. What happens if Malaysia stops sending us food? Have you all thought of that, guys? So that means she's one woman, but do you not agree with me? Who agrees with me that Zen is taking a step in the right direction and she's doing what? Who's impressed? Who's impressed? Please raise your hand. Okay, now do you not agree with me that what she's doing, is it totally doable? Is this something that you wish more agents were doing? So that means now if you're a property agent and you're listening to this, it's like I'm not asking you to go and copy her. Please, can you all be a bit more original, right? Copying people is elf era, okay? You see people make money, then you also want to go and do. But the point here, what I'm trying to explain to you here is that can you all see that Zen is a different kind of person? She's not trying to make money. Can everyone see that? She's not doing this for money. She's doing this because she realized that there's a problem in the world and she wants to help. Okay, next. So then what do most Singaporeans do? The moment you start to lose your job, then everybody is like, oh, let's go back and get a degree. And now very cheap. All the universities around worldwide now got discount, just so you all know. Okay, but here's the thing, there are also people who are stepping up to say that 50% of universities will be bankrupt in 10 to 15 years. Now, I'd like it to be on record. I do not agree with this statement. I don't think it will take 10 to 15 years. I think it's going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. Okay? Because the fact here is that you think the small kids are stupid. The first thing here is that in the first place, Gen Z had no interest in going to university anyway. They were not interested. The only reason why they go is because their mother say they have to go, right? And because people are trying to convince them that if you don't have a degree, no companies are going to hire you. But here's the thing, a majority of Gen Z aspires to be entrepreneurs. Do you all know that a large percentage of them are already selling online? They've already been offering their services, and those of you who are trying desperately to go online, you're behind already. Gen Z, there are 17, 18-year-olds who are already making their way more than the pocket money. Sometimes they make even more than their parents. Okay, and so they will delay or even skip college. So now there's no perhaps already. I can tell you they are going to skip college if they are smart. Okay, and that's definitely a good idea. So then, if you think about university, it's a 4-year investment. You don't just invest your money, you invest your time as well. And what this means is, look at the statistic. Although the date there, it says there 24th May 2020, it's not. This article, I actually pulled it out from last year already. I think it was February last year. And it says here 1 in 4 private school graduates are unemployed, and they are involuntarily working part-time after graduation. And you look at it, 27.2% means that out of every 4 people who graduate from your Monash, your RMIT or whatever, no job. Okay, think about it, 27.2%. And then some of you may be thinking, yeah, that's because you went to a low-class university, then your education lousy, that's why you must go to NUS and NTU, then you can make money, right? But if you look at it, 9.3%, that's 1 in 10 of those graduates from the fancy NUS, NTU also cannot find job. And then you thought maybe, these people, they study too much, and then you thought maybe the poly kids will do better. But look, 8.9%, not that much better. Even the poly kids are not getting jobs too, right? Are you all worried? No? It's like, you think about it, right? A lot of the things that we used to believe in, everything is crumbling. Right, and if you think about, this is a diagram that shows who are the most expensive salaries in the world. Now, if you're looking for Singapore, I save you the trouble. Singapore is ranked 12th. We are the 12th most expensive employees in the world. Because, look at it, right? The average monthly salary is 4,898. And we are ranking all the way up there with all the fancy Scandinavian countries. And if you look below, we are more expensive than Sweden, Australia, Netherlands, Hong Kong, Austria, and look, we are more expensive than Germany, right? All the super tech people, the technology people, and we are more expensive than them. Okay, so here's the thing, those of you who work for MNCs, the reality is this: when money gets tight, they start cutting from the top. Okay, so then you are more expensive. Now, the other concept that has been a problem in Singapore and worldwide for the longest time is this thing called the global auction. And if you all cannot see what's on that little tag, I read for you, okay? It says here, the broken promises of education, jobs, and incomes. They promised you a long time ago where you have that mortarboard on your head that you have a good life. Now, that promise has not been fulfilled. Last time, it used to be that in all the cities worldwide, the locals got very upset at this idea of a foreign talent coming into their countries, stealing their jobs, and undercutting their price. So then you find that, of course, all the governments had special rules to prevent too many of these people from showing up. But we kind of have a bit of a big problem right now, okay? So then we have a global competition in hunt for jobs. But you see, the global competition has just gotten worse. Because right now, if people don't have to go to the office, it means that they're sitting at home and click, which means if I'm from Africa, I can still work. Even if I sit somewhere in the Sahara Desert, as long as I got internet, I can work, and I'm cheaper than you, I'm very much cheaper than you, know. And so, here's the thing is, I want to show you a lot of these websites right now. And this is not new. A lot of you have seen this before. There's Fiverr.com, has been around forever. Now, I've selected Upwork.com to show you because there's something very important. It is the headline that is on their website, and it says here, in-demand talent on demand. This sentence is extremely important. First of all, is your talent in demand, right? That's the first thing. Do people need your service? And the second is the word on demand. That means when I need, I call you. When I don't need you, bye-bye. That's the way this works. And honestly, if I demand something, as long as somebody can offer it, can already, we call this a global auction. Now, if you were to visit their website, I love the Upwork website because they give a lot of useful information. Okay, let me show you. If you look at the upper half, it says here, top skills. Let your eye go through, look at all these top skills that are in-demand services. Did you notice that they are all air trades? All air trades. It's all technology, it's all online, it is all like development, it's all structures, online structures. Some of you don't even recognize the words there. UI, UX, you know, that kind of thing. Now, with the exception of the word bookkeeper, you see on the second column, the very first one is bookkeeper. That's the only one that looks like Earth. But did you notice nobody's asking for a petrochemical engineer? Nobody is asking for an accountant. Nobody is looking for a lawyer. Nobody is looking for any of those jobs. Like business admin also, bye-bye. Oh my God, like what happened to business admin? Okay, so what this tells you is that as Upwork starts to demonstrate what the in-demand skills are, we need to see this. Now, at this point, I'm going to pause. The reality is, quite the majority of you watching this webinar probably do not know those skills. Okay, and I'll be honest right here, okay, you all know what I am. I'm a professional astrologer. I know about nothing about PHP developer. I mean, I can read it out, but I have no idea what is that. Okay, and maybe I know what's copywriting, maybe I know what's content writing, but some of those words there, I totally don't even know what's that. You look at the bottom one, you see the trending skills, right? You see, okay, a few I know, blockchain I know, articulate storyline, I'm not really sure if it means what I think it means, but I have no idea what TensorFlow is. I have no idea what Atlassian Confluence is. Right? Some of you are watching this, but what's SCORM? I have no idea what's that, honestly. Okay, and I'm not a technical person. But what this means is that imagine those of you who are writing resumes now, and under skills, you are still writing Microsoft Office. You are still writing Microsoft Excel. Then you thought you're very modern when you write Zoom. Oh, jialat already. Okay, so now this becomes a major problem for everybody. But what I'm trying to explain now, there's another secret reason why I show you this. Because, here's the thing, May doesn't know any of those tech stuff, but yet I'm doing a webinar. And if I were to just sort of scroll up and see, right now, there are 461 people listening to me from don't know how many countries. How is it that May can do all this? Very simple. When you need help, I already told you already, right? It's in-demand talent on demand. So that means rather than you thinking of yourself as a provider, the fact is, if you need something, you just need to go to upwork.com and hire somebody to do it. The big companies can hire, why you cannot? Right? So if you're looking for a PHP developer, just go on there. There are thousands of them and you can hire them from around the world. Right? So then the last thing you want to do is to say that, oh, my hands are tied, I'm 56 years old, I don't know any of this technology thing. Well, at least you know enough to go to www.upwork.com or fiverr.com, hire the guy. Right? So that means there are resources that are available to all of us, and you'll be very, very surprised at what is available when you are looking for it. Okay, and it costs a lot less than you think. Okay, so then you also realize that the tech companies are absolutely leading the trends. Twitter is not the only one. Facebook and Google have pretty much told all these people to stay at home. So working from home is going to be the new culture. In future, you don't even have to worry about what employment pass, S pass, don't know what pass, doesn't matter already. Right? They can stay where they are as long as your internet connection can work. Okay? So that means we have that global auction. And rather than you thinking of the scarcity mindset, now think about the Earth mindset is always about people panicking and like that, how about me? Then my money, how? My kaching, how? My benefits, my security. Now instead of thinking about that, look at that, oh my God, the whole market is available to you. You can get talent, you can connect with pretty much almost anybody in the world for almost free. Okay, so now this is the mindset of, so instead of applying for all those MNC jobs that are dying, now right at the beginning of today's presentation, I showed this to you. In January 2020, already 40% of the US listed companies are like pretty much bleeding from their kidneys already, right? And so, however, would you still want to apply for a big MNC job? And those of you who are self-employed, many of you are still depending on projects, big contracts from the big MNCs. Now, does it make more sense to continue doing that? Or is it time to learn how to get subscribers, just like toddlers like this, fiddling around with Pikachu and making 64 million in a year? And some of you are going like, okay, how the hell do I go and do that? So then I decided to show you how easy it is. Rather than go and spend $40,000 to a university where frankly your university professor has no freaking idea what's going on, that in fact you could go on YouTube and you type there, getting YouTube subscribers fast. Look at that. Wow, so easy. And you know what? It's free, right? Do you have 14 minutes to watch a video? I think so, right? You have 14 minutes. You already listened to me for hours already. So then look at the second video. It says here, how to get your first 1,000 subscribers fast. And you know how they nowadays they ask you to upskill, right? They ask you to, they put $500 in your skills future account, then they ask you to go and sign up for a course, right? And you know how some of you are desperately going there trying to maximize output and use every dollar that Encore give you, and then you went and learned some online course. Seriously, who here wants to hire a 50-something-year-old who went for a 3-day social media course and you would trust your social media to them? Guys, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, now that kind of training is great for making you feel like you're being supported, but guys, can we do something a bit more useful than that? Now, why is it that from these 3 videos, why is it I would choose the middle one? Right, open the chat box, kind of tell me why is it I choose the middle one and I'll click that one first. The middle one, not the first one and not the third one. Open chat box and tell me. Right? Do you all guess? Okay, good. Some people are getting it, right? Absolutely. Okay, the keyword is in the number of views. Look at that. The middle one has got 5.6 million views. What do you all think? Do you think he knows a few things about getting people to watch your video? I think so. 5.6 million. Okay, so here's the thing. When you go online, you learn from people who have already done it. You learn from people who practice what they preach. Why do you not want to go and sign up for a 3-day course using your skills future money, listening to some guy about how you can get subscribers online? Because the first question you should ask him is, how many subscribers do you have? And I can tell you it's not 5.6. I don't know how many subscribers these guys have, but they have 5.6 million views. If your Skills Future trainer has that many views, he will not be teaching the Skills Future course. Okay, then of course, for the rest of you who are looking at more useful education that you should be taking on right now, let me introduce you to masterclass.com. Now, many of you have heard of this because now we stay home, everybody wants to do this. The picture that you see here is of a celebrity chef, and his name is Gordon Ramsay. Here's the thing, my husband is a huge fan of Gordon Ramsay, so I know quite a lot about him. I read before the COVID-19, Gordon Ramsay has a very famous restaurant in London. Now there is a special package that you can sign up for, and it costs you 1,800 English pounds, right, which converts to about a few $1,000 Sing dollars, about $4,000. It's a lot of money, okay? Now what you get for £1,008 is that they'll take you on a tour of the kitchen, they'll show you the behind the scenes, they'll show you how he prepares his food, and it includes a 2-person dinner at the end of the night. Now just so you know, Gordon Ramsay doesn't just cook for 2 people in a night. So if you sign up for it, there are multiple people who are on the same package, which kind of gives you an idea of how much this man can command just cooking. Just cooking, 2 people like that, $3,000-4,000 you add his whole restaurant, how much money he makes per night just cooking dinner if you sign up for the package. Now here's the thing. This is the ridiculous part. Look at the headline. Gordon Ramsay at $15 a month. Now this is not just a Gordon Ramsay video. If those of you who are familiar with Masterclass, you know that in these videos, he show you his secret power. He show you his recipe. He even demonstrate to you exactly how he cook, how he cut, how he choose knives, how he choose the chopping board. Basically all the secret power all show you already know. For how much? $15 per month. You want to pay for what? His toilet paper. You know what I mean? But the thing is, because it is so ridiculously priced, how many people think it is not impossible to get 100,000 people buying this at any one time? Right? And around the world, people are stuck. People want to watch this. So easily 100,000 new subscribers on a monthly basis. And here's the even crazier part. For $15 a month, you don't just watch Gordon Ramsay. For this same price, can you see that access to all classes for $15 a month? Not just Gordon Ramsay, you get Natalie Portman too. You get the astronaut guy too. You get the best-selling writer too, and they teach you all their secret powers. Right? This is so crazy. Now, if you think about it, $15 times, let's be conservative here. Even with 100,000 subscribers, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money on a monthly basis. Agree? So what this means is that that masterclass.com is actually selling information that is actually useful and very affordable. Now, if you look at their website, it says here, learn anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Look at the keywords. Okay, write this down. Anytime, anywhere, your style, unlimited. Pay $15, all the video can watch. They never say like, oh, sorry, this is premium. Then you want extra one, you must pay extra. Don't have, you pay 15, all can. Okay? And you find that the nature of the videos is not just people talking about the skills and the techniques. And in the Earth world, that's the kind of training that people want. You show me, you show me how you build the PowerPoint slide, you show me how you, what you click and that kind of thing. That's what Earth people want, because they don't really care about the reason why or purpose, or they don't care about all these things, but they just want to make money fast. So that means, sorry, I only have 2 hours. Please teach me all the necessary thing, then I want to move on already. Right? Because time is money, sorry, please, catching. So then you find that the masterclass.com, the training is very different. They have people talking about the purpose. Why did you choose to do this? And why is it that you specifically choose not to do certain things even though it makes you money? So that's why it revolutionized. Right? Those of you who will be on masterclass.com know exactly what I'm talking about. Now next, if we think about how the youngsters are changing the way that jobs are going to happen, and if training is going to change, perhaps we need to go even deeper. Remember I talked about how the traditional human resource is bye-bye. Now, I'm going to show you a few diagrams, and they actually came from a joke. Okay, so this was a joke, but I thought this is very important, and sometimes jokes contain a lot of truth. Let me show you this. So we begin with the organization structures of people like Microsoft and Oracle. Now, if you were to look at the very first picture here, Microsoft, their organization structure is the very traditional one. The big MNC with all the different departments. You all see that, right? So there's all the circles are the different departments. And you also see that the guns are out there shooting each other. That's what MNCs are about, all the corporate, right? Can't even get one signature without going through like this battlefield of people like taijing things to each other. Your fault lah. You're all supposed to do this by when? So that means, you know, you guys know what red tape is, right? And I think the corporate people who work in corporate, you know, absolutely know what I mean. And then we look at Oracle. Of course, this is a joke lah, okay? They say Oracle has a huge legal department, and then the engineering department very small. So what this means is that a lot of these big companies have spent all their resources protecting themselves. How dare you use my intellectual property? Sue them. And then, you know, basically just making sure that you are protecting what you have rather than actually producing anything that is even useful. Right? How many people agree with this? That, let's be real straight here, a lot of companies wasted so much time, money, effort. How many of you are in corporate and you've seen this going on day after day after day? Now next, we start to move on to other things, like Amazon has the binary kind of model. And of course, Apple is a joke lah. They are trying to say that the whole company is just revolving around Steve Jobs. And of course, now that Steve Jobs is no longer around, Apple is starting to lose its space. Okay, so at this point, what I'm trying to show you here is that there are some traditional structures that we are all very used to. But then, the last two are newer companies. They are not just newer in terms of the years, they are newer in terms of the mindset. And I want you all to pay close attention to how these companies work. Right? The first one is Google. Now, Google, as you can see there, yes, although it looks like they have some hierarchies there, but did you also notice that there is no real system behind where all these lines are just criss-cutting around here? Now, I've got lots of personal friends, my students, my participants, they work for Google. And the way Google works is like, is project-based. So that means if there's something that needs to be done, somebody puts a team together, we decide what are the skills that we need in demand talent, on demand. And so they decide that a project is going to be 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. They gather all the people they need, they get the job done. After that, they hasta la vista, go find yourself another project. This is the way Google works. And in fact, this means that there is no wastage. If your backside is there, it's because you are contributing to the team. That's how this works. Now, you find actually a lot of companies started to move into that model. And as you all know, I am a consulting astrologer, which means for the last few years, lots of people around the world have come to me, and the complaint is kind of there. You'll see that there are people who complain about the fact that I got job now lah, but it's contract. So that means every time the contract ends, there's a period of time where I'm like jobless. Then I need to go and find another job. Then they come and ask me, May, can you see when will I get a full-time job? I want the kind that with good salary, I want benefits, and I don't want the kind where after the project finished, then I must find job again. Right, guys, I've listened to this for years and years and years. And I've tried explaining it, but a lot of people have not heard the message. Okay, so that means the way Google has worked, this is the truth. In-demand talent, on demand. Now, I want to show you also Facebook. Now, Facebook has no hierarchy. Right? In that sense that, can you see like the way the model works is that people are just connecting one to another like that. So you're doing your stuff, I'm doing my stuff, and sometimes we connect and sometimes we don't. Okay, now I'm going to show you that this is totally doable even in where we work right now. right here in Singapore, regular people have started to incorporate things like that. Now, there are a lot of companies who are still operating the old way with the accounts department, operations department. It is such a waste of time trying to connect people that way. Now, let me show you a real life example. And if I may, I'd like to talk about the journey that myself and my company had to go through in order to move ourselves. We saw it ahead of time. And me and my brother, May and Jeremy Sim. So then in this picture, you see Jeremy is my brother. Lots of you in signing up for this webinar have been in contact with him. You might have received emails from him, so you know exactly who he is. So we used to operate like an earth company. We're not a big company, just two of us. And what you see here is my office. So we just took this picture. That's how the way this works. Now, for many years, we thought we did quite okay. So this picture shows a good day for us. So we run a lot of events at our place. We do a presentation. After that, we do a closing. We try and sell people stuff and hope that people sign up, right? So this is the way earth companies work. So this was considered a good day. And even on a good day, if you go and count, right, at max, we can maybe put 30, 40 people in my office. Some days, we don't get so many people. So this is the reality. Then what really happened was, we prepared ahead of time. We knew that this COVID thing was going to show up this way, and so we prepared. And we knew that it wasn't enough to just do things the old way. So if I may, I'd like to show you exactly how things work right now, and how is it that we are able to put up webinars like this. Now, first of all, it begins with me. Everybody thinks I'm the star. Everybody thinks I'm the boss, because then when you look at the screen right now, all you see is my face. So then I put myself right in the middle here. You know, I'm May Sim. I call myself the Astro Girl. Basically, I can tell you honestly, I'm useless for most of the things in the company. If you ask me how to log into the company bank account, I'm not very sure. You ask me like, how come this Zoom link cannot click? Actually, I'm also not very sure. The only thing I know how to do is astrology. I'm very good at it, but that's the only thing I know. Which means Jeremy is very important to me. He's my everything guy. He does everything in the company that is not astrology. So here, I've explained that he is my money guy. He is the also, oh no, my file got stuck. Then how come my PowerPoint slide cannot open? Then I go to him, right? So he's my everything guy. But we also realize that as we are moving air, perhaps this team is not good enough. And you need to understand that in the olden days, we tried hiring people. That means in the Earth era, we go to jobsdb.com and Jeremy asked me, hey, I'm hiring that new person. So what's the job title? I look at him, he look at me, then we stare at the screen and I'm like, I'm not really sure what job title to key in. And then we just anyhow key. We just put like business development executive or whatever nonsense that we put on it. Right? So along the way, you find that every time you try to expand your operations, it means more cost, it means more headache, and it's like, yeah, how to handle this person. Most of you know what I'm talking about. Now, as we look this time round, we understood that there were some things that neither me nor Jeremy are very good at. We are not very good at making things look nice. And so we decided, and we met this guy, Derek. He was a participant in one of our programs. And so we roped him in. We told him what we were going to do, and we asked him, are you on? And he said, yes, I'm on. So when he came on, the thing is, does he have a job title? Actually, he doesn't. He's just Derek. And we call him the make it look nice guy. Now, if you look at this PowerPoint slide, it's very pretty. It has a lot of design elements. Here's the secret, not I design one, okay? When I design it, right, I just put the names there, then I say, Derek, you make it look nice for me, and this is what he's done for me. Okay, so you'll find that he doesn't have a fixed work scope. We can ask him to make anything look nice. We ask him to make our landing pages look nice, our website look nice, whatever. As long as make look nice, we go to Derek. Then on top of that, as we move into the air era, we needed videos. Now, I'm not very good at videos. I tried shooting some, and some of you have been following me for years. Okay, so you saw me venture into video, but we kind of needed a bit more of a professional touch after a while. And so I roped in Joel Hansen Lee. Some of you know him. He's also my husband. Okay, and what is this role in our little team here? We don't really have a name for it. We just call him the video guy. So that means as long as I need a video for my Facebook ad, my website, or maybe I need a video for my PowerPoint presentation, I just call him. Now, how you can tell the difference between the videos that he shoot and the videos that I shoot is that as long, those of you who see my videos, if I look quite chill in it, right, and it's very clean and clear, it's he shoot one. The kind where my like the chin look like very big and like very funny angle one, that one is I own self like selfie shoot one. Okay, so this is when he joined the team, right? He brought this to us. And very recently we added one more person, and when we brought Aaron in, It's because we wanted to expand a lot of our operations, because when we went online, suddenly things exploded, right? It was beyond our control. And so we brought Aaron in, and I call him my make them click guy. So that means he does his magic lah. I'm not really sure what he does. I just do the astrology bit, but he just do his special magic, and somehow a lot of people click. So that's happy for me. Now the question that you should all ask here is this: Well, Ame, you suddenly hired so many people. Here's the thing: I didn't hire them. I told you, this is not the Earth model. I did not hire these people. And in fact, they are not my employees at all, right? And although you can see May Sim in the middle, trust me, I'm not. A lot of their meetings, I'm not even there because I have no idea what they're talking about. And in fact, Derek Chu is the boss of his own company. He's the boss of Sidelines Production. Joel Hansen Lee is also the boss of his own company. He's the boss of Farmhouse Productions, right? In fact, Aaron Tan is also the boss of his own company. They are not my employees. Right? And so the question is, why? Why do these people come together? And I sometimes say, you know, you have heard of like superhero groups, right? You see on movies, Justice League, you got Batman, you got Wonder Woman, you got Flash Gordon, you got a couple other guys. And you find that each of these people have their special power. And what happens is that on our own, we're pretty cool, we're pretty damn awesome, right? But the thing is, when we come together, suddenly we are getting results that nobody had gotten before. So as I told you, this is not my first webinar. I've been running sell-out webinars, and people have been logging on. In fact, we have been fully booked on almost all our webinars. And you look at the kind of attendee records that we have been getting. And if you compare that to the very pathetic results that I used to get when I was operating in the Earth world, it means that this is the kind of result that makes it worth our while. We have a strong message to share with people, and in fact, these guys have come together, generously shared their expertise with me, and sometimes I call them in the middle of the night one, you know, like 2 a.m. I'm like, hey, can you help me with this? And they help me one. It's insane, okay? And the reality here is, what everyone needs to understand, why am I showing you this, right? It's not about me telling you, why you how and as many people come. I'm telling you guys, go online, okay? And when I say go online, I don't mean having a website, and I don't mean just having an app. I mean taking your entire operations online. And it's very, very scary to let go of that. Right now, we no longer have an office. And if you look at my team, some of you can see my panelists. You can see that there are 5 little windows there that all have their names on it. That's how we work nowadays. And we work like this every day. We no longer have a physical presence. Okay, and so what happens is, if you could transit your entire operations into the air world, what I'm trying to say here is that you could times 10, times 100, times 1,000 the kind of results that you are getting for whatever work it is that you are doing. The reach and the influence that you can make on the community is on a completely different level. Okay? So then the thing is, some of you need to recognize that a lot of the big brands are dying. That's the other tip that I'm trying to tell you. That in the future, it is not the big companies like the Titanic, right, which has like something like 30,000 people working for them. The MNCs, even if they survive, are not going to continue with like a whole country of people inside there. No, they will not. The teams that are going to survive are in the air world. You see, Earth is down, right? Air needs to float. And sometimes when the company is too heavy, it cannot float. They take about 3 months to make a simple decision about yes or no. That means they are too slow already. In the air world, we are instant. So for us, I open my WhatsApp, hello guys, I send you all this link. What do you all think? Everyone, yes, 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 okay, done, finish. That's how quick it is, you know? And so look at how Nike has already lost $3.5 billion this quarter. I'm not sure if Nike is going to recover here. But if you compare that to this idea here of one guy. Some of you know who this is. He's Nas Daily. And that's him, one guy with his face like that, selling his t-shirt. Okay? And look at his t-shirt, $19.99. Same thing, Nike also sells t-shirt. But here's the thing, I got the funny feeling Nas Daily might be selling a lot more t-shirts than Nike right now. And why? Because Nas Daily doesn't just sell t-shirts. Nas Daily has a channel. He's got 1 million subscribers on it. And that doesn't mean 1 million people watch his videos, okay? A lot more than 1 million people watch his videos. How do you know? Look at that. Will this change your mind? Very pathetic, right? 104,000 views only. But look, he got that in 17 hours. Less than 24 hours and 100,000 people watch his videos. So the thing is, what I'm trying to explain here is this. Does he need all of these people to buy his t-shirt? Does he need all of these people to buy his t-shirt? He doesn't. Even if he's very lousy and his closing rate is 0.001, right? Still got a lot of people buy his t-shirts. That's lots and lots of people. And the other question I want to ask you is this. Do you think Nas Daily makes videos every day in order to sell t-shirt? Who thinks that? Maybe no way. Actually, it sounds funny, right? You think he makes videos so that he can sell t-shirt. I don't think so. He doesn't. It's really, really strange, but yet lots of people buy his t-shirts. And those of you who know what that t-shirt means, you know why people buy that t-shirt? Because it's not a t-shirt, it's a statement. Okay, and people buy it because it says something about themselves. Okay, so then as we move into this idea of like when the big brands are fighting the small players, some of you have seen this slide before. I've used it multiple times. Bobbi Brown is a very established makeup artist. She's been around for donkey years and she's worth a lot of money. And she has 236,000 subscribers. I would like you to compare that with the one below. This person is called RCL Beauty 101. Couldn't even bother to spell her name properly. And you know, in the past, I just presented it like this. I honestly didn't know who she was. I just anyhow grabbed from YouTube, you know. But this time around, I've done my research. Her name is Rachel Levin. She's 25 years old. And she just didn't go to college. I just decided to do makeup tutorials. Look at that. She has 14.4 million subscribers. And here's the thing. Now that all the shopping malls are closing, now that people are no longer going to Metro or looking at lipsticks and stuff, I got a feeling Bobbi Brown is going to have some trouble selling stuff. But let's just say RCL Beauty decides to hold up her lipstick and say that, oh, I'm just going to demonstrate this. But if you guys think this is as awesome as the way I think it's awesome, you might want to click the link at the bottom right-hand corner and buy the lipstick. But here's the weird thing. Actually, most people, the majority, 99.9% of people won't click one. They just want to watch the video for free. I get that. But you see, sometimes people just need a lipstick. And since she recommended, okay, click buy, that's it. And even if it's just like that, that means only the people who wanted will buy. The people who just want to watch for free, just watch for free. She doesn't get angry with you, you know. And so here's the thing. How much does she really make from doing all this? Remember I asked just now, a pie video can make money, man? Can. Look at that. So RCL Beauty, I went and did the research for you already. Yeah? You can see here, she's 25 years old. And in the bottom left-hand corner, look at how last 7 days, she made 5.18K. So that's 5,000 USD per week. Not per month, per week. So that means on a monthly basis, on average, she's drawing about $22,000 USD. Okay, now here's the thing. Do you think that some people may be going like, 14.4 million subscribers and then she makes so little only. Hey, I thought she was making like $1 million per month. But what I want to ask you all is this. If you think about an average 25-year-old, let's just imagine that you are Rachel right now. You have a chance to go to maybe go university. And let's just say you graduated with first-class honors, made your parents really proud, went on stage and shake hands with the guy and then collected your degree. Maybe you got hired by a fancy company like a great bank or an MNC. You think she's drawing 22K per month? And what I'm trying to explain here is, do you know what Rachel does every day? She talks about her favorite topic, makeup. And if you go into and see her account, she doesn't just talk about makeup. She's branched out into talking about many other things, about empowerment. She's also very funny and she puts up funny videos. And so people follow her. She does this all day, every day, and she draws 22,000. And you know what? The new generation, they don't care about Rolex watch. They don't care about LV bags. They don't even care whether or not they stay in a high-class penthouse condo. They're really not interested in any of that. $22,000 buys her lots and lots of food every day and enough makeup. And here's the interesting part. I don't think she pays for her own makeup anymore. I think they send her makeup for free nowadays. You know? And the thing is, if you think about it, right, look at this list here. Bobbi Brown, as you all know, is a huge company. Now, RCL Beauty 101, do you think she's a one-man outfit? Now, here's the thing. Last time, I may thought she's a one-man outfit. But you see, now I'm amazing, right? I'm moving into the influencer space. Now, do I do it alone? I just showed you, right? I have a team of guys behind me. There are 4 superheroes behind me. Who thinks RCL Beauty works by herself? No, right? She has a team behind her. I guarantee you, she does. But the thing is, who thinks that RCL Beauty has 1,000 people behind her? Actually, I don't think so. Honestly, she might maybe have a boyfriend and maybe 2 or 3 friends who help her. Okay? Now, who agrees with me that Bobbi Brown has a team that is at least 100 times bigger than RCL Beauty? Please raise your hand if you think that RCL Beauty may have 3 or 4 people maybe working for her, like me. Right? But that Bobbi Brown confirmed got maybe about 400 or maybe 4,000 people working for her. Agree, right? Look at all these people raising their hands. Okay? And the thing here is this. They couldn't even get her subscriber level bigger than this. And what this tells you is that you don't need so many people, you just need the right people. Okay, so guys, write this down. You do not need a huge team. You just need the right people. Get them in the right mindset. We can do wonders. Okay, so this is what happens. Now, next thing, another big industry which I have not mentioned so far, movies. And you would have thought that all of us gonna stuck at home. We got nothing to do, right? We are watching movie, right? Movie should be doing well. But look at this, look at this list of movies. These movies are all dead. These are the movies that were supposed to premiere this year in 2020. They're supposed to launch, right? Mulan, I was looking forward to watching Mulan. I told my parents already, that in the end cannot watch, right? So that the thing here is, on this list is not just the movies that could not launch this year. It also includes all the movies that the production kinda stuck because now COVID-19 they cannot go to work, which means those that were due for release next year or even the year after are stuck right now. The entire Hollywood has come to a standstill. And look at the companies here, they're all big companies. You know, the list of, I do my research, the list of movies that are affected is like almost 300 movies. You know? I only pick out those that I think you will recognize one, okay? And here's the statistic. Hollywood is dead. Hollywood, the losses that they calculate right now, and this was only in, let's see, this was only in March, you know. In March, they already took $20 billion hit. Hollywood, bye-bye already. Okay, and so what does this mean? Now, as Hollywood is dying, something else is coming up. Now, just as I showed you, this is the earth industry. I showed you all the property agents were doing all the old thing, right? Then now they're crying and they're like, hey, can you please allow people to go back into movie theater? Everybody is thinking in the past, we want to go back. But let me show you something that is a bit like Zen C. There are people who are doing something totally different. Watch this. This company is called Unreal Engine. Okay, who are the people who know what is Unreal Engine? Can you please raise your hand? Good. I see some people, not a lot, okay? There are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a few other people. Now, these people, you're a gamer, right? Confirm gamer one, okay? So only the gamers know, right? Unreal Tournament, you all know this, okay? Now, those of you who do not know what is Unreal Engine, okay, now it is a 3D creation tool. How does this work? Look at that picture over there. It looks like a storm, right? Looks like an image from a Hollywood movie. Guys, it is not. That picture is not real. That picture is a 3D image. And what I'm trying to show you here is that Unreal Engine is a wonderful, wonderful software. It is a very high-level software that allows you to make images like that without even taking out your video camera. It is not a film thing. This is something that people click and produce on the screen. This is freaking amazing. Now, normally, in the Earth world, do you not agree with me that if your company created a product like this, wow, like that you win already. Bonus already, you can charge Hollywood millions of dollars to use this. Because why not? It's damn good software, right? But look at it. In 2015, they made an announcement. This is 5 years ago. They made an announcement on their website. They gave Unreal Engine away for free. It says here, if you love something, set it free. It says here, Unreal Engine 4 is now available to everyone for free. And all future updates will be free. This is not like, what, they give you the old version free, then the new one must pay. It's not like all future updates will be free. You can download the engine and you can use it for everything from game development, education, architecture, visualization, VR, film, animation, pretty much everything lah. Which means they don't even care what you use it for. Just download and use. Now, when you ship a game or an application, you pay a 5% royalty on gross revenue after the first 3,000. What they're basically saying is, to use is free. Just in case you make some money, and we help you to make some money, is it okay you pay us 5%? That's fair, right? And here's the thing. They don't even hold you down to it. Frankly, there are millions of people downloading it off their website for free. Such a great software for free. Everyone go download. You think they got time to go and like track every single person? I don't think so. This is called a gentleman's agreement. And what this means is that if you make some money, maybe give us something back. We kind of need to eat also, right? Because we created a great software for you. It is awesome. It's a simple arrangement in which we succeed only when you succeed. Pretty insane. Now, some people ask, why are all these people giving away free? It's crazy. And that was 5 years ago. Now in 2020, look at it. You go online, all the big companies are bleeding from their kidneys, right? They are losing billions of dollars. What does Unreal Engine do? They did something that you would never imagine is even possible. Okay, because if you thought they were insane for giving this away in 2005, in 2020 they gave it even more free. Let me show you. In May, this month, just 2-3 weeks ago, Unreal Engine royalties waived on the first 1 million in game revenue. Last time, they said, you make 3K, you give us 5%. Now, they said, starting today, you can download and use Unreal Engine to build games for free as you always have. Except now that the royalties are waived on your first $1 million in gross revenue. Guys, you all know what this means not? It means if you download Unreal Engine and you sell your game and you make $500,000, you don't need to pay them anything. The 500K you keep is yours. I don't even want your money. Okay? And see, and they even retroactive it down to first gen, which means that if you download 5 months ago, you know what, whatever you make, you keep it, we don't need. Crazy. And why? Because it gives game developers an unprecedented advantage over other engine license models. They give it away. Now, what's happening during this period when everyone is stuck at home and Hollywood is not producing movies? When Unreal Engine makes this available, students are making movies. So all the kids were at home, 3-4 of them get together, and then they all click, and then they produce something. Now, I would like you to look at this picture here. I don't know who these guys are, and frankly, I don't really know much about this movie. I just randomly took it off YouTube. There are millions of students, young people who have produced this movie. Now, I want you to look at this picture. Let's just say if I didn't tell you that this was made with Unreal Engine. Let's just say I didn't tell you that this was made by some students. And you look at this picture, and I told you that this was a screenshot from the latest Disney movie, science fiction movie. You believe or not? I believe, I think it looks damn good. You won't even know, you know? Seriously, those people who believe, if I show you and I said this was a Hollywood movie, right? Guys, what does this mean? It means that when Unreal Engine does this, it means that regular, normal people, not famous, not Tom Cruise and not Steven Spielberg, is making quality stuff like this. Okay? And don't believe me? Go on YouTube and see for yourself. And here's the funny thing. They could actually be the next Oscar winner because even Oscar is moving. Right now, in the past, it used to be if you wanted to qualify to get an Oscar, you needed to at least show your movie for at least 7 days in a traditional movie theater. Now, they said, if you now stream movies can qualify for Oscar already. So who thinks that it's quite possible, maybe not this year, but it's possible that in the next 2, maybe 3 years, potentially the next Oscar-winning film could be something that is made by 2 or 3 geekos somewhere in Japan. You know what I mean? And yeah, and the thing is, what's their budget? I'm not very sure. When you have 3 guys sitting at home eating cup noodles and just clicking, right? I'm pretty sure their production budget is not $200 million, not like Hollywood. Okay, and I can tell you that how is Hollywood ever going to compete with the massive millions of talent out there making movies like Hollywood can never do? Okay, and you know one of the weird things is that even though young people may now qualify for Oscars, the funny thing is maybe they're not that interested in winning an Oscar also. This idea of winning an award, number 1, I'm EM1, I'm the top 10%, this kind of thing is earth industry. So again, I'm trying to show you more examples of how all this mindset is like last century already. Young people don't really give a damn because the reality is they just wanted to be expressive. They just wanted to put their message out there. Now I'm going to show you how else entertainment has changed. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you to this group called BGA, and BGA stands for Boys Generally Asian. They are a Korean pop group, but they're a bit different from the other pop groups. Okay, you all know how the Korean pop groups work, right? All those big entertainment companies, what they do is they get 3 or 4 of these good-looking guys. Then they zeng them, ask them to go and do like plastic surgery and all that stuff, right? Until all the studies have shown that girls like this kind. Then they manufacture these boy bands. Now, BGA is not a manufactured boy band. They are not even in Korea. These 4 guys are ethnic Korean, but they are born in America, and they are 2nd gen, which means they can't even speak Korean. They speak with Angmo accent one, okay? And so they can't sing, they can't act, they can't dance. They just happen to be Korean. And they decided to make a series of music videos that were spoofing a lot of the Korean thing, okay? So that means when they sing, their lyrics, half of it is Korean, the rest is all nonsense. Okay, now they debut in 2016, and their song is called Dong Sayade, and it translates to I need to shit, I need to poop. Okay, now you may laugh and say, these kind of lousy people, right? But look at it. They were number 2 on iTunes. And what does this tell you? They were beating the guys who were manufactured by the big companies. Let me show you. This is what their MTV looks like. And it's like, I have to take a shit, right? Look at the bottom left-hand corner. They have almost 17 million views. Five random Korean American guys did that. And I tell you, it's a great song. Let me show you what their lyrics look like, okay? It goes poop, 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 right? And the reality is, people who are spoofing the old earth industries, laughing at the ridiculousness of it, are getting number 2 on iTunes. Now, and the thing is, some people say that, oh, but like that I have to be like very original. In fact, you don't have to be. The reality is, in the Earth era, people have already admitted that there's not much originality in the world anyway. In the Earth era, everyone was trying to convince you that they were original, but they kind of not lah. Okay, so this is the infographics show. Some of you know this. And they don't even put anything original. They are just reporting information around the world. So this one is, they just simply talk about how successful is pornography around the world, how successful is Pornhub. And so they even say here, they present their research. Oh, as for our gay friends, their top searches, would you like to know what gay people are searching on porn channels? Number 1, Japanese, Korean, straight first time. And look at how many views it's gotten, right? In just a short while, they have something like 3 million views. What I'm trying to show you here is that the entertainment has changed. Things have changed completely. Now, even in Singapore, you would have thought that, wow, with all our strict MDA regulations, who has heard of SGAG? Okay, the SGAG has a YouTube channel. It's called Nobat TV. Can you see top right-hand corner? Nobat TV. And of course, they put out a lot of these gag videos. It's spoof. They're basically making fun of everything in Singapore. And in fact, you can see here that they even have a lot of videos that involve things like kuku jiao or whatever it is. And the reality is, could this ever have shown up in a MediaCorp program? Of course not. No way. But on YouTube, anything goes, guys. Right? And so the reality is the Nobat TV is doing really well right now. The rules have changed completely. And other things that mean that the rules have changed, you know how in the past, like Oracle, they have a huge legal department. And we used to send letters to each other, suing each other, how dare you touch my things, how dare you copy my stuff. Remember with Napster, where we used to download, they said we were pirates and then they took you to jail, right? So that's why IP, and you know how in the last few years, all these lawyers are coming to you, oh, you should pay this money, whatever, protect your IP. Now here's the thing, as we move into the air era, what exactly is IP? Does it belong to you? And you find that when a person is an information source, the only way that you can be valuable is to share that information to as many people as possible. And what this means is that even the concept of intellectual property has changed. Who here knows of the song Despacito? Very big song in 2017. Who loves it? I love the song. I think it's a great song, right? That very, very catchy. So what I did, because I love going to YouTube and I love watching all these wonderful covers. Who has seen the covers and who thinks that some of the covers are actually better than the original? I thought it was great. Now, the other song that has been super covered was Disney's Let It Go. That terrible song that you couldn't get out of your face, right? All the kids were singing it. But you see, Despacito covers YouTube. I searched on Google, 933,000 results. Now, here's the thing. I know not all of the results are covers. Let's just say only a small percentage are actually covers. And let's just say I'm the singer of Despacito. And I tell my lawyer, basket, all these people stealing my song. I don't care. Write all of them letters. Tell them we are suing them. Basket is still my song. You think that's possible, guys? Is it even possible to send out all these letters before you even finish, right, another 100,000 people make a cover? And the thing is, how are you going to track these people? And you know what all these millennials and Gen Zs are going to do? They're going to ignore you. That's what's going to happen. Right? And what are you going to do? You're going to fly there and arrest them? Guys, intellectual property is gone. Right? So what you want to understand here is that if you have something valuable, you share it. You share it with as many people as possible. You stick it online and you have people come. And lots of people have asked me, May, you siao. You speak for hours for free. You didn't charge people any money. You crazy. You could have charged people a ticket fee for being on this thing, you know. Why? Well, because in the air era, this is how this works. Okay? We give a lot. And a lot of you are scratching your heads right now. It's like, how are you all eating? It's a very good question. How are these people eating? How is Unreal Engine eating? Have you all thought about it? Right? Trust me, stick with me, guys. I will show you. Okay. Now, here's the thing, and a lot of you who are watching this, you call yourself old-timers. You are a certain age and above, and you struggle. So even as entertainment changes, let's look at somebody quite famous, okay? I have put power station, 动力火车. Okay, some of you know 动力火车, can you raise your hand so I know Okay, so some of you they are not Mandarin speaking if you are logging in from other place in the world. Power station Tonglihuoce is they are very famous rockers. They were very popular in the 90s. For those of you who do not know them, they are the Aerosmith of Mando pop. So what happened was I was very curious and I was thinking, wow, with all these SGAG people and all these covers coming up, like how is Power Station doing? So I searched on YouTube, right? And you know what's the funny thing? You know, you all want to guess, Bobby Brown got 236,000 subscribers. Right? You all know how many subscribers Tonglihuoce has? Anyone knows? How many subscribers do they have? You look at the search result. You know how when they have a channel, right? The channel is the first search result. Don't have. Which tells you Tonglihuoce does not have a YouTube channel. So the answer to the question, how many subscribers does Tonglihuoce have? The answer is 0. They have 0 subscribers on YouTube. So like that, wow, the old-timers, gone case. Okay, so then the old-timers are left behind, but here is what Tonglihuoce did. And those of you who are old-timers who are watching this and you're starting to panic, right, guys, this is bullshit. Oh, by the way, you all saw just now the SGAG, right? The guy who said the kukujiao thing, right? He's this uncle. I think he looks like he's like 60, 70 years old. If he can go online, I don't know what's your excuse. Now next, here you see, oh, there it is, like Power Station, Tonglihuoce, sitting here with a YouTube star, and his name is Namwi. They're sitting here looking cool. Now, if you pay attention to the title of this song, it's called 怎么办, and it translates to My Skanky Girlfriend. Okay, now those of you, just now a lot of you raise your hand, you say you know who is Tonglihuoce, right? Seriously, would Tonglihuoce, the Aerosmith of Mandopop, ever go online and sing a song about their girlfriend who go around having sex with other people? How about like never, ever? No way. No way. That's not the kind of song they sing. Right? And the reality is why? Why would they do this? Be a lame performing monkey and go and hang out with Namwi, very known for all his nonsense lyrics and stuff, right? What's the answer? The answer is on the bottom left-hand corner. And the answer is called 7.7 million views. Not bad for 2 old rockers who couldn't even get a single YouTube subscriber. Right? Without a collaboration, keyword, write it down please, in the air word. Collaboration is the way to go. If you are an old-timer and you have no idea how to upload a YouTube video, you have no idea how to make people click, maybe it's time to start collaborating with the right people. And Tonglihuoce is a great example. And there are other people too, like Peter Chan, right? He's gone and collaborated with not young people, but he collaborated with Apple. And he's also gone and explored new things. People like Peter Chan do not shoot 3-minute films. Because right now, the rules have changed. Whoever said movie has to be 2 hours? 3 minutes also can be movie, what? Right? And I can tell you people like Peter Chan do not shoot movies on iPhone X. That's the second thing that Peter Chan has done. The third thing that people like Peter Chan don't do is that they do not offer their films for free. Did you see? Watch the film. Then if you click on it, you can watch for free. Go apple.com and watch. It's free. So how come a lot of these people can do that? They can change the rules and they can do and they can offer what they have, quality stuff, by the way, for free. So I'm going to show you a very quick example. Some of you are saying like, yeah, but then that's Peter Chan, what? Then that's Tonglihuoce, but then how about me? And lots of you can need somebody that you can resonate with. How about me? I'm just a Singaporean. I'm just a regular guy. And for some of you, if you are a certain age and above, you have worked very, very long in Singapore, around the world. And some of you have gotten quite high where you are. And you are panicking right now because Maysim is pretty much telling you that the old world, that you worked so hard, you climbed the ladder, like climb mountain like that, and now it's all going to crumble. Then like how? Okay, so I'm going to show you that some real life examples. I think you need to see this. I'd like to introduce you to Benedict Leong. I met him some months ago, and he used to be very, very successful, right, in a very established trade, right? He was in the oil industry. I will not name the company. And he quit his job, okay, because some of the values have changed, and he felt that, hey, maybe I don't really agree with how the company is doing. So he decided, you know what, I'm okay. I'm a smart man. I'm a hardworking man. I can make it. I'll come out and do it. Okay, but the thing is, you see, we need to understand that for many, many of you out there, isn't this the story of our lives, right? All of us now need to make that change. A lot of us are scared. And a lot of us are saying that, wow, this world is not something that I recognize. And I'm not really sure that, am I still relevant? Am I still valuable? And you see, one of the things that Benedict learned when he came with us was that it was a very simple thing, that the fundamentals don't change. People still want to laugh. People still want to cry, right? People still want to have some good food. and we still want to watch a really, really good show, you know, and we still want to connect to each other. So this is something that Benedict learned when he was with us, and I'd like you to watch this video. Please hear from him.
I like that May is very direct. I like that she can connect with people at a level that actually addresses their concerns. She grabs what they're struggling with. She can come up and identify their perspective. She teaches in simple languages. You know, I realize at the end of the day, what I can do good, right, is actually there regardless of whether I've done it for a day or for many years. I feel a bit more encouraged in terms of actually knowing that in spite of what I thought were weaknesses and so on, actually looking at it from the other point of view, it's an opportunity too. I think at the end of the day, it just reinforces in my mind the mindset change that actually I need to make.
And he's absolutely right, isn't it? That ultimately, nobody ever said that you have to be a PHP developer or that you have to know what is TensorFlow. I don't think any of it is necessary. There are many, many experts out there who can help with all of these. But what all of us need to realize is that there must be something that you are very good at. And very often what we need to do is we need to change the way in which we do things. There are people from the fire era who are fantastic with horses. And when we no longer need horses for the carriages, what did? They switched into the racing industry, right? And a lot of these people who understood horses are still in business. You find that all they have done is that they've adapted into a totally brand new medium with a brand new mindset, because they understand that right now the horse better make some money for people, right? And so now as we are making yet another change, moving from earth to air, so therefore if you happen to be a horse expert, maybe it's time to realize that you are not useless. In fact, we still need lots and lots of people who understand horses, and we kind of need to explain how the horses are going to go right back into the natural environment, biology and all the other conservation. We need these people, don't we? Right? So basically the jockey still has a job. Okay, and so what I want to show you, okay, so it's important, right, that you all want to see some real people. Now as I keep going, I'm going to show you more and more real people, okay? Now sports has disappeared. This is from ESPN. That actually, now that, you know, those of you who love Manchester United, those of you who love Liverpool, here's the thing, I don't think they can put all these 50, 60,000 people in Old Trafford anymore. Not happening, guys. Okay, so then the loss that has come out of it is $12 billion. Right now, they are talking about the Olympics. Are we going to continue? Are we not? In Singapore, we are talking about the F1. I've heard from my team, they did some research and they said that Singapore is going to go ahead with our F1. Just so you know, F1 is in September, and I showed you the timeline for Singapore in September. You go and decide lah. You go and see whether F1 will happen or not. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll meet again in a webinar and then let's talk about it. Okay. So then, if sports is going to disappear, then what's coming up is esports. Okay. Now this is of no surprise to any of you. Okay. Everybody see little kids like this little boy here is already on esports, and some of you are thinking, "Aya jialat lah, we are old timers. We don't know how to play all these games. Don't know where to click. So I don't think we can participate." But here's one of the beautiful things about esports. Okay. And as we move into the air era, I hinted to all of you already, no one cares whether you win or not. No one cares whether you're top 10% or not. No one even cares whether you're like winner, Oscar winner. Okay? Let me show you how this works. Okay? Now this is a sport. And online gaming is a sport that anyone can succeed in. And I'd like to introduce you to this Ama. And her name is Shirley Curry. Now her description here says, I am an 84-year-old Ama, and I love to play, and now I love to record games. I live in Ohio, USA. I love playing Skyrim. I'm a widow. I have 4 sons, 9 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Guys, she is very Ama. Right? My birthday is April 2nd. She's an Aries. That's great. I love Aries people. Okay, but here's the thing. Maybe you are not very impressed by her. And some of you who know Shirley Curry, honestly, is she a very good player? Did she join competition and be number 1? I can tell you it's not lah. As far as playing the game is concerned, she's a rubbish player. She anyhow player. Right, so she's an Ama, and she thinks it's very cool to go into a virtual world. She adopt a dog, and then she like go and look for a rainbow. But along the way, her videos are very cute. It's very cute to watch an Ama say like, oh, look at that, like what's that? Oh, open the box and see what's in it, you know? And people love watching it. And I'll tell you why. Because she's an inspiration. The fact that Shirley Curry exists tells you that even if you're 84 years old, you can be as cool as all these geeko guys who are online playing Skyrim. So when I say this is a sport that anyone can succeed in, no one even cares whether you're any good at it. You just have to be real, you just have to be honest and sincere. Now, if you're not impressed by Shirley Curry, have a look at how many subscribers she got. She got 828,000 subscribers. Who thinks that's pretty awesome? Like, seriously, are you all impressed now? Can you all raise hand or not? Please. It's like, seriously, I mean, this, if you think that all of you right now who are educated know how to use computer and you are thinking like, wow, how am I going to get subscribers? Look, Ama can do it. Okay, and I tell you, Ama doesn't have 1,000 people working behind her. She's just an Ama somewhere in a place. Now, if you're not impressed, let me show you. Adidas also got 800,000+ subscribers only. Right? So if Ama is just as good as them, maybe she just short of a few only. Give her 1 more year, she will catch up already. Who thinks she will catch up? I think she will catch up. Right? And I like watching her videos. Okay, so guys, go check her out. She's really damn cool. Okay, so then as we as I come through this, I want to ask you very sincerely. Now, where are you? I've shown you a lot of very good examples, haven't I? That there are some people who are still hanging on to the past. Please, Mr. Chan Chun Sing, please let me do viewing. Or is it we are doing in the present, just trying to adapt? Or have you seen for yourself that there are some people who have looked to the future? Now, if you are going to spend so many hours with an astrologer who can tell you about the future, can you at least like do something useful with your life? Right? It is time to make a change. And some of the things that you're doing right now may be not so useful. Some of the things is time to let go, right? If you've made a loss, sometimes there's not very much you can do to get it back. Okay, so then right now, if you are still thinking in the past, you are still thinking in the present, that means you still see yourself as a worker. You keep asking yourself, what is your value? What is your net worth? Whether in 10 years' time, am I going to maintain my net worth? What's my ROI? Blah, blah, blah. That's you thinking in the past. Now, I've asked you to make a step. It's not that big of a step. We've already seen this happening. There are people already doing it. Okay? Now, I ask you to think of yourself as an information source. Understand that you are now a citizen of the world, and there's a lot that you can contribute. If Shirley Curry can make videos, I don't know what your excuse is. Okay? And so that means you need to go out there and share. Now, there are a lot of questions that are coming out in your mind right now. Who do I share with? Right? And what do I share? Oh my God, it's like I'm just a regular person. I work in banking for like 25 years. I don't think I know anything that anyone wants to know. Okay, and so that's why I also understand this is why my presentation has not finished. Okay, I still have lots and lots of people to introduce you to, and I know that you've had enough of looking at all these Angmo people. Okay, I want to show you real people in Singapore who have already made a lot of changes in their life. Okay, so then I promise you I will show you this after the break. What you see these people doing is very regular. Anybody can do, even you can do. Okay, so the topic for after break is what an earthling like you can do to transit. Okay, so I'd like you all to come back after a bit. And of course, and the thing here is this, okay, you all understand, like I keep repeating, a lot of people don't know this. Some of you said doom and gloom before lunch. I also know it's doom and gloom because I'm trying to convince you that the old world cannot go back already. That's why I tell you doom and gloom. So now I'm showing you that the new world, who's starting to think that the new world a bit exciting? It seems a bit like an improvement. Who thinks it's an improvement? Thank you very much, right? So it's not just me, right? You all start to think that who is damn sian, right? And sick and tired of that whole money conversation. Sick and tired of scraping your way, working like shit for I don't know what, also just to show off to people. It's stupid already, right? So that means now, as I'm asking you to move forward, this is why I'm also asking you to share. Now, am I asking you to do that because I love having lots of people on my webinar? No. I hope at this point that I've convinced you that we are doing this because this information honestly needs to go out. How many Singaporeans are still panicking? And how many of you understand that if Singaporeans do not know what the future is going to look like, you all know what's going to happen in August? Does anyone know what's going to happen in September? When people wake up and they realize that, oh my freaking God, like when the Trojan horse comes out, a lot of people are not prepared. And prepared doesn't mean that they keep their money in a secret place. Prepared simply means that they look at the future and they know what to do. They know how to change themselves and they are calm and composed because they say, you know what, let's not worry, okay, there's a new world, let's let go of that. We get together, let's come up with some more useful ideas. Now it's time to loading, right? Don't be lazy already, you have to start thinking. So I'd like to beseech everybody, please help me to share. In June, I'm going to talk even more, okay? I talked a little bit about Gen Z, I talked a little bit about millennials, but I haven't even explored the entire topic yet, right? In June, I'm going to explore more of that. I've done a lot of research, and I'll show you what astrology says about the new generation of people who are coming up. And many of you old-timers need to understand that, look, we all have to work together. Right? In the new world, no one's going to say you how many years experience, whatever, all this is not important really. The question is, how can we put all the superpowers together and can we work together? Okay, now if you're interested in doing that, and please don't just keep this for yourself. The air world is for sharing. If you have benefit from today, please just help me share with other people, okay? John G came to my webinars the last time, and he's from the construction industry. John G is the boss of a multi-million-dollar construction devices kind of industry, and he tells me everything you say about the construction industry is true. It's all true. There's bad debt a lot of people cannot pay. That's a reality. Okay, and what he did was he went online. He said, I was you at first. We thought astrology is feng shui, horoscope, woo-woo stuff, don't know what nonsense this woman is talking about. And then he said, hey, why not, right? I mean, after I'm sitting at home doing nothing, you might as well come and listen, right? So he did, and his mind was blown. And he realized that astrology is not woo-woo. When it's done in a practical manner, we can make a difference to people. And so that I have proved my predictions time and again. I haven't been wrong so far. And guys, do you all honestly think I will be wrong in the next 2 to 3 months? I haven't been wrong so far, you know. Okay, so then he says, I don't post stuff that is not real, and I don't post stuff that doesn't benefit people. I'm telling you. Right, so he posted it, and I'm putting this here because I want to thank John G, okay? Because of John G, a lot of people from the construction industry came and attended my later webinars. And a lot of these people have written into me and they have said, thank you, May, for giving us the truth. We suspected a lot of things, but we needed to know for a fact. Please help me send this out to people. Tonya also shared, right? And she says, even if you don't believe in astrology, if you want to come in now, May Sim is not airy-fairy. Guys, am I airy-fairy? Have I told you useful things? Now, I don't pluck stories out of the air. I back all of my things down with astrological calculations, and I show you actual things that people are really doing. It's common sense, and I do my work with my calculations. Please help us to share, okay? So that my team is behind this, and please scan this QR code and send it out to other Singaporeans, people in your industries, your friends, and your family, okay? So we're going to go for a few. Can I make it 10 minutes? Can you all make it like a bathroom break, like go and pee and come back? Because I still got a lot of things to share, okay? I'm trying not to overrun too much. Okay, so not 15 minutes, we're going to make it 10 minutes. Now it's 2:46, and let's make it 2:55, okay? 9 minutes, go and pee and come back, okay? I'll leave this on the screen. I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, we are on air, and thanks for... Are we good? Okay. Hi guys, we are on air again. Sorry, we had another bit of a big hiccup. Webinar is like that one, okay? Okay, great. So before I go on, okay, I can see my team tells me that there are quite a lot of people asking about how to share, okay? So let me show you how this is done, okay? If you have your mobile phone with you, so those of you using iPhone, you don't need a special QR code scanner, okay? Those of you using iPhone, what you do is you open your camera, and you aim at the QR code. So then it should automatically scan the QR code by itself. And then what you do is you click on the pop-up thing that comes. It will take you to the page. So on this page, they will ask you to put in your contact information so that my team can inform your friend when we are ready for the next webinar. Okay, but those of you who are not using iPhone, it is possible that your camera cannot scan the QR code directly, okay? So that means you will need a QR code scanner. You need a QR code scanner, and then what you do is once you scan that QR code, and then you have the URL, right? So here's the thing, when you share on Facebook, you don't need to share the QR code. The other way is you can take a photograph. Okay, so what you can do also, you can take a photograph of the QR code and you can post that photograph also can. So that means you can just take a photograph, share with your friend and ask your friend to scan the QR code, okay? Now, if that fails, what happens is that as long as you visit the website, you should be able to copy and paste the URL out of it. So the URL is the address of the page. What you do is you hold and then you get copy, right? Then you go to your Facebook page, you can paste it there. Whether it's on Facebook page or WhatsApp, you can do it like that, okay? So now, for those of you who are still having some difficulties with this, what I suggest, okay, now I'm going to ask my team to do something, make it easier, okay? I'll make sure that Jeremy sends the link for this watch list out to the mailing list of all the people who are on this webinar, okay? I'll ask him to do that. But for those of you who are listening to this right now, what you can do is just take a photograph of the QR code. Okay, as long as your friend scans this QR code, they will be able to book. They'll go and fill in their details so that they can book their space. Okay, so then I just wanted to explain this. Okay, so that there's no shame in not knowing how to do this. Okay, guys, what you all need to do is around this period as we're making a transition. So I don't want any of the people who are more advanced to laugh at those who are less advanced. Okay, the reality is the technology is moving at breakneck speed. So just because you are catching up right now, don't laugh. Do you all remember when I said how fast the technology is going to move? From 3.5-inch floppy disk to thumb drive to CD to whatever, it's going to move so quickly that you yourself may not be able to catch up. So as a community, let's all support each other, okay? So if there's anybody who doesn't know how to share or anything, please get in touch with my team and we'll be able to assist, okay? So thank you very much. So now, okay, I want to thank everybody for sticking with me on this marathon, okay? I just want to know that you're a great audience. I love it when people are reacting to me, okay? It's very lonely, you know, I sit here talking to a screen, very sad one, okay? And so, thank you very much, okay? I love you people too, okay? And so, so before we go on, okay, I just wanted to share something, just in order to thank everybody for going on this marathon with me. Remember I said that I have a Telegram notification chat, and so that means when I do my calculations, okay, so then the postings are like when I see something, I'll post on it. Okay, some of you who are watching this, you're already on the Telegram chat. I'm very busy doing calculations nowadays. The moment I have something, I'll put it up, okay? So if you would like to join my Telegram group, okay, guys, this is a different QR code. Okay, so now what you do is you take out your phone. Those who want to join my Telegram group, please scan this QR code right now, okay? Scan it, take out your QR code scanner. Okay, I'll hold it for a couple of minutes, okay? I know some of you need to grab your QR code. If you cannot download a QR code scanner on time, I recommend that you just take a photograph of this first. Make sure your photograph is like not the blur type, make sure you take properly. Once you take the photograph, later on you will be able to find a way to get a QR code scanner, okay? So just get that first. Okay, so those of you who got that, you can just straight away go and join the Telegram. Okay, of course you need to download Telegram on your phone. Okay, so that means it might take you a couple of steps, but this is how you join. Okay, so I used to not offer this for free. Okay, so last time joining this group is not for free. But you see, me and my team, we have discussed and we realized that as the date gets closer and closer and closer to the difficult period, I think it doesn't make any sense for us to restrict this group. So in the spirit of going air, we've decided to make it open. Anybody can join, just scan and you can join, okay? Is that fair, guys? Okay, I'm offering it to you guys for free. Okay, so now going back to what has been happening for the last 20 years. As I said, we tried to combine, isn't it? We tried to combine the kaching together with the technology. And what all of us are going to struggle with a little bit during this period is how to let go of the money bit. How to let go of the, why should I give free? You know, it's like all of us are like that, right? And the thing is, now that you can see me and my team doing all of these things, well, I have to admit to you guys, it wasn't easy, right? For us to even think about like doing this, and the thought occurred to us that you'd be crazy. Why would we offer all of these things for free? But you see, we understand. You need to know that me and my team, we understand the air era a lot better than most people. Right? And this is the reason why we want you to understand the same thing too. Okay, so then we look at all these words. And I want you to pay very, very close attention to it, because these words, just like how in the past, when we moved into the Earth era, remember how all those words started to dominate our lives? Remember how we start talking about productivity and efficiency and value in every sentence, and then no one thought about pride and glory and all that adventure stuff, you know, it disappeared, you know. So that means what is going to bother most of us is not so much that our job change, it's not so much that our children change, but rather that the language change. And suddenly all the things that you're talking about is like new world, okay? So please internalize all these words. And plus, along the way, I already gave you all some other words. Remember, I said repurpose and I said a few other things. Please make sure you internalize those words. This is the new world, okay? And what this means is that all these words, can we all now make a decision and be prepared to slowly, and I understand that for me to ask you to let it go like the way me and my team have let it go, it's not going to be so easy, okay? So then look at these words and, well, maybe you can appreciate them for a while because they are very, very soon going to disappear from our lives, okay? And there are some of you, as I asked just now, some of you are actually glad to see these words disappear, okay? So that's why I promised you the new world might just be an improvement on the old world, okay? So then let me go through, okay, what exactly does it mean when I say let go, okay? So just in case I haven't been like super clear enough, let's make this even clearer, okay? So what I'm about to show you are some key concepts that have been so natural and so essential to all our lives that will make it very, very difficult for us to let go, okay? So then, as I show you this, be prepared to let go of all this. Number one, the fixed income. We are no longer going to be getting those jobs where you have this 3K, 5K, 10K. So I don't think so, okay? If you think about it, do you think Nas Daily knows next month how much he's going to make? I can tell you he doesn't, right? And this what Gordon Ramsay put his video, I can tell you they have no idea, zero idea, how much they are going to make next month, zero. So same thing for me and my team. We actually don't know how much we will make or whatever, it's like that, okay? So then fixed working hours, sorry, bye-bye already. Right, I'm sure that you, not just my team, I'm sure that you guys working from home, you realize that your working hours also bye-bye already. Like some people don't even wake up at 8 a.m. anymore. You wake up at 2 p.m. then you start working, okay? So that's the new world. There's no such thing as a fixed location anymore. They ask you to work from home, which means you can work in the downstairs park if you got internet also. Who cares where you work? Okay, then fixed work scope. I want everyone to consider that in the past, you know how when you sign contract, then you ask the company to, can you please specify what is the work scope that you want people to do? And here's the secret reason why we all do it, right? Because actually we're very scared that what if they ask me to do extra work, little not included, because I want to get angry with them. Okay, so the thing here is that when you have that fixed work scope, the only reason why we do that is to protect ourselves. We think that other people want to take advantage of us. And our experience, me and my team working like that, is that actually we never really have a fixed work scope. At no point does Jeremy say, by the way, your PowerPoint gonna start, right? Not in my work scope. It doesn't happen. It really, really doesn't happen, okay? Job security is gone. That you are not ever going to have a situation where people will guarantee you that there's a job. once the work is done, it's hasta la vista. That's the way it is, right? And that's why we need to be very, very clear where you are valuable so that you can continue offering your value to your target audience over and over and over again, okay? Now, serving giant MNCs is going to be a thing of the past. First of all, a lot of them are not going to make it past this period. So you want to serve them also, they are not there, okay? And even if they are there, they are not giant, okay? So then the next one is exclusivity. Now, I want you to consider that in the earth world, exclusivity was so that exclusivity is actually not real one. It's man-made. It's that we sort of draw a line and say that, sorry, only certain people qualify, then other people don't. Which is why we got EM1, which is why we got gifted program. And which is why even in companies, they have like certain special people who perform a certain level, your advisors clique lah, your $1 million round table lah, whatever, okay, as if it means something like very special like that. So the thing is, when it comes down to an exclusivity, right now that's going to end, okay? It's a lot of young people actually don't care about these things anymore. We also tried to block competition. And this was why we didn't want to have all these foreign people come to join us. And I don't think it makes any sense for you to try and block that competition because they're all online right now. Okay, and a lot of us want to meet preset standards. And that's why we always want to look at what has happened in the past. You look at all the previous successful people and we try to copy them. And so it's a bit like, oh, if that guy made $1 million, then let's try to follow his footsteps and make that $1 million. It's a bit, this is the old way that we've done things. And that's why we all tend to follow what is the industry norm. And if I want everyone to realize that when all of us are so obsessed with following the industry norm and follow the compliance and that kind of thing, it means, have you all noticed that generation after generation, we keep producing the same thing? This is part of the mass production thing that I mentioned before. Because then you find that the upline do like that, right? Then the downline also do the same thing. And in the end, the world never actually produces anything that's truly useful. They just try to pick the one that is like pay the least, earn the most, right? That's what we do. Of course, there was also the obsession with getting qualifications and certificate. And we all know this, right? In Singapore, we are very famous for people come to like just clock attendance, right? You know why? Because I just need the cert. If not, later the skills future never pay. You know what I mean? And so the thing is, do people really learn anything? Sometimes the trainer can't even be bothered to teach you anything very useful because the thing is, all these people are not even serious about it. Now, I want to share a very personal story. Some of you know that I run a school in Singapore. And when I had my physical school, there'll be people who come and people say they want to learn astrology or take part in my programs or whatever. Now, there is a question that we seldom get. We very seldom get it because actually, if you think about it, the people who like astrology, they are all a bit air mindset one, so they are not really the very earth kind of people. But every now and then, kuku tipai, we get somebody who comes in and says, by the way, your course got skills future or not? And we never revealed this to people, okay? But secretly, internally, me and my brother, the moment someone asked about skills future, we basically decided we do not want this person in my class. Because the reality is this person is like zero, totally doesn't have air mindset on. This person, when a person asks about skills future, half the time the intention is just to maximize output. Because anyway, Akong give money, might as well use. Okay? And what this also tells me is that this person may not be signing up for the course because they genuinely want to learn. It's more like, oh, seems interesting, I don't mind. But then it's like, since can use the money, it's free one, then I just attend. And with this kind of mindset, we know for a fact that this is usually not the kind of student that we enjoy teaching. What we enjoy is like the people who really want to learn, genuinely want. Okay, so then the whole Singapore had a whole training industry that was based on this get qualifications thing. Degrees are also in that category. Then you also have mass production and duplication. Like I said, everybody is producing exactly the same thing. Because why? We're all following the industry norm. If you think about it, you look at all the insurance products, right? They try to convince you that their company product is different. Then every bank also tell you that their package is different. Then because why? Because I'm like 0.something% different, or because I offer different installment, actually it's all the same thing. It's like they just change the cosmetic things. Right? All the condo apartments look the same. Every time you buy a cap, right? The moment something it becomes popular, you find Nike has that cap, Adidas has that, they all copy each other. And ultimately, it's just the color different only. It's all the same thing. Nobody is truly original. They just see which one make money, then they just copy. That's the way it works, okay? And also in the past, when we talk about scaling, when we talk about improving what you have done before, usually if you tell people, wow, I doubled my revenue, wow, people quite impressed. Right? If you tell them, wow, we have tripled our outreach, wow, people say, I clap for you. You see? But the thing is, last time this kind of thing is very impressive. But have you all noticed that if right now you post a YouTube video, and let's just say 20 of your friends like the video, then if you scale by times 2, right, means you have 40 people like your video. I think, you know, in today's mindset, you celebrate like that, people a bit laugh at you. Even if you times 3, 20 views times 3, 60 views, right, people also not impressed anymore already. And what this tells you is that sometimes in the Earth era, we are very limited. I don't know if you all realize that. Because we have that limitation of, if I want to times 3, I got to work times 3. And that's why a lot of people got very frustrated in the last 20 years. And if you all notice that there's a lot of these people selling the concept of financial freedom, selling the concept of time freedom. Hey, what if you all didn't have to work anymore? And because everybody is like, hey already, you know what I mean? And suddenly the idea of like not having to work is so attractive that I can finally escape and sit on the pool somewhere with a drink with an umbrella inside so that I can like, live the high life for the rest of my life. And here's the thing, I don't think that people don't like working. I think what they are sick and tired of is having to go and chase that dream, which is like they don't even know what they're chasing for anymore. And sometimes this scaling is very stressful, because you know, if you earn 10K now and you want to make it 20K, wow, I tell you, the journey is like, oh, I want my life like that, you see. So then the earth world became very heavy and very unattractive for a lot of people, and they just wanted to get out of there. Okay, so then the other question that keeps coming out is, what's the ROI? A lot of people, they press their calculator, wow, I must spend 16 hours there, I need to go and learn this thing, wow, I have to go and learn YouTube. So the thing is, we are very conscious. Think about it, ROI means we are cost conscious. Cost conscious means that you are not just worried about how much money you are paying, you're also worried about how much time you need to spend, all the effort. Then you're thinking, worth it or not? You think about the question, worth it or not? That's an earth question, you understand, right? That means cost-benefit analysis. Okay, what's in it for me? I spend this time, money, effort, what do I get for it? And do you understand that when we hold on to that mindset, in the end, nobody ever produces anything useful. And it's one of the reasons why big MNCs, they will tie things to each other, because after all, if the contract doesn't say I have to deal with it, why should I? Then if you tell them, because it helps all these people with all these problems, they say, yeah, not my problem. Right? So what's in it for me? I help them, what? Cost me time, money, effort, then help all these people, sorry, not my problems, yeah? But you see, in the past, it was like that. And I think a lot of you, if you have stayed with me in this marathon until now, I think you are in that category that is a little bit sick and tired of this nonsense already, right? People are not even helping each other. So then the question is, why should I share? Share for free, you crazy, you know? But why? Okay, so then the question always, what's in it for me? This is what I mean by this mindset is outdated. Can you imagine if Nas Daily says, why should I make 1,000 videos? And what if RCL Beauty says, yeah, I'm very good with beauty and I'm such a beautiful woman, why should I share with all these women? Better still, they are all ugly. Better still, they all don't know how to do makeup, so I'm the prettiest. But she didn't think like that. She shared fully, and she's been very, very super compensated and rewarded for it. And if you ask me, do you think she did it for the 5K per month? I'm not sure, you know. I have this funny feeling that she didn't do it for the 5K per month. Right? I just want you all to consider that. Okay, so then that means as long as we keep on to those mindsets, this is the reason, if you look at all these mindsets are very closely tied into all of these industries. And by this time, I don't think I need to explain to you that a lot of these industries, now am I saying that they will actually like die completely after 2020? I don't think so. Right? So somebody asked me, does it mean that what's going to happen? Are people all going to like surrender their policies or what? Now here's the truth, I don't think so. Okay, I honestly, it's not like it's going to be so jialat until everybody like, wow, totally, you know, give up their policies. Now, is that potentially going to happen? Maybe. I mean, and this is not astrology, this is just practical logic. If a lot of people lose their jobs, is it possible that people might do these things, default on their loans, give up their insurance policy? Maybe. But are there people who hold on to it? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe. I mean, if they are not super struggling, they still see the value in it. Now, is there value in it? Of course there is. Right? I'm not putting down these industries. Remember, I grew up in the earth era. I can see the value in all of this. In fact, I used to be a real estate agent. Some of you know that. Yeah, I'm not against real estate. However, what I'm trying to say here is that the dependence, our sole dependence on these industries, it will be very painful for many of you to let it go. Okay? So with that said, let's move on. Okay? So a lot of people think that this is going to be an industry shift. They say the economy is changing. But it is not. Actually, if you all understand my full message, it is a mindset shift. I have not asked Benedict Leong to become a makeup artist because I don't think he will be very good at it, right? The CFO. He is a CFO, which tells you he's very good at something, which is managing money. And some of you are thinking like, wow, like that die lah. They may say like, you know, nobody want to manage money, but I don't think that's true, okay? That means Benedict has a set of skills. It's just that he now has to make a massive adaptation with the mindset shift to use his skills in a different way. Now, I'm just using Benedict as an example. All of you realize actually we are all in the same category, right? So that means now as we move our mindset into the air, okay, let me be very specific and tell you what is going to be the air mindset. All the words on the left-hand side is the O mindset. I put grey color because I want you all to give it up already. Forget about all those things. Okay, so now on the right-hand side, to make it easy for you, actually, it is just the opposite. So instead of a fixed income, understand that it's going to be a variable income. Some months are going to be higher than the rest, but what's important here is, are you going to die? Are you going to not have, you know, when you make 20% less, right, it doesn't mean that your kids tomorrow got no milk powder. It makes no sense, guys, right? It simply means that, well, you make this amount, then next month less, next month more, who cares, right? The main thing is, can you eat or not? Can you pay your installment? Can pay, can already, okay? Next is anytime working hours. You need to accept that, okay? Don't start charging people for the extra 1 hour because you're going to be very easily replaced, okay? So any place, location. This one, you know, flexible work scope, I talked about this. On-demand jobs. So what you want to do, guys, is to make yourself available. Because then, so that when somebody is on demand, can you deliver? Now, in the old world, I know a lot of you are sick and tired of this thing called they go for the lowest price. You all know that, right? Every time you go for a bid, people are always going for the lowest. Now, in this case, in the new world, people may or may not go for the lowest, but what I can tell you for sure is that they will go for the fastest. Everyone got that? They will go for the fastest. That means if I need something, I kind of need like right now. If you tell me you have two weeks processing, I tell you confirm die. Okay, so that means speed and instant is important. And I know that you people know I'm telling the truth. Okay, you need to be fast. Next, it's instead of serving the giant MNCs, since all the big bosses are not around already, where do we serve? We serve the community. There are people that we need to serve, and I promise you, I will show you real life examples, okay? And instead of blocking competition, look, that word disappeared already. Competition is in the old world. Right now, we talk about collaboration. This is why Dongli Huoche power station, they don't sit around like two old men there saying, look at all these little boys singing nonsense songs on YouTube, right, killing our rice bowl. Notice they did not say that. They chose to collaborate with young people, and in doing so got themselves 7-point-something million views. Okay, now this is going to help power station survive, more than survive. They're going to thrive. Okay, and so then rather than trying to meet a preset standard, ask people, so how is it? I need to take this exam and I want to pass. That's a preset standard. Don't care, just do it your style. Right? The people in the air era who are thriving right now have realized that actually we are all individuals. And in fact, if you just forget about what the rest of the industry is doing and go against the industry norm. So Unreal Engine did the unthinkable. They offered their software for free. Okay, this is pretty crazy. Zen decided to not even bother whether or not can do viewing or not. She decided to link two completely different industries together. Like, how cool is that? Okay, so then instead of getting very obsessed about your qualifications and your certificate, how about you really learn some skills? So then, and you realize that the really useful skills, guys, is not the one that you pay 40K. You don't even need your government skills future. I mean, thank you for offering me my $500. Guys, just so you all know, I never used any of my skills future. I never needed it. Because all the information that I personally needed is on YouTube, it's on Google, and they've been all these wonderful people who have spent time, money, effort, who are offering their information to me for free. Just like in the olden days where people uploaded things in BitTorrent. So the question is, would you like to participate in this new world? Would you like to be the kind of person who generously share what it is that you know, simply because it makes a difference to other people? So instead of mass production, maximize, just produce everything, why not just be a unique offering? Offer something that is unique to you that will attract the kind of people who specially want somebody just like you. Okay, if you think about it, Dong Saya Day, you know, there's a song that says, I need to poop. Okay, I can tell you lots of people don't like that kind of song. Okay, but there's a special group of people who think that this kind of song is like super damn cool, right? So then they only attract that kind of people. Who cares if all the old people think that you are so disrespectful? Then I don't care, they are not your audience, right? So you only serve the people who are your audience. Right? Okay, and so of course, instead of scaling by times 2 times 3, let me scare everybody here by showing you that in the air world, when we scale, you don't scale by times 2, you scale by times 1,000. You scale by times 10,000. Because if Gordon Ramsay decides to cook up a storm in the kitchen, say he cook until he like siao like that, right, work for hours non-stop, how many people do you think he can feed? Even he's very experienced, he has a whole kitchen full of people. You think he can serve 10,000 people? It's not possible. It's not possible. But right now, when he's leveraged the internet, Gordon Ramsay has now allowed a lot of people to replicate a Gordon Ramsay recipe. Of course, they are not a master, but you can get pretty close to it if you really practice hard. And he has made that available easily, possibly to millions of people. And without him having to work very hard, he just pie video one time only. Worth it, right? You want to talk about worth it? I think this one more worth it. Okay, so that means if you think about it, when I teach classes back in the old way I used to do, some of you watching this are my students. How many people do I have in my class? 20 considered big class, you know. But right now, look at this. I'm talking to something like 400 or 500 of you. Right? Yes, I speak non-stop for 6 hours. Is it worth it? I tell you, it's worth it. It's worth it, right? And we record everything. So that means some people have suggested to me, what if I offer replays? Well, my team is working on a few things. Seriously, guys, watch this space. Add me on Facebook. Go and subscribe to my YouTube channel, whatever. Do what you like, okay? And the thing here is that you want to watch what we are doing. And in fact, we are going to be offering so much more. We have so much planned, okay? And my team are actually excited about it. Here's the thing, guys. This is a team of people who are excited to offer even more things for free in the upcoming future, okay? So that means when it's inclusivity, frankly, I don't really care whether you're Singaporean. I don't really care whether your English is that good. As long as you can understand what I'm saying, you're welcome to my webinar. It's complete inclusivity. NAS Daily is the same, okay? And so when we ask, like, instead of asking what's the monetary ROI, instead of asking all these people, all these buggers, how much are they paying me for this, ask yourself, what is the social ROI? Are you actually genuinely making a difference to people, or are you just offering something because it gives you some money to earn, right? And it makes a huge difference in mindset. This last question is the number one question that you need to ask as you're moving forward into the new world. Okay, so then if I may just go through, right, I'll just very quickly recap because it's been such a marathon. I've talked so much and some of you probably ran out of paper already. Let's go through some of the really important key points, okay, that I don't want any of you to forget. Number one, let's be clear, the unemployment tsunami is coming. We cannot stop it. There is no government with pockets deep enough to stop it. China is on the line, US is on the line, Japan already on the line. Now, whichever Singaporean think that because our Akong got money and we can block it is dreaming, right? It's the truth. You're dreaming already. It's not happening, okay? In Singapore, if you open your eyes big, you can see already 8,663 businesses already closed in April. 2 days ago, they started paying out the job support scheme. Maybe it might delay things a bit. Maybe it might delay 2 months, 3 months. By August, September, what do you all think is going to happen, okay? Now, my intention is not to have all of you panic and go on the street and hey, give me back my CPF, okay? So, guys, some things, let's be smart about things here, okay? There are things that we need to move on with certain things, okay? So then, Singapore has already put out some things. I'm sure they will change their forecast. I'm about 90% sure they will change, okay? So that means I want you to exercise some practicality as you are looking at some of the newspaper articles, okay? Sometimes they have reasons for saying what they are saying. And I'm not suggesting, some people say, are you all saying that the government is lying? Here's the thing, I'm not. And I think given this big crisis, I think most Singaporeans will agree with me. I think the government is doing a much better job than a lot of governments around the world. And today, what they are doing today is actually a culmination of decades, even right down to the Lee Kuan Yew times, where the reason why Singapore is not suffering as bad as a lot of countries already means that these guys, they've done a pretty good job, okay? And I'm not making a political statement, I'm stating a fact. Right? Can you go and compare with other countries? Don't count pay already, okay? And so the truth is, maybe a lot of these numbers are not real. But all of us, if you follow me for this long, let's be smart about this, okay? I don't think they are deliberately lying. They just don't want you to panic. They just don't want you to be crazy, okay? Lots of people will not understand if they tell the truth, okay? But if you are here in the webinar, we are all private and please don't sabo me, okay? But the main thing here is I tell you all the truth. So then I also gave you the truth about the world timeline. I told you that right now we are slowly entering into the Trojan horse victory. Now, I'm not intending for you to go and tell all your friends, hey, no, don't be so stupid. Okay, that's not what I'm asking you all to do, okay? Honestly, if you really want to get your friends to understand this, you tell them like that, they will not understand one, okay? Then you all just end up fighting, no point, okay? Just do them and do me a favor, send them the QR code, ask them to come and attend this, okay? Tell them 6 hours and it will be clear, okay? I know it's 6 hours, but it's worth it, right? Tell them to come and listen. Okay, but the thing is, in the second half of the year, things are not going to be good. I cannot lie to you, it will suck. Okay, and that means there are a lot of people out there who will not understand what is going on. They will be angry. They will say, give me back my retrenchment benefits. Some people may not get their CPF money back, and then they will try to want to kill the government. You kill them, they cannot get your money back, right? So don't be lame. Let's not be lame monkeys here, okay? We need to move on, do something smarter. And look at from December onwards, unprecedented. And I told you, the line is coming. Some of you have heard me say this, right? There is a line, and the line is coming, and that line is on the 22nd of December 2020. Now, I'm not sure about you. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, and I think sometimes we just need to press the reset button lah. Okay, some things have gone their course. Some things just can't continue lah. Right? Basically, some of the kings and queens that were not relevant in the world anymore, we just kick them out lah. That's the way this works. Okay. So then in Singapore, again, you want to focus on where the red bits are. I told you that things are not going to be fun from August, September, and October. Okay, by the time November, you can see pretty much like gone case already, okay? And when is this going to start? It depends on whether you attended my webinar or not, okay? If you didn't attend my webinar, it begins in August. Because then by the time people, OMG, then what's going on is August. Now, if you attended my webinar and you understood what I was saying here, that means our crisis begins in July. I gave you the date, it's 5th of July, one day after the American Independence Day. Okay, so that why is it different? It's because you know that the crisis has begun. Okay, you will see it. The people who have attended my 18 Gen, I gave them some dates around that time. They've been following it, and trust me, go and ask the people who were there. I'm spot on every single one of those dates. Okay, so the tsunami is coming, and this is exactly what's going to happen during the August, September, October. When it comes, it just sweeps everything already. All those buildings that are there is like pretty much bye-bye already. Okay, so then, but you need to be prepared for it. What are we preparing for? The fact that we are letting go. So that if the people who truly live in the future, now you're only panicking if you live in the past and you live in the present, and you want to hold on, then well, all this is gone, right? Then you cry also no use. But the thing is, you want to look into the future, and you realize that those of us who have lifted ourselves, and that's why I said we need to go to air. Now, if your feet are on the ground and you're so attached to everything is can see, can touch, and when the tsunami comes, you will cry, then everything is gone, right? But the thing is, what I'm asking you to do is go to air. Lift yourself up and let go of as much weight as possible so that you can fly, right? And when you fly, basically, this can come, and are you going to be that affected? Possibly a lot less. Okay, are we still going to be affected? Yes lah, of course lah. You know, we are earth people. You think I'm not, man? Right? We are all. Okay. So then, right now, we are workers. Right? Please, right? Let go of all these things. Right? I don't want to go through all of them already. I say one time, you all know already. Okay. So let go of all these things. Why should I share? What's in it for me? That's old thing already. Okay. If you still think like that, it's very hard to survive in the new world. Okay. So then now, this is going to be a mindset shift. Now the question I want to ask you is, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, so then if you're still thinking, I prefer the security of a job, no more job ready, okay, 810 billion, okay, all these billion. And some of you are saying that, okay, I don't think May is correct. Let's just go for tech companies here. But you see, look at that. In the last few months, even the tech companies start losing money, big time. And a lot of you are wondering, but then Emma, okay, but remember I told you that there are companies that tried to combine money, the kaching, with the technology. Isn't it all these people? Apple, Amazon, Microsoft. Now, I want to tell you something, okay? There are a lot of people who think, and I must share this. I know I'm running out of time, but I must share this, okay? In my last few webinars, got a lot of people text me after that. Then they said, May, I love your webinar, and I feel like I'm going to be okay because I'm moving into e-commerce. Actually, I look at it, I'm a bit worried for them, okay? I tell you why, okay? You look at the word e-commerce, E is the electronic part, right? Then the second part is commerce, just so you all know, okay? The commerce very big, the E very little bit only. So the thing is, the commerce part is the earth mindset. The E part is the new part, okay? So then that's one of the big problems. That's why Amazon is on that list. Big hint, okay? Amazon is on that list. So that means, remember I said after 2020, what you want to do is to let go of the earth mindset. Okay, the tech companies are already on that list. Okay, so but I have a degree. I already told you the degree is not useful. Okay, at this time, it is not a good idea to go back to get a degree unless you are very confirmed. You go back and you can learn PHP or whatever. And I tell you, here's a secret. You want to learn those programming things, you go online and learn. Faster and cheaper. Plus, the guys actually know what they're talking about. You go university, you think the professor knows what's going on. They don't know. You know it. They don't know. If they know, they won't be working for the university already, right? So, okay, now my work speaks for itself. Some of you are old timers, right? You can say, I don't want to show my face. I don't be like lame monkey, you know. But the thing is, you see, why is Nike losing money? Because a lot of big brands go by brand recognition. Because when we walk to the Tampines Mall and you see all the brands around, the fact that they get a lot of eyeballs means that's why their brand is worth a lot of money. But right now for us, have you realized that when you're stuck at home, how many of you actually saw the Nike logo like that you remember seeing in the last 2 to 3 months? Chances are maybe you didn't even see it because you didn't go to the shopping mall. And unless you went online and typed Nike, Nike, there's a good chance that you didn't see that at all. What does this say about brand recognition? It's very scary, guys, that a lot of the big companies will suddenly lose their value overnight. Do you all agree with me? Okay, I'm not lying, guys. Okay, so that means right now what's important is that it's a face. Now, even Nike, in fact, my husband brought out something very important. Do you know one of the best-selling products in Nike? Do you all know, have you heard of the Air Jordan? Right, the Air Jordan. Now, why did it sell so well? Because it had a face on it. It had Michael Jordan's face on it. See, when you have a personality that goes with it, it means that the product has life. It means that the product has a purpose. It's somebody that you can get to know them. And you realize that all the people who are doing well in the Air era are those who have put themselves out there generously. That you actually get to know them as people, you understand what is important to them and what are they like. Okay, it's not a faceless brand. Notice I haven't sold you Astrology, just missing. Okay, so then this one I have to address also. Okay, a lot of you may be thinking, like Maysim asking me to think about community, go and help people, but then my own survival comes first. I can't really care about other people right now. And this is very much a scarcity mindset. And let me explain, okay? Now, let me tell you what happens if, imagine if all of us think the same way. And all of us are saying like, I got no job already. I better care for myself first. And let me show you what's happening in other countries, okay, where the situation is already very bad. Okay, now this is what is known as an unemployment line. Do you all know what this is? It means everybody is queuing. They want to go there and get handouts. And some of you are saying like, oh, luckily Singapore don't have. And here's the funny thing, there's a very good reason why our grandfather, Lee Kuan Yew, decided a long time ago that we are not going to have unemployment benefits. Okay, because this is very dangerous. Because look at all these people in that queue. And although you may not know them, but ask yourself, what are they thinking in their mind? They're thinking, poor me, I'm a victim. I can't believe the company just fired me like this, give me my money. Right? So everybody is queuing. They don't care about other people. They only care about themselves. They only want money for themselves. And do you think that they are going home and producing anything useful? They are not. They are just sitting around trying to keep the money around until they can go and queue again. So every month they just wait. Okay, this is the reason why Lee Kuan Yew didn't want to have this in our country, and good for us that we never had it. But you see, right now, that's not the truth. In fact, Singapore also have, just that we're more efficient and we're more technology. No need to queue. They send directly to your bank account. And this is why I must mention this, because it's very dangerous. When a lot of can you imagine the whole population is in that mindset of I only care about myself, and what happens to production? Nobody is doing anything useful. In the end, they end up becoming burdens, and they end up becoming, so at first you were worried you were useless. In the end, you do like that, you end up you actually become useless. Are you all hearing this, guys? You all must understand what I'm trying to tell you, okay? But look at the example. In May 2020, as all the big companies are bleeding from their kidneys, what does Unreal Engine do? They give more free. What was already free, they increased the freeness and gave even more. Ridiculous. Why does Unreal Engine do this? So that production continues. So that people out there, maybe they haven't made any money yet. But the thing is, as long as these people keep producing value, now at some point, these guys are going to hit it. Okay? And they are even telling you that I want you to do so well that you hit $1 million. That's the whole thing. Because if you don't hit $1 million, I don't get paid. And I only succeed when you succeed. Okay, so this is exactly why they do it. Okay, these guys work very hard to create a superior software. Why do they give it away for free? Because they want other people to get their backsides going. They don't want people to look like all these old 4Gs here just waiting for money. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Okay, so that production must continue. You don't just sit around waiting for handouts. Okay, so that means this is all the mindsets that I'm telling you. And these are the way the world is going. It means that any of us can get involved right now. Dong Li Huozi can get involved. Shirley Curry and Ama can get involved. I don't know what your excuse is anymore. Okay, so then this is where we should go. Okay, so I'm just going to skip this part. Okay, now the one thing that we have left is time. Now I put this little countdown throughout all my webinars. We have 206 days left to the 22nd of December 2020. Now at this point, I want to make a confession, okay? It's actually, it's not 206 days. Okay, just like the government, I also guilty of this. I don't want to show the real number because I know it's just going to make people panic. But you know what? We are so close to it, might as well I just tell you the truth already, okay? It's, you know, it's like when we think of how fast a tsunami is going to happen. Now, I know this video might be a little bit like, I don't know if it's laggy, okay? I think you all can see. This is a CCTV, Japan. Can you see the water coming in? Just now you saw, right? It was just a regular Sunday, people are queuing. Can you see how fast the tsunami shows up? Okay, and before you know it, you see they turn the camera back and look at it. Okay, this is how fast a tsunami happens. A lot of Singaporeans don't know because we are so protected. We are nanny state. Right? Akong does a good job, take care of us. Right? And so the thing is, in other countries in Japan, they are very used to this kind of thing. They always got on. But in Singapore, we never have this kind of thing before. And it tells you that the irony here is our people don't have fortitude. And our people don't have resilience. And our people don't necessarily have unity also. Okay? And so, right now, as we are looking at this, when we look at how this truth is going to be revealed now, the fact is we are not counting down to 22nd of December. Let's count down to 5th of July. Okay? We are looking at the wrong line. And in fact, it's only 36 days left to the 5th of July. That means after you finish my webinar, count down 36 days from now, you will start seeing things in the newspaper that correspond exactly to what I just showed you in the first part of today's webinar. Okay, so then in case you don't know how long 36 days is, in Singapore, I don't know about other countries, but in Singapore today is day 53 of circuit breaker. We have been in circuit breaker for 53 days. In 36 days time, the tsunami is going to come. Okay, so that means I need to drill this in because I don't know how many people actually understand this message. So then what I'm asking here is that are you ready to join in your transition? Are you ready to move to air, be part of a community and start to share? Okay, now I'm just going to address a few things. Number one, if you are a business owner, right now there are a few things that you really need to consider. Number one, you have a lot of crucial decisions to make. Some of you might need to wind things up. Some of you may need to start certain things, right? You need to make the decision now, don't wait ready. You need to transition. And of course, you also need to maintain your leadership. Some of you have people who are following you. And the thing is like, they are looking to you for leadership. How are you going to guide these people? And the fact is, every business is in a custom situation. You know, after the last batch of webinars, quite a lot of business owners got in touch with me. And one of them was a shoemaker company in Jakarta. He has 160 staff members. Guys, you all need to know how large an operation that is. A lot of Singaporeans cannot even imagine. Right? So the thing is, at first I was thinking, shoes still considered essential, right? And then he said, no, May, people stop wearing their shoes. And I'm like, oh my freaking God, yeah. Yeah, it's true. I was thinking, oh man, I stopped wearing my shoes. And he says, we make dress shoes. People don't have business meeting anymore. People don't go party anymore. Who's going to wear my dress shoes? And I'm like, he's absolutely right. Now, so now what I'm trying to explain here is business owners, you need to understand that there is a custom situation for all of you. Okay, so this is, and the thing is, when we talk about forecasting, is the purpose to predict the future? Look guys, if May Sim only care about predicting the future, you know what, I would have ended my presentation before lunch. The chapter 1, I do finish. Okay, by the way, you all want prediction, right? You all want dates, I know, right? All you traders, you all want dates, right? I just want to know when to short the market. By the way, although this time, right, I forgot to mention, now is not the time to short the market, you all know. Short means you're expecting to go back up. I told you it's not going back up already. Okay, so the thing is are we here to predict the future, or is it more important that you need to know how to take some meaningful action like right now? Okay? And when we talk about business strategy, the truth is throughout time immemorial, astrology has been used by kings. And it's one of the reasons why when my team came out with this, we were like, okay, King's Oracle, this is the way we're going to do it. This picture, what you see in that picture there is called an astrolabe. And this is from a museum from ancient China, where a lot of people were, the astrologers were using this. Okay, so a lot of you do not know what that is. I am the kind of astrologer who actually knows how to use an astrolabe. Okay, so that means most of you know astrologers who are like those what I call Starbucks astrologer. Anyway, Starbucks I also not sure will survive now. So maybe I should stop saying that because in the end the new generation don't even know what's a Starbucks astrologer. But a Starbucks astrologer is the kind that you pay those $70, $80, then they take you to Starbucks, then they read your chart. Okay, that kind of astrologer do not have the kind of training that we do. They cannot do what I do. Okay, so it's not the same thing. That kind is they go online, read website, then they know. Okay, I hope that people can see that I don't do the same thing as them. It's not the same thing. Okay, so what happens is now as I'm going to work with some of the people who are in much more established industries. Okay, let me explain something very important. Okay, I promise you all I will go show you some more Singaporeans and people among our mates who are making this change. Now, when Greg first came to us, he just came back from Australia. He's a Singaporean, but he was away for some time. And he has more than 20-something years of experience as an architect. He builds houses. And when he came to us, one of the things that he mentioned was, I'm not really sure if like there are a lot of people still going to be like building houses. And of course, when COVID hit, right, it got even worse. So then he was saying, okay, I have a set of skills, but how is it? But the only thing I know how to do is architecture. And those of you listening to this, especially if you've been more or less in the same trade your entire life, and if right now, based on what May is telling you, it seems like your trade is a bit bye-bye, then how? Okay, so what I'm showing you this video because what we did for Greg was to show him that with a certain skill sets, that means you can actually expand it to something that is way more than just architecture. And you want to consider that even someone like Greg, who has been in it for more than 20 years, may never have considered all the multitude of ways in which architecture can still make a difference to people. Okay, please watch this.
I needed to find a direction, and within the 2 days, I kind of had a concrete idea and a plan of what I needed to do. She just blew it from just architecture to a whole lot of other stuff. And then that just opened an entire world of possibilities for me, which I'm like, holy crap. You know, so it's like that for me is like, okay, I see so many things that I can do now. She'll call it as it is, you call a spade, even though I pay you lots of money, you tell me what exactly I need to do. Some people, you pay them money, they'll sugarcoat everything for you, but no, she doesn't do that. And I appreciate the honesty, the authenticity, and the candor.
So, of course, he was being honest with you all. I was very honest with him, and I think he came up with a couple of ideas which was probably not as workable. I was showing him how some of his expertise can help so many of these businesses that are coming back out of this COVID situation, and Greg is already taking action, and he's already started like putting into place methods for him to put things online so that he can get as many businesses so that he can help them with his architectural experience. Okay, then other things that are coming up here is that you also want to look at both the short, medium, and long-term plan. Of course, throughout this entire presentation, I've been asking everybody to look long-term into the future. But the thing is, as a business owner, you have costs running right now. And you also have a lot of employees. What are you going to do with all those people? Especially as frankly, you may not need them anymore. That means you do still need a short and a medium-term plan. And what we want to do is to go through this whole thing in a very practical manner. Of course, there are a lot of other pitfalls. There are people moving into certain type of investments right now, which I think might actually hurt your company. And if I may give you an example, some people are asking, they keep sending me emails to ask like, May, should I invest in this? Well, please guys, don't need to send me this kind of thing, okay? And a lot of the emails that are coming in, it's like I don't always have the heart to give you the truth also. Because as I told you, the technology is going to move very, very quickly. And a lot of people are trying to, quite frankly, when they email me this kind of thing, they're just trying to make a killing. They are trying to make some kind of profit out of this whole thing. And the moment I see an email like that, I know you did not understand what I was trying to tell you. Okay, and so they keep asking me these things. And I'll answer this right off the bat for you all, so you don't have to email me already, okay? If it's a little bit like, a lot of the technology now is very primitive. And it means that if you go and put a lot of money into it, trying to make a fortune out of it, it's a bit like investing in the floppy disk, you know? And you know how quickly the floppy disk disappeared and then it moved into like CDs and whatever. And if you try to make a killing out of it, guys, you're going to get burned in a way that will kill you faster than the MNCs, guys. Listen to this, okay? This is not the time to try and profit and try to like, you know. Okay, so then there are a lot of these personal blocks that people have, and there's a lot of fear. Because as a leader, half the time you want to take your company into a new direction, but you yourself, you are not sure and you don't even know what to do next. And this is one of the reasons why I'm specifically addressing only the business owners, because you have a unique problem that all the employees do not have. you also need to transition your offering. All of you out there are either a provider of a good and a service. And this is another reason why I'm speaking specifically to business owners, because you are necessary. As we start to transition, it means that there will be a lot of shortages of goods and services. Are you all feeling it already? And what this means is that if you already have experience running a business and you already have industry experience, I want to work with you, because then it means that everybody gets the kind of service or the product that is already updated. And this means that Singapore doesn't have to be reliant on other countries that are passing things to us, which I'm not even sure if we can rely on that anymore. So that means businesses, if you can transition fast enough, that means that the rest of us get access to the right goods and services. Okay, that's the only reason why I'm singling out business owners as a special category. You also need to understand that your audience will have changed. Some of you have a database of clients and everything, and you start to realize that a lot of those old clients a bit cannot make it already. Either your B2B clients are CMI, or it's just that you might need to think about transitioning your offering to serve the community and the average person, rather than just trying to make a killing and make one big contract. You all understand what I mean or not? That a lot of business owners are still trying to look to the past, try to make it work, plead, cry to the government and hope that government change rules so that you can go back and do things the old way. Guys, it's not going to work really. Okay, I read newspaper, I also kick sim already, okay? So that means now in the year of 2020, do I do consults? I do, but I am limiting it only for leaders. Why? Because you are a provider of a good and service. I need to explain something to you all. When the tsunami is coming, you imagine on that beach right now, I'm a tiny little girl. Some of you have met me before. I'm a very short person. I'm not even 5 feet tall. I'm a tiny little girl standing on the beach trying to scream and shout, telling people to get out of here ASAP. And the thing is, there's only so far my voice can travel. Right now, if I'm going to spend personal one-on-one time with you, you better not be an employee who only cares about yourself. You better be a business owner and a leader who has a bunch of people following you, so that when I can change your mind, I tell you where to go, you better take all your people with you. So that means if I help you, the expectation is you better help me help your guys. So that means my expectation is if you decide to come to me for a consultation at this point, you better be in this category. That means the moment I hear that these people are just like, so how about my investment? How about this? If you only care about yourself, I honestly, I don't reply to your emails. Okay, right now, guys, you all need to know I get inundated. My team gets hundreds, thousands of emails nowadays. We only reply to people whom we know can help us on this. Okay, so that means if you are looking for a one-on-one astrology consultation from May specifically, I will not pass you to anybody, I will deal with you directly. Because if you are a business owner, you need my expertise. My guys may not be good enough for you. That means you must be an existing business owner. You need to be minimum 3 years in the business. That means you got to know your stuff, okay? And you need to have minimum 250K revenue. This is my way of knowing that you are operating at a certain scale. You have people following you. Some of you are members of trade associations. Even better. That means if I can change your mind and change your business, you better take the whole industry with you too. Because a lot of the people in your industry are not doing the right things and you're all going to perish together. So don't be lame, okay? Let's do something that so you can gather. And when people come together as a community, you want to be a trade association, you want to be a bunch of business owners, then let's do things that will be okay for business in the future. Don't do things that is just going to spend unnecessary money and kill everybody. It makes no sense. Okay? Now, if you are a business owner and you belong in this category, I would like you to open that chat box and you look over there. My team is going to post something there. This is not a payment link. You don't have to pay me any money. Zero for now. Okay? What I need you to do is to go and click on that, and I need you to answer a few questions. These questions are designed for me to understand what is the problem that your company is facing right now. What problem is your industry facing? What have you done so far that is working, not working? Now, I need you to answer these questions properly. And I need you all to know that every time I run a webinar like this, a lot of people they thought free one, then they just go and click and just answer for fun. Okay, guys? You give me a lame monkey answer, I will not reply you. Okay, because I got too many emails right now already. You give me a proper answer, please. Convince me that I can, through you, I can help you to go and help your people. Please, I'm standing on the beach, help me to get more people out of this stupid beach, please, okay? So then, help me to do that. If you are a business owner and you meet this category, just go and fill that in, okay? If I feel that you are a good fit, you will hear from me, I will reply to you, and then we will go take this offline, okay? I will go and talk to you, because all of you need a custom situation, how I know what problems you are having, okay? That's for the business owners. Now for everyone else, if you are an individual, you may be an employee, you can be a freelancer. Listen to this. There are a few questions you need to answer. Number one, are you an information source or not? Do you have information to share with people? And are you even willing to share? Okay, next, how can you serve communities rather than big companies? Don't go and apply for a job already. Don't go and like try to get big contracts from companies. Here's the thing, are you able to go and help hundreds, thousands of people? Maybe not just in Singapore, but other countries too. And ask yourself, who will want this service? Which is basically, who can you help? Okay, so now the question I want to ask everybody here is this. Whether you are rich, poor, old, young, whatever, the fact is you have to redesign your career anyway. It's not a choice that you have, okay? So the question here is, how would you like to do this? Let me show you what is one option, okay? Now, as the earth will crumble, this is a Lord of the Rings picture. Yes, I stole the picture, okay? So then, as it starts to burn and it starts to crumble, you know what most people are going to do, right? Just like you know all these property agents, right? They will just cry, lor. They just say, yeah, can we rebuild all these things? Wow, this thing broken, and let's go and rebuild it again. How long you want to rebuild? Okay, so the thing is, one choice is that you can go back to your company and scold them, tell them why you never pay my salary, why you never honor your retrenchment benefits contract. You go and scold the government why my CPF is not there. Well, you can do it that way, right? You can go and cry and ask people to please reset me back to the old world. You can try doing that. Okay, so that's one way. Now, the other way that I'm offering you here is, are you ready to move on to the new world? Look at this picture. Yes, it's Lord of the Rings, right? I'm asking you, can you let go of all those unnecessary and those heavy things? I don't know you carry for what, I also don't know, right? Carry on Rolex watch, who you trying to impress, right? So then, if we are moving forward, then here's the thing. What do all these people look like? Now, I'm about to show you some real people. Okay, and along the way, these are people, and just so you all know, I told you I've done these calculations more than 4 or 5 years ago. Everybody was so shocked with the COVID-19 thing. I knew for years that it was coming. Of course, I tried to tell some people and they all thought I was crazy, right? But the thing is, early on last year, I already went and tried something. Okay, and I did something that was totally unthinkable last year. Most of you know I make my money, my old money from teaching astrology. I made my money from consultations. And last year, because I knew that this thing was confirmed going to happen in Singapore, you all need to understand now, although I did my calculations, I didn't believe it, no. I'm like you, I'm Singaporean, and I'm thinking, cannot be lah. That's why I did a lot of calculations until last year. I knew for sure, okay, confirmed already. I knew for sure it was going to happen. Because I saw a few things happening in Singapore, they were exactly according to my predictions. So I know, okay, die already, I know already. So then, I did the unthinkable. I stopped teaching astrology. And I stopped doing consultations. Why? Because I needed time to do one other thing. I created something called Career Transformation Weekend. Why? Because I wanted to know, just in case all these people start losing their job, what can they do? And is it possible that the astrology chart can help people figure out what's going to be next? So what did I do? I fished around. I looked around all my clients, I looked around my students, and I offered them the Career Transformation Weekend. The very first batch of people came in for free. I didn't even charge them. The second batch of people came in, I charged them half price because I wasn't sure whether it worked or it didn't work. So I never mind, just come in and do for free. So basically, these people trusted me. They came in, they allowed me to read their charts, and we played with the combinations. I wanted to see whether or not these people could make a good transition from an earth world into an air world. And whether or not were they happy, that did it work for them, did they get a result for themselves. And so right now, as of now, I've run CTW at least 7 to 8 times. I lost count already, but it's about 7 to 8 times. And I'm very confident that we found that formula. So what happens here is, let me show you some of the real things that we experimented with, and these are real Singaporeans. And some of them are even on the webinar right now watching me, okay? So I showed you, while other agents were crying, hey look, there's an air agent. So that means we know that repurposing works. Okay, and so the thing is, why did this work for Zen C? And it may not work for every agent. Like I said, this is based on your individual astrology chart. It worked for Zen C because she's a Virgo, and then there are a couple of like Moon, Neptune in the 4th house. Okay, what I'm trying to show you here is that there are specific things in the chart that tells me I know this will work for her. And she has done well. She is actively working on this. Okay, all my entire team here are people who I really examined each of these people, and I know exactly what they're good at, which is why, have you noticed my team has come together completely seamlessly? We know exactly how we can work with each other, and there's a lot of appreciation for each other. There is no shooting each other, there's only support, and we make sure that the work that each of us takes on is the work that we are naturally super good at. The webinar that you're watching right now, this entire product that we have created out of all these things is essentially a combination of everybody's top strengths. So then as we move on to the new world, here are some of the principles that you must include into your new mindset. Number one, you need to be prepared. You are a free contractor. Now, it doesn't mean that you do things for completely free. It means that you do offer yourself here and there, wherever it is that you're needed, in demand, on demand. Next is you must share what you know. If you keep everything to yourself, nobody even knows that you are very smart. Next is that it has to be a uniquely you offering. Don't go and copy what other people are doing. Do what makes sense for yourself and do what comes out naturally from your heart. I will show you examples. And number four, you must service the community. Do something that makes a difference and improve other people's lives. If you cannot improve other people, then don't create noise online, okay? Then on the number five, learn to work in teams. Learn to understand where your strengths and your weaknesses are. If you suck at something, admit it. Go and find somebody who's very good at it and then find some ways to work with each other. This is the way the new world is going to work. It's not in companies. You don't have a job title. There's no work scope anymore. As long as you can help, help. Next, you want to make a decent living. Notice I said here make decent. Now here's the thing, I never expect anybody to starve. Okay, and right now all my teams, their webcams are not on, but if it was on, I can tell you they are not frowning and they are not starving. Okay, here's the thing, my team continues living. We make a decent living, but none of us are interested in Rolex watches. None of us are interested in Ferraris. We're also not interested in whatever. One of my teammates just had a baby a few months ago. For him, it's very simple. If my baby has milk powder, we meet our installments, we got meals to eat, we're good, guys. That's all we need, okay? So the first question you need to ask yourself, guys, where can you contribute best? So then, I'm going to introduce to you Derek Chu. You already met him just now because he's part of my team. But when he first came to us, he was actually a participant in our program. And at the time when he came to us, he had just closed his restaurant. And the thing was, he didn't know quite where to go next. And you need to know this is not a lousy person. He is capable of opening a restaurant, but at that point, he felt like there was something else I wanted to do, and I want to serve some people, but I couldn't even define exactly who was my natural audience. Okay, so then after he completed the program, he gave me this testimonial. Please watch this.
When you told me that, this is what you do and stuff like that, I initially had my reservations. But, getting to know you, speaking to you, this person is very normal. This person is very real. And, and you are a business owner yourself. You understand, how to run a business, a career, entrepreneurship and stuff like that. So the more we spoke, the more I felt very comfortable speaking to you. Simplify very complicated concepts that was very relevant and related to me. I think firstly, something that was new to me. The term was something that you talk about natural audience. And with that, it's very important because as an entrepreneur, as a marketer, once we're so clear of our target audience, then we can definitely zoom in to understand their pain, understand their problem, and then from there, create something that we can help solve.
So what happens here is that during the program, what he discovered was that his natural audience was like a feminine entrepreneur type person. And when he came to my program, he was like, now I know why I cannot really work very well with the alpha male kind. Okay, so then ever since he completed the program, he has worked with a female entrepreneur to start a Peranakan restaurant. And today, besides myself, of course, he also collaborates with me on these projects, but he also works with men who are in the artistic profession. So that means these are not the alpha male type. He's actually doing a lot of theatre productions, film productions, and a few other things that he's also bringing online. And in fact, Derek has followed my example and he started offering a lot of these things for free to the community. Okay, so this is one example of somebody who has discovered his natural audience. Now we also have doctors. Dr. Arati Desai actually is a microbiologist and she used to work for Khoo Teck Puat Hospital. And when she came to us, she also wanted to know who her natural audience was. And at first I thought it made no sense to me because she is such a successful doctor. Why in the world is she confused about this? And in fact, she told me that I'm a microbiologist and I'm a scientist. I deal with germs, dirty things. And she says the problem here is that Singapore is too clean. We don't have germs. We don't have serious diseases. And so when we did this program, we looked at the natural audience, she discovered that her natural audience were things like third world countries. She really genuinely, honestly, a doctor, wanted to go to a third world country and actually help people with serious germs. She said, this is why I became a microbiologist in the first place. I did not when I became a microbiologist, it was not my dream to go to a hospital and file paperwork. That wasn't what she wanted to do, which is the earth thing. So what happened was, right after CTW, she got so inspired, okay, and she actually confessed to everybody in the program that her dream was to work for the United Nations. Now, within 2 weeks of finishing the program, she sent Jeremy a message. She said, I got the post of United Nations online volunteer. I will be designing courses in English and biology for university students in underprivileged countries. I will be starting soon in the next couple of days. And I'm still in the process of getting a position in Singapore. I'll keep you updated. And she says, please let May Sim know. And she says, this is in addition to the United Nations position that she had gotten. Okay, so then basically my microbiologist, a jaded microbiologist from Khoo Teck Hospital, is now a member of the United Nations. Okay, and Jason, regular Singaporean, used to be a management trainee in an MNC. When he first came to me, he was like a bit fed up already. He wanted to leave his job. And then he wanted to move into tuition. But the thing is, something was still missing. And when during the program, what happened with Jason was that he discovered that he didn't want his natural audience is not the top student. In fact, his natural audience is not just the kids at the back who don't really pass exam. In fact, his natural audience are the rebels. One of the reasons why he quit the MNC is because the fact is Jason Chia is himself a rebel. He thinks a lot of the hierarchy and the bureaucracy is quite bullshit and all the red tape waste time on. So that means he is just as much a rebel as the students that he loves teaching the most of all. And a lot of these kids are at risk of gang activity and drugs and things like that. So then he actually revealed during the program that his greatest wish was to bring them clubbing. Right? You heard right, okay? He's a tuition teacher and he wants to bring them clubbing. Why? Because he said, these kids, if I don't bring them clubbing, they will go anyway. And when they go on their own, they are much more likely to join a gang. They are much more likely to start taking drugs. It's better if I take them. At least there's a big koko there. Right? I don't know about you all. This is very unusual. Have you ever heard of a tuition teacher who wants to take his kids clubbing? And he says they want to drink beer, they drink beer with me. Hey, this is a tuition teacher who wants to drink beer with his kids. But you know what? Strangely enough, I tell you, there are a lot of parents who will be on for it. Why? Because it solves a big problem that the schools cannot solve. It solves a problem that the parents cannot solve. And if Jason can solve it for them, why not? Right? Knowing your natural audience is very important. Now, the next question that most of you need to ask yourself is, how can I make my regular profession? That means if you're in a regular boring job, like, it's the same as everybody else. But then for the last few years, you've been trying to think of how to stand out from other people. And this question, time immemorial, I thought astrology can solve that problem. Let me show you 3 guys who are in seemingly regular and boring jobs who have managed to stand out. Number 1 is Joel Lee. Some of you know that Joel Lee is my husband. But you see, when he first started as a videographer, he did what every other videographer does. You all know videographers, right? They go to events, they go to D&Ds, they do weddings, so they just follow the bride, right? They just follow the CEO and just pie him and make him look good. But the thing here was that he was very frustrated. And of course, you find that there are a lot of these problems. You find that the customers start to compare on price, they choose the cheapest one, then they work you to the bone. Most of you understand this story. And Joel started to ask himself, like, why am I so frustrated and what is it that I really want to do? Now, his natural work, I looked at his chart and I told him, you are not a videographer, you are a storyteller. And in fact, what you wanted was to tell an origin story. Now, when I told him this, honestly, I had no idea what I was talking about, even though this is my husband, okay? And he looked at me and he said, it makes perfect sense to me. Because I actually hate doing all those events. I think it's stupid and lame monkey. What I really want to do is to go to business owners and ask them, why did you choose to do this business? Can you tell people what is the real truth behind your trade? And what do people want to know? Because in every trade, there's a lot of bullshit out there. They all bluff their customers. So then Joel decided that he wanted to work only with that kind of customers. And ever since then, that's all he's done. He only makes company videos that tell true stories behind what a company really does. If you go to him and you offer him money for a wedding, for D&D, he don't take one. He doesn't accept. He pass all this to other videographers. Okay? And next one is Michael Chua. He's in a profession. He is a financial advisor, i.e. insurance agent. Hey guys, there are 10,000 of these guys. They all do the same thing. They all text you and then they pretend to be your friend and ask you to go out and drink coffee with them, right? But the thing is, so Michael said, I don't want to be like everyone else. Okay, so then when we came for the program, what he did was, he said, I think a lot of people are very stressed up when they talk about financial planning, but it should be fun. It should be very individual, and people need a more interesting way to understand what it is that they really want. And Michael confessed to the entire group that his dream was to take people on a cruise. Right? So that means when people were relaxed, when people were able to take their minds off the stress, then they play games, right? And they play games that are designed to help people understand what is it that you really want out of your life. Don't go and buy a policy because some guy said you have to buy. You buy it because it's right for you. Okay, so then Michael this is what he was doing. And in fact, 2 days ago, I ran this exact webinar and I used this example, and I was watching the chat and somebody actually replied and said, I know Michael, I went to one of his programs and I think it's very, very fun and I learned a lot. Okay, guys, when was the last time you heard a customer say something like that about an insurance agent? Really? Okay. Next, Marcus is a chef. And for many years, he was like other chefs. You know what they do, right? They go and join hotel, they join restaurant, they work their asses off, and then they just get very frustrated. Marcus came out to become a food consultant, but he was also very frustrated because there were so many of these red tape things that were affecting the usual profession. Now, when he came to this program, what we saw from his chart was that he is not a chef at all. His astro chart doesn't say chef at all. In fact, it said that he was an advisor. And the chart was specific. It said he was a craftsman's advisor. And then he stared at me for a very long time and he said, that is what I enjoy doing the most. What I enjoy doing the most is sitting down with young people who are very talented. And he said they don't even need to be chefs. They can be musicians. They can be carpenters. And he shared his story about how when he was younger and he said he wanted to be a chef and everyone told him that it's not doable, you are stupid, you cannot make money, I think it's better you go and learn accountancy. And for him, he decided, you know what, I love cooking, I will be a chef. And so right now what he wants to do is to go to all these young people and tell them, you can follow that dream and you can absolutely make a profession out of it. Do not listen to people who tell you to go and choose a profession just because you need to make money. And right off the program, Marcus has now reinvented his career. Now he's a craftsman's advisor. He advises young people who are in school, the shateks, the chefs, the musicians, right? And I think he's doing a fantastic job. Okay, what you need to realize that all these people that I'm showing you, have you realized that, number one, they're sharing what they know. They're giving freely of their abilities, and what they're offering is so unique. Nobody else is offering the same thing as them. And on top of that, these people are also serving the community, and can you see the heart that's in it? It's very, very authentic, and none of them have chosen what they want to do simply because they just want to make more money out of you. That's not the way it works. And are they always doing everything for free? Of course not. Do they charge for the services? Of course they do, right? They kind of need to eat. But what I'm saying here is that these people did not do it just to scrape the extra dollar from you. Now, then some of you are thinking, okay, I'm that old timer that you mentioned. I'm like 动力火车. I don't have a single subscriber on YouTube. Can I still make it? Of course you can. So that means we want to be able to combine certain things. Let me show you Laura. And Laura worked for many, many years for government. She's an events person. And one of the things that she's very interested in is burlesque dancing. Right? And she was very shy about telling people that she do burlesque dancing, very paiseh, right? She's like, yeah, you know, it's like, I don't want people to know I dance. But you see, she discovered that one of the real reasons why she's so passionate about burlesque dancing, which is a very sexy kind of dance, is that it helps women to recognize their value as a woman. And she says, all my life, you know, and she sees even in society that women were being told to not behave a certain way, that this is wrong and this is unacceptable. And it creates a lot of emotional and psychological problems in women. And it's created problems in relationships. Isn't that true, guys? So what happened was Laura discovered that she wanted to take women on a transformative journey. Take them away from Singapore where they can be away from the stress and use burlesque dancing. Even if they suck at dancing, it doesn't matter. Who cares? It's not about whether you're not going for a competition. You're using dance to get to know yourself, accept yourself. Right? I thought that was such an inspiration. Now, one of my favorite stories, I've kept the best for last. Okay, this is May Tan. When she came to us, she is in one of a very boring profession. Okay, she works in the construction industry. And she is a civil engineer, which means every day she go office and she just doing all those construction drawing. Now, May Tan, when she came to my program, I had a very hard time with her because she refused to engage and she refused to tell me what her dream was. And we would stop the class for 15, 20 minutes and she just wouldn't say what her dream was, you know. And she said, don't want, if I say already, I think everyone's going to laugh at me. And eventually, she trusted me enough to eventually share it. We saw it from a chart already, but I needed to hear it from her, okay? And she said, my dream is to be a cat sitter. I want to look after cats all day. And then after that, she almost like wanted to cry when she said it, because she said it was, oh my God, this is so stupid. Like, there's no way I can make any money out of this. I'm so impractical. And let me tell you all something, okay? What happened was, I set her a challenge. I told her, May Tan, can you don't go to work for 2 weeks? Just don't go. Right? Just don't go. I don't care what you do. You have sick leave, compassionate leave, whatever, like, just don't go. Then she was like, then what I do? That's very simple. Put the word out there, say on Facebook that I'm going to be a cat sitter, I'm going to be available. But who wants to put their cats with me? And what she was very surprised was that a lot of people got in touch with her, and people actually came and deposited their cats with her. Now, she wasn't intending to charge them, but here's the thing, a lot of people are very grateful, and they said that, no lah, how can it be free? You are looking after my cat, and my cat's going to eat your food and stuff, right? No, I must pay you something. So then, what happened was she attracted good people, right? People who recognized that she was a good person and she was good at what she did, so they paid her fairly. She didn't even ask for any money, they paid her anyway. And then what the funny thing was, a lot of the competitors, the construction competitors, they heard that she was available. And so what they did was they called her and said, hey, May Tan, I heard you not at work. We got emergency drawing. We need. And so what they did was they paid her twice the amount to draw for them. And guys, this is called in demand, on demand. Can you see that? When you are fast, and here's the thing, I told you it's about who can do it faster. And May Tan is unlike some of the other young and inexperienced engineers who will take a very long time to do it. She's very experienced, so she did it fast. She got it done within 24 hours. They paid her twice what they normally pay an engineer. At the end of the 2 weeks, I asked her, how is it? She said, you know what? I make equal to what I make as an engineer. I never thought that I could do a combination of cat sitting and with emergency drawings. And I realized that now I'm ready to start making the transition. I will slowly start to transit away from the job that I didn't really like to begin with, and I can finally now go and be a cat sitter. And guys, just so I prove it that it actually happened, let me show you, okay? Now this is May Tan, the cat sitter, and she sent me this WhatsApp text on the 29th of October. She sent me a picture of a cat. She says, my first cat boarding customer, Michio the cat. And she also said, thank you, I have been busy getting my place ready for cat boarding, and so it is happening. This is just 2.5 months after she completed her CTW. So her action a bit slower than Dr. Arati Desai, but May Tan got in action. And here's the thing, at first when I asked her to look at this, she says, no lah, I'm not a business owner, I'm just an engineer, I only know how to do drawings. And you know, she surprised herself. In fact, honestly, she surprised me. May Tan became an entrepreneur. She created jobs not just for herself, but she created a totally new thing. Because a lot of cat lovers had trouble transporting their cats. Because a lot of Grab drivers don't allow animals in their car. You all know that, right? A lot of Grab drivers will not allow. So what happened was that she started something with her brother, who was a Grab driver, and they wanted to offer this cat transport service. And she went and trained all these Grab drivers about how to handle the cat when it was in the car. And she said, hi May, I really want to thank you for the CTW. I just got my brother his first cat taxi job. Thank you very much. And my response to her was this, no problem. We get things started, but it is you who keep things going. Okay? And so what happened was, some of you are thinking like, but then she engineer, her salary very high, you know, like that can make money, man. And guys, let me prove it to you, okay? So all these messages came in what, October, November. Just 2 months later, she visited me in my office. Oh wait, here she is. She's actively sharing her know-hows. She said she was very shy. She didn't want to share, right? And look at her, and already sharing tips with people. And are people responding? Yes, look all the way down there. Someone said, next, if we go Tyler, I will put my lovely Rocky there. Just by sharing, just by putting things out for free. You know, May Tan gets business. Okay, now, is she affected by COVID-19? Yes, she is. Right now, a lot of people can't leave their house, and of course, people are not going to put their cats with her. So is her business affected now? Of course it is. But I want you all to consider something. At some point, the circuit breaker will lift. At some point, people will be able to continue putting their cats with her. But you know what's her day job? She's a construction engineer. What did I tell you about construction? When the circuit breaker lifts, do you think she can go back to construction? She cannot. But can she go back to cat sitting? Absolutely. Okay, now I'm going to show you, she visited me at my office in January, just 4 months ago, just before Chinese New Year, and guess what? She was fully booked. Hear from her. Okay, hi. I'm here with May Tan. She's one of our participants. It's actually January now, 2020, yeah. And which means May Tan actually completed your CTW in, you did it in July, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
July,
correct.
August. Okay, so it's been maybe about 4 or 5 months.
Yes.
And when you first came to us, you essentially had a full-time job as a construction engineer.
Yes, correct.
Right? And at the time, you were very scared to say whether or not you dared to do your cat sitting business.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's January now. It's near the Chinese New Year period, and can you just say, like, you told me you're fully booked.
Yeah, I'm fully booked from January to February 2020, and I getting a lot of queries to do cat sitting also.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been process. I mean, the process is quite good actually.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to stop that video there, okay? But what I'm trying to show you here is that some people think that, I don't think I can make it lah. I'm not like pretty, I'm not articulate, then I'm like not really the comfortable in front of camera type. I don't think I can make it in the air world. But I can tell you something, Mei Tan is a very shy person and she's a lovely, lovely person. But here's the thing, she's just done nothing but just be real. And nowadays, she's even, do you know that prior to the COVID-19, she even invested in going to Taiwan to learn cat massage, just as something she was going to offer. And she's also been running like small, like impromptu classes. She doesn't even charge people money, you know. She's been teaching cat lovers how to feed their cat medicine. So a lot of cat lovers do not know how to feed their medicine properly. She was teaching people just for free. And guess what? People understood that she was an expert in cats and they sent their cats to her. If you are a cat lover, wouldn't you rather send it to Mei Tan than to a lot of other people? Now, I would, but then I don't have a cat, okay? So now, here are some of the careers that were born in CTW. Now, as I show you this list, you'll realize that a lot of it are weird careers. You've never seen anybody doing anything like that, and you never thought it'd be possible that people can make such a career change into a boring career into the new one. So I'll make this fun, okay? I'll tell you what was their original career, and I'll tell you what they went into, okay? You already heard the cat sitter story. Construction engineer became cat sitter. Like the management trainee became a tuition teacher who bring kids clubbing. We also have a microbiologist in Khoo Teck Puat Hospital became a United Nations educator. We also had a lady who was the top salesperson in a pharmaceutical company. She joked and she called herself a drug dealer. Today, she owns a Reiki center. Of course, the Reiki center is temporarily affected, but she can always get back to it. They do meditations. And in fact, her Reiki center has one very strong offering. She can cure insomnia. So that means all these people who have been so stressed at work, stressed about money, and they can't sleep. One session with her Reiki, she gets them sleeping like a baby, right? How do I know this? I never tried her service, but lots of the other participants in CTW either went and tried it or they send their friends to her and they tell me she's awesome and it totally works, okay? And we had a scientist, a science person who works for the Science Center in Singapore, actually is an animal whisperer and an exorcist, okay? So it depends on what you think, okay? But the thing is, he's the real deal and he can actually communicate with animals. He's actually gone and started making the changes to become an animal whisperer. Next is a MOE teacher who was very sick and tired of the whole MOE system, and she decided, I wanted to be a divorce counselor, because she realized that a lot of the divorces were not handled properly, and it meant that a lot of the children were undergoing a lot of trauma. And as a teacher herself, she saw these things happening all the time. This was where she wanted to go. And the next one is a teacher who, again, another MOE teacher, who decided that actually the schools were not always acting in the interest of the students, and she felt that there was a large group of students who was not being taken care of by the school. And so she decided to set up her own drop-in center with a lot of activities that would encourage children. Similarly to Jason, she didn't want these kids to join gangs. She wanted to have a place where people could come and get some support and get academic help, or even help them to get jobs. Some of these kids are from low-income families, and sometimes just linking them up with a restaurant or somebody who was willing to hire a part-time person meant that these kids did not resort to crime and to join gangs, okay? And we also have people who are in marketing, in F&B, who became an eczema soap maker. Now, why? Why this weird thing? Because her brother suffers from eczema. And she did all the research. She bought the materials, and within 1 month from CTW, actually produced her first batch of eczema soap. And how do we know that? Because she gave 1 bar to everybody in the program. Okay? And we also had somebody who was in mergers and acquisitions, and he got so sick and tired of it. There were millions of dollars in what he was doing because it was mergers and acquisitions. But you see, it also meant that he saw families breaking up, people who were suing each other in court because they were just trying to squeeze money out of each other. And he decided that a lot of management people were not listening to the people who were underneath, all the staff. So he decided, you know what, let's play Running Man. You know, the Korean Running Man, he made them go and play Running Man, and he got them to connect with each other. Right, the Craftsman's Advisor, you heard about it. We have speech and drama actor who decided that a lot of kids didn't have a voice and he wanted to be a voice finder. Guys, what am I showing you here? Look at all these people. When they made their career change, notice that none of them got fired, none of them were retrenched, none of them made their career change because they had to. They made their career change because they wanted to. And this is a very, very big difference. Okay, so then I'm being very clear to you that I don't want people who are just, yeah, actually I don't want to change. Actually, I prefer to be an employee, but then I no choice, then I must change. Guys, I don't work with people like that. I only work with people who genuinely want to make a change to society, and look at the kind of results that we have gotten. These people are awesome. Okay, and I'm not sure about you. If you're inspired by them, yeah, please, really, raise your hand and show me that you are inspired by these people. And I tell you, they're all Singaporeans, you know, regular people. They have jobs just like you and me, nothing special. And you know, none of these people, here's the thing, none of these people are making millions from this. They don't. And they don't actually come and say, you ask me to do all this work, do all this research, can I make money or not? They only want to make sure that they are responsible, that they still have food on the table, they still take care of their families, they still pay their installment. But it doesn't mean that they need to buy a Rolex watch. They don't need a penthouse condo. You understand what I'm talking about? Okay, now, so hear from these people that directly, I have something, and please watch this.
About your purpose, about why in the first place you are even starting your business. I can teach you how to do it, or I can show you how to do it. What do you want?
My biggest challenge before the weekend was I had an idea, but the idea seemed like a fantasy and it's like a dream. I didn't know how to materialize it.
I'm very unhappy with my work that I'm doing now, and I find that it's not a good job fit. And yet I do not know what to move on to next.
I seem to have a lot of things I want to do, but I don't have a clear direction of where I want to go.
A lot of limitation right now at work. Couldn't do much of my hobbies.
I have a lot of ideas, but I don't know which one to work on and which one can I contribute the most to.
What I learned that I didn't learn anywhere else was to find what are the common denominators of who are the person who have helped me and who are those that are actively looking me up for my advice.
How to go about getting my customer base, getting resources, make my plans more realistic and practical.
I've never seen a program which specifically guides you on what to do with your idea. What I've gotten here is I'm actually creating a plan that I can practically use and start something right away.
It's the combination of astrology, knowing who are our natural audience and how we can best make use of the so-called talent or gift given to us in the helping profession.
I can expect a constant increase in my income in the range of 20% a year.
I will definitely be earning like few thousand more and even working less than what I'm working now.
At least twice the amount or 3 times at least.
If I'm doing freelancing and I actually get to do what I want to do, it's not about the money issues, but it's the quality of life I'm looking at.
She doesn't sugarcoat anything. She says it's not going to work, it's not going to work, and she writes it down. She lets you see why it's not going to work or why it will work.
It's getting straight to a point, then getting us to ask the tough questions that we should be asking ourselves.
Very honest, very down to earth, and pretty straightforward in your face.
She's direct, okay? She will tell you in your face what works, what don't. She just shakes you, and then you start to think, okay, that should be the direction I should be thinking about, rather than digressing far away, and then she just brings you back to earth.
Those who are not ready for changes, you probably after attending a course and just go back to your old life and stop.
If you just want to gain more knowledge, you just want to see more things, is what you need, you're not going into actions, then probably this is not the thing that you should come for.
I would recommend to those thinking of making a change in their life, especially in the way of what they want to do in their future.
I would recommend to anyone who they are not doing what they want to do, they have a dream.
If you want to be life transforming, then this probably is the one.
I'm very thankful. The things that I've learned, it will carry forward into like my whole life. What I've learned will help me be successful in what I want to do, and you're actually making a dream that I have had for like a few years into something that I can do in real life.
So what happens is, I ask my participants to tell people who shouldn't come. Okay, I'm a bit funny. I don't want to tell who should come. I'm more interested in who shouldn't come. And let's be very clear about the people I work best with. Now, if you're in any of these categories, number one, you are a high-level professional. As you can see, I not just have people who are like ex-CFOs. I have people who are architects. I have people who are like doctors who have come to join me in this program. And what are these people? I don't just want any old high-level professional. I want those who wish to contribute their skills in more meaningful ways. Many of these high-level professionals have done it the traditional way. They've joined MNCs, they've joined big companies, and they found that they didn't necessarily align with the big companies that they were with. Maybe it was okay for a while, they got sick and tired of it, they left. Okay, now if you're in this category, I work extremely well with you, just like with Dr. Arati, the side. Now, I also work very well with young people who are entering the workforce. That means if you are right now leaving university or poly or ITE or whatever, or you are in your 20s and you have just started working, and I don't just want any young person. I want specifically that young person who does not want to follow in the footsteps of those old-timers in your industry. That means you walk into the company, you saw the old bird there, and you looked at that person and you couldn't imagine yourself doing exactly what that old bird is doing, and you know something is wrong already. You are at the beginning of your career and you already know this is not where you want to go. I work very well with such people. The third is freelancers, and I don't just want any freelancer. I want the kind of freelancer who know that they have been accepting jobs in the past that didn't necessarily align with their dreams. Right? And they always thought that if I do my freelance work the way that I wanted to, I think I'm going to die and not make money. Okay, and I work very well with these people. Okay, so that these are the freelancers. Now, I like freelancers because luckily I don't have to convince you to leave your job. Okay, now this is very different with employees. Right? Getting them to leave their job is very difficult. But the thing is, with freelancers, you already left, and since you left, let's make your dreams come true. Let's do it the way you always intended it. And the fourth category are the people like the Maytans. Right, you have a fire in the heart. She always just wanted to be a cat sitter, and she knew she was going to be very good at it. She has a dream, but she never had the courage to pursue it because all her life people told her it's not possible, that you cannot do this and make a living. Well, here's guess what? Airworld is here, right? So now it is absolutely possible. Now, if you belong to any of those four categories, then what I want you to do is please write this down. The date is 3rd to 5th of July. I'm bringing my career transformation weekend back. This is from Friday to Sunday. We are going to go from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is not a sit here and listen to me course. This is like you're going to need to do a lot of work. You saw the video, you saw those guys doing lots of work, and you can see their brain is like loading, they are thinking. Right? If you want to come for this program, make sure you pay attention, make sure you participate, and make sure you actually are going to take action and carry out the plan that you have created for yourself in this program. And to all these people who are joining me, there's an additional bonus, and this is only for 2020. Why? Because I created Navigate 2020 simply because I know month on month the world is going to change. In fact, I launched this in April, and last month we did our very first session. So these were all the people who were with me on my Q&A session on 16th of May. Now you realize that throughout this entire session, I did not allow you to ask questions. That's because I got so much to cover, I got no time to answer questions, okay? But I have proper sessions where I actually answer the questions. And here's the thing, I'm going to show you an example of the kind of questions that my people ask, okay? Look at this. They ask questions like, what about classes that require the physical presence of students? Or how about, what are trends that educators can prepare the younger generation for? Now, what I want you to notice is none of these people are asking selfish questions. They're not asking about, how about my investment? Hey, I invested in this, how will it do? They're not asking this kind of selfish, only care for themselves question. Notice from the question that what they care about is the industry. And what are all these questions for? So that they can look forward into the future and say, okay, what can we put together that will fit in with what the new world is going to require, right? What I want you to see here is that my people are different from all the other people out there. My people understand that we need to eat and we need to survive. But first of all, we serve the community first. Now, a lot of people think that this is an economy shift. I told you it is not. It is a mindset shift. right? And what we want to work with are the people who understand and they have already decided that they are ready for the new mindset. So that means I'm not interested in any of the people who are still going for what's on the left-hand side. I'm only going for the people who understand that I only care about the people who are on the right-hand side right now. Because why? I got no time really. You know, I got 36 days before that tsunami hits. And if I'm going to help you, you better make sure that you're going to help me help more people. Okay, so now here's the thing. I don't need a lot of people to join. Okay, and if you belong in any of these categories, please do not apply. Okay, number one, you are a victim. If you like to complain, if you like to kaopei, if you like to say that why the company never pay you properly, blah, blah, blah. Victims are obsessed with their own survival and they are incapable of helping other people. Then I suggest you go and queue up at the unemployment center. Don't worry, Encore will take care of you for a while. Next, if you still want job security, income guarantee, fixed salary, I will promise you none of those things. In fact, everything that I'm saying here, it will guarantee you that you will not have any of these things, right? None of my people believe in this anymore. And number three, if you think that this will give you financial freedom, time freedom. Now the problem with the video that I just showed you was that because then my people said they will make 2 times, 3 times what they're making. And then some of these kaching people who are still thinking like the Earth era all came in and said, hey, can make more money, then I also want, then better than financial freedom. Guys, there's no time freedom with this. All my people who complete the program end up having more work to do than in the past. But the difference was they end up spending time doing the work that they think is valuable, they think is worthwhile. I can tell you Dr. Arati Desai might end up in some kind of third world country peeing in a dirty toilet where she can stay here as a doctor and stay in a high-class condo. Right? Dr. Arati has chosen a path that rings well with her. So if you want financial freedom, I suggest you go on Google and search financial freedom. There are lots of guys who still think like the Earth era, who are happy to charge you a 4-figure sum so that you can have financial freedom, but you pay them first, okay? So then number 4 is that you want to earn first, give later. Now this is what I call CSR. A lot of people say, yeah, actually I'm a very giving person, but I must make sure that I got money first, then I'll give. And half the time, the CSR is not really CSR. They just want to look good and have nice image. Okay, now if you are that kind of person, that yeah, I want to give, but I must take care of myself first. Please don't apply for this. Number 5, you don't have a dream. And there are people who text Jeremy and say, hey, actually, I want to apply for May course. But the thing is, actually, I don't have a dream, no. But I'm not the kind of person, I'm not like those May Tan where she have a dream, want to serve people. And here's the thing, guys, I'm very good at my job, but I don't give people dreams. What happens is, I'm very good at giving you a direction. I'm very good at combining a dream together with reality. And if you give me a lame monkey thing, I will show you how to don't be a lame monkey, okay? But the thing here is, if you don't have a dream, don't come for my program. I cannot help you, okay? Number 6, you tend to multitask. You are thinking, never mind lah, anyway, online, I can pop in, pop out. So that means if I ask you to do activity, you are not there because you are busy attending some other thing, which means you're not that interested in your own career transformation. Please do not apply for my program. However, you are suited to do this if you are in the category of people who already know that what you are doing now is not working. And honestly, you had the intention of making a career change anyway. With or without COVID-19, you already know you were going to change. Get into my program, I'll help you. Number 3, you have a specific unfulfilled career dream. Just like Sohila, the lady who cried. Just like May Tan, you knew there was something you wanted to do. You lived a big chunk of your life, never even tried pursuing it. Didn't even know whether it will work. Get into my program, I'll help you. Next is, you want to serve people, solve problems, impact community. Right? If you come in and tell me you want to make $1 million, get out of my class. Number 5, if you can commit fully to all 3 days, please pay attention, please participate. You should come in and talk more than me. Number 6, if you want to commit to a give first, earn later, this is the kind of career that we are doing right now. But first, we give and we help people first. We don't really care whether we earn any money from them first. We help first, okay? And only the people who need a little bit more. It's like Unreal Engine. You allow people to download only if they make $1 billion. That okay, you know, okay, I need to eat. Give me something, right? That's all. You only give me when you make money. Okay. Now here's the thing. Unlike other people who run webinars, you know how they go and look at the end. Hey, so what's your closing rate? How much money do you make? Everybody gets all crazy about it. Now here's the thing. Me and my team, we are a bit different from other people. We do not need to maximize output. I actually don't care if less than 1% of you apply for this program. I didn't do this webinar to make money from you guys. I did this webinar because I honestly think that Singaporeans and people around the world need to know this information. Why is it that I spend some time explaining this program? It's because I know that there are people out there who belong in the May Tan category. You belong in all those guys that you saw, right? And the thing is, I know I got something that works. You want, you come in, well, you got to pay something, right? And next, I do not need my class to be as big as possible. I don't have that big of an ego. I'm quite happy to have my free webinars, the kind where I don't charge people money. And at that kind, I want it as big as possible. Please help me to share, get your friends to come, right? Tell them I will speak for 6 hours for free and I won't charge them a cent. Okay, but in my class, the one that I charge people now, I don't need it to be as big as possible. In fact, I like it small because that means I can go deep with people. Now, if you're going to be part of my program, I'm going to make sure that you better be somebody who come in and be just as impressive, be just as inspiring as all these ordinary folk who came in and are inspiring you right now by showing you what is possible and how all of these people are not starving to death. They are doing okay and they are going to survive better than anyone else in the air era. Some people have asked my team, what's the difference between consultation and CTW? Number one, like I said, I will repeat this, right? Maysim does not do consultations for regular people anymore. Sorry, you have to be a business owner because I need to make sure that if I help you, you help more people. However, there are people who are writing in. I do have a team of associate astrologers. I have trained them personally. They have studied under me for 2 to 3 years. And just as I'm very strict with the people who come with CTW, I'm also very strict about people who I allow to read charts on my behalf. So the thing here is that consultations are available, and those of you who prefer to not come for course and you prefer to just sort of have your chart read, sure, just send an email to hello@selfastrology.com and my team is going to link you up with one of my associate astrologers. You can go and talk to them directly. However, I want to explain something here. For the people who know that you are not my CTW people, fine, just go and apply for consultation. Now, some of you who are listening to this, you don't need to listen to this. This PowerPoint slide is not for you. The people who know that you definitely want to do CTW, you just hold on for a bit, I'll come back to you. But this PowerPoint slide is for the people who, which one, huh? Should I do consultation or should I do CTW? Let me make it very easy for you, okay? I've been an astrologer for 16 years, okay? I've seen all kinds of clients, all the consult people and the CTW people. And let me share with you a secret of what is the difference between a consultation and a CTW people. Now, I've written here, information gatherer. Do you know what a consultation is? It means you sit opposite from me and you keep quiet and you sit there with a pen and paper, just like what you probably look like right now with a piece of paper if you're writing down furiously everything that I tell you, right? So then these people are information gatherers. They want to say, hey, what does my chart say, huh? Oh, yeah, this one very accurate, like, yeah, this is very good, no? But so interesting and very useful. Right? That's exactly what they do. They collect information. And because I've been an astrologer for 16 years, some of my clients come to me every year. Sometimes they few months come one time. And the funny thing is, every time they come, they ask the same questions. They do the same thing. Now, which is actually very good for me, you know, I earn a lot of money over the years. But what's the biggest problem here is, what does this tell you? What does this tell you? When a person comes back to you over and over again, asking the exact same question, tells you that they didn't do anything. Right? Because there is a personality type that just wants to sit there and collect information. Now, there's a lot of information out there. This is the information age. Go Google, you cannot really finish one. Okay, but here's the thing. My CTW people are action takers. And what this means is that they understand that when you come for this program, I'm not going to sit there and just read your chart. Then you just write down, it's so interesting. No, that's not how this works. You got to do some work. You need to present. You need to make sure that your plan works because you know what? You got to carry it out. Okay, so then if you are thinking consultation or CTW, I hope this clears it up, right? And so you need to decide which category are you. Okay, so that means, now here's the thing, the mother of all tsunami is coming. And the difference between an information gatherer and an action taker is very, very clear. When we are all standing on the beach and when little Maysim here tells you that the tsunami is coming, better get your ass out of here, there's a type of person who will get into a tuk-tuk and start racing away because now is the time to take action. You don't move now, I don't know when you want to move. And there's the kind of person who is an information gatherer. Actually, they a bit don't believe that the tsunami is coming. So you know what they do on the beach? They take out their phone, they go on Google, they go Facebook, they see got anybody post anything about it. Then when somebody posts and say, this company closed down, like, government say this, and then what they do, they share. They not just gather information, they share information also. They just keep creating noise on the internet, just keep passing things. But they are still standing on the beach. They themselves, backside never move. Then what happens when the tsunami really comes? Really, got tsunami. You know what they do? They take out their phone, they selfie. Hey! Then they post on Facebook. So all they are doing is just waiting for the tsunami to come. Okay, so then let me tell you guys, you will see this difference as we go down into the months. You will see them, right? Who are the people who are going to stand on the streets and complain about their CPF and their salaries? That's one kind. Okay, so that's one world. I'm not really sure about that. Okay, and a lot of people do not believe that the Titanic can sink, but it has. And here's the thing, I'm looking for a specific kind of person who is not only the kind who understands that when a signal comes and they tell you the Titanic is sinking, get into the lifeboat, they just quietly go and move, right? There's not much fuss. They don't have to, so should I get into the lifeboat or not, huh? Or should I, maybe I think about it 2 weeks, then I see whether I want to get into the lifeboat or not. Hello, these things sunk in hours, you know. Okay, and on top of that, I'm raising the bar even higher. I'm looking for people who not just quietly get into the lifeboat, but who understands, hey, let's get into the lifeboat, get a system going, let's try and get as many people out of that Titanic as possible, because I can only do two hands. Right? As this community gets bigger and bigger, I'm very proud to say that we are part of very fantastic people. They are all superheroes and they all have skills that they are happy to share. And we are all making a decent living. The idea is nobody starves to death. Right? So the question here is, you want to wait on Earth or you want to transit to air? And so the question here is, we are moving on. With or without the people who want to move on, I'm moving on. Right? I've given up my office. I've given up a lot of things. And basically my team, we've just gone completely online. So for the people who are very sure that you want to do CTW, you want to be part of this, here's how this is going to work. In a very short while, I would like you to open your chat box. In a very short while, my team is going to post a link. Now this link is not taking you to a payment link. There is no payment link, right? So you don't pay anything at this point. Similarly to the business owners, I have 2 questions that I want to ask you. And again, the quality of your answers will determine whether or not we get back to you. If I see a lame monkey answer, you will not get a response from me. The first question is this. What is it about your current career that leaves you empty and unfulfilled? Tell me what is wrong with your career right now. Now, the second question is deep in your heart. What is it that you truly want to achieve in your career? Give me just 2 questions. That's all I need. Right? All I need is you go in there, give me your details so that my guys can get in touch with you. Give me a proper answer. Okay? Click submit and then you wait. Okay? We will get back to all the guys within 48 hours. So basically, if this is going to be okay, we are going to get back to you, and this time we are going to send you a payment link. The course is 3 days. It is 3rd to 5th of July, and it is Friday to Sunday. The course fee is $697. There is no subterfuge. There's no like fancy nothing. It's $697, right? And if you want to do this, you pay within the stipulated time. I will see you on the 3rd of July. You come in here, you participate, we come up with something, and therefore you make the transition, share your knowledge in a way that works for you, and you pretty much know what to do. Get yourself an action plan. It's that simple. Okay? So team, can you go and post the link right now? Look at the chat. Okay, that's the link. Okay. So as with that, I've come to the end of my webinar. I thank everybody for being so kind, staying with me for my entire marathon. I honestly don't care if you sign up for this or not. I don't care if you click on the link or not, and I don't care if you email us or not. Okay, there are a specific group of people. You know who you are. You want, you click on it. You don't want, I was happy to share with you anyway. I didn't do this to make a sale out of you people. Okay, and so I'm going to start this timer. And I'm going to stay here for 10 minutes because I understand that some people have questions about this and that. And please don't ask me your own investment questions. I will not take those questions at this point. Okay, then what you want to do is, if you have questions, you can do that. Otherwise, you can log off. We're at the end of it. What I want to tell you here is this now. If you don't do my program, that's perfectly fine. But please, if you've taken a lot of notes, go and do something about it. Okay, guys? You don't want to sit through these 6 hours. You want to make sure it is worth it. Go and do something about it. Now, it is not necessary for every single person in the world to do CTW, and please don't all of you come sign up, okay? I also want to die already. I read so many charts, okay? And the thing is, the amount of requests that we are getting coming in right now means that I am stringent, okay? I want to make sure that those of you who are coming and join me for the CTW means that when you come in, I want to make sure that you are actually impressed with each person who is there. Impressed by how much they are willing to make that change, how much they are just totally different from the normal Singaporean that you see. And this is the feedback I always get from my CTW people. When they finish it, they come and tell me, hey May, the people who attend your course is different from all those other courses. And I say, like, what other course? And they say, like, those skills future kind. I say, of course lah. The people who are there who just to scrape the $500 from MOM, they are not serious about making any changes. They just want Encore to pay them money, that's all. Okay, the people who come to my program don't ask funny questions like that. They are here because they are clear and they know what is it that they want. They know that they're moving to a new world. They want to get in touch with like-minded people, and they are not the kinds who ask silly questions or to give me lame monkey answers, right? So far, I've been very proud with the people I've had, okay? So I'm going to end the webinar, okay? I'm going to stay here until the timer runs out, and I'm going to walk off screen for a bit because I'm changing computers, because I need to look at the chat box. Okay, so I'm going to go there, and if you all have questions about CTW, consultation, whatever, please start posting on the chat box. I will see it shortly. Okay, so I'm switching computers. Okay, so some people want to know the result of the coming elections. That one, you stick around. I have other things coming up. Okay. So anyway, frankly, the thing is, do you really need the astrologer to tell you what's the result? You think anyone's going to vote for opposition right now? Don't be lame lah. Yo, please lah. Okay, so then, thank you for the 6 hour sharing. Thank you. Right, Jess, thank you very much. Is it Jasmine? Jasmine is my student. Okay, Gopu, thank you for the sharing. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, please make our effort worthwhile. Go and do something about it. Okay, so then, yes, yes, yes. Okay, what I'm trying to say is all of those things. Yes, correct. Okay, so make sure that you understand those things. Will individual astrology consultation be covered during CTW? Trust me, you will not need it. May Sim is going to read your chart. I will give you your profile. I will do for you exactly what I did for those guys. Okay, so here's the thing. You need to come and basically, if you like what those guys got, okay, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to change the formula because the formula works already. Okay. Thank you very much, all of you, wonderful audience. Thank you so much for responding, okay, because I'm very putting and talking to the screen, you know. Yes, thank you, and please share with your friends. Get them to come, okay? I will not waste their time. Okay, yes, yes, okay. So, if you want to learn how to read astrology, please send an email to hello@astrology.com so that I can eat, come and attend my astrology course, then at least I can still make some money. That one I charge money one. Okay, so then, would horoscopes have certain horoscopes? No, Yingjie, the people, every chart is different. Every single chart is different. Okay, so that means you cannot base it on person's sun sign. Right, whatever is your sun sign, 600 million people in the world got the same sign as you. How can it be the same? Thank you. Is it Cassandra? There, right, great. Okay, it's been too long. Let's catch up another day, okay? Oh, is it KK? Is it Kok Kyong? Right, wow, thanks for listening to me again. Right, this is not the first time you've attended. Okay, Danny, well, thank you very much. Yes, if you're in an earth career like insurance, then the question is, are you willing to change your mindset, right? Michael Chua has changed his mindset. Zen C is also in an earth career. How come Zen and Michael can change their mindset and they're still in earth careers? Okay, so to me, if you ask me, how can you change? I ask you, are you willing to change? If you are, join Zen and join Michael. Okay, the air era is exciting. Thank you very much. Right, I'm so worried that all of you people are going to freak out. Okay, there's nothing to freak out about. The air world is awesome. Okay, I'm looking forward. Okay, so yes, Eugene, and job stability, right? So that there is a job that gives you job stability. Well, it depends on what is your criteria now, Eugene. What's more important to you? If job security is important to you, then you should stay. And if you want to hang on to that job for as long as possible. Wow, Fuqua. Okay, hi. I thought you were with us 2 days ago, and you're back again. Right? I hope I've given you more and equal value. Okay, so now identical twins. Okay, twins do not have the same birth chart. Twins do not have the same birth time, and therefore twins have different charts. Right? Okay, so I have people in my programs who are twins. In fact, I have done 2 sets of twins in my programs. Okay, and the twins are in very different things. I'm not sure if Xiu Zhen and Xiu Hua are here, but there are twin sisters, and one is moving into admin consultancy. The other one is going to be an art therapist, and they are only 1 minute apart in their birth time. Okay, so twins is different. Right? Tell your bosses that they can don't listen lah. They can don't listen. It's as simple as that. Look, don't try to convince them. Tell them what you have learned from. All you have to do is tell them what you've learned. Just be honest, right? Don't try to manipulate. Don't try to force them. That doesn't make any sense. This is 6 hours. Like, if you force them, they won't sit through the whole thing one. So don't bother. Okay. If they understand, ask them to come. Okay. Tell them that maybe this will make a difference. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, if you feel that the 6 hours is worthwhile, can you do me a favor? Can you go on social media and tell people that yes, it is 6 hours, but please don't log off halfway. Please tell them, okay? A lot of people, people are sending us emails saying that you crazy, your webinar 6 hours, other people 40 minutes. I said, yeah, that's other people. You go to their webinar, you go and see whether it makes sense, isn't it? Help me tell people, otherwise people won't stay for the 6 hours, okay? What is the tsunami that will happen? Eugene, if you need to ask me that question, I'm very, very concerned, Eugene. Come on, the rest of you go and tell Eugene. He asked me what is the tsunami that will happen on 5th July. Please, somebody else go and tell him. Okay, how much is the personal consultation? Please write in. Please write in. Okay, my guys will get in touch with you. Okay, it depends. It depends. Go on. Please, just email them. Okay, quite frankly, here's the confession. Actually, May doesn't know. Okay, my job in the group is to be the astrologer. My job is to do calculation. My job is to deliver a kick-ass 6-hour webinar. Okay, the rest, why I asked you to email them is actually I also don't know. You go ask them. Okay, so yes, some traditional jobs are going to remain. Yes, of course. So that means, okay, so GoPu, right? I never said that the jobs will die. Remember, originally I said it will die, but I told you, look, even horse trainers are still around. Horse trainers and horse experts will always be around. Yes, I agree with you. There will be people required to stay in your old job. Isn't it true, right? Everybody is still, there's still going to be someone there. But here's the thing, last time we got 30,000 people doing that job. Now no need really, now 300 enough already, okay? Yep, so people want to make a change. Well, if you don't have a specific dream, okay, if you don't, is there at least a group of people in your heart? Is there something very wrong with the world that you have always told yourself, yeah, one day when I got money, one day when I am financially free already, I want to go and make a difference. Some people want to start schools. Some people want to go and be like Dr. Arati Desai, go to third world country and serve United Nations. If there's that one thing that you were thinking maybe you want to do, if one day you got money, yeah, anyway now nobody got money already, so you might as well go and do that dream. Okay? Yes, email us at hello@selfastrology.com. Those of you who are still here, please feel free to follow me on Facebook. I post a lot of things now, okay? You can follow me on YouTube also. I put a lot of my little tidbits on video, although it's not 6 hours lah, okay? So it's short ones and I share a lot of interesting information. Am I conducting astrology classes? Yes, I am. Please email hello@selfastrology.com, okay? Just put in the email title astrology classes, okay? Then my guys will tell you, okay? If you ask me when is my class, I also don't know. You go and ask them. They tell me to show up for class, then I show up for class, okay? Yes, okay? So thanks for the sharing and give us so much information. Of course, is it Cami? Don't worry, Cami, okay? Help me share. Get more people from your industry to come in, okay? Your industry is going to get affected. Okay, David says, learn a lot, okay? What would be the Trojan horse you mentioned? Did you just log on? Oi, David, you just log on. You never listen to the whole thing. Why you so naughty? Right? I share already. I told you, Trojan horse. It means that on the 5th of July, when the tsunami hits, a lot of people don't even know that it is a tsunami. A lot of people think it is normal. Then they say it's okay, everybody just business as usual. But because you attended my webinar, you will know it is not, okay? No problem. Marvin, I've read my chart. Okay, Marvin says, have a good rest. 6 hours of talking is no joke. Don't worry, Marvin, okay? So don't waste my effort, okay? Please do something useful for yourself. I'm very used to talking, Marvin. I did this exact same webinar 2 days ago. So which means in 3 days, I talked more than 12 hours already. Yep, no problem. Make our efforts worthwhile. Get more people to come, okay? Ask them to join our waiting list. But in any case, okay, we are 3, 2, 1. Okay, well, my guys are going to shut that off. Not sure if the alarm is going, but I'd like to thank everybody. You know, I'm looking at my chat here. There are still 239 of you here, okay? So, yeah, so me and my team, we are kind of tired and we are going to take a good rest, okay? Those of you who want more information for whatever things, just email us. You want to do my CTW, please fill in the form and fill in properly, okay? Do not give me lame monkey answers. I will not reply you, okay? So, great. Okay, all of you, thank you. And all of us in the background, okay, some of them, well, my husband and my brother are here, but the rest of my team are in their houses. Thank you very much, okay? Thank you very much. 谢谢你们, okay? Thanks for clapping for me. Thank you very much, okay? So, great. Okay, so then those of you with questions about your personal life, don't post on the chat here, okay? I told you I'm not taking personal questions, okay? So, guys, we are going to close this chat. Remember, just go and add me on whatever lah, okay? You can find me online, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.